Shadows flicker, echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust. Through the cold, relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux. Electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks. Solitude with neon tracks. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? There's heartbeats in the digital storm. Faces flicker, fading gleam. Caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light. Searching through the endless night. Restless scream against the void. Hope and fear become alloyed. Shadows only streaming the light. Through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen. Seeking truth in the unseen.
Saw dudes, welcome back, welcome everybody. Yes, Fish, thank you for the update. Yeah. The Black Goon has took my voice. The Black Site Deep Throats. Yes, I have, unfortunately, welcome back everybody, COVID. We have COVID, me and my partner. So it is COVID 100%. Yeah. So I don't know how far I am into it, but my voice kind of came back. Hopefully you mind, I'm a little bit congested still. I've got some fisherman friends here. I'm gonna be popping these like candy all night probably. I get a rehydrating drink, so mask off, no mask, here you go. Fuck it. Listen, we just got all breathing in, we're gonna conquer it. That's the meme. So yeah, bear with me this evening. It's way better than it was. I literally could barely talk yesterday. So, yeah, it's coming along, but, you know, I feel way better. Yesterday, last night was pretty bad. I had the chills. I was shaking. It was no joke, man. This fucking goddamn bioweapon, you know? So, it is no joke. This is not 5G, right? The virus is very real. This is the second time I've had it, actually, which is a miracle considering that I go to the gym and I go out in public and whatnot. And I used to work in customer service too before. So yeah, anyway, it is what it is. This evening though, lots of news, lots of memes. Oh my God. USAID memes. Holy fuck, man. Now, I don't know if a lot of this has been confirmed without a doubt. I think they're just following the breadcrumb trail, but man, so far it's looking pretty fucking bad. Like, it's really scary. Like laundering billions of dollars, probably what they're looking at. So, on top of that, oh yeah, an asteroid coming in 2032. I read that today. Someone posted that. And then there's an interview with Diana Pasulka I was listening to this morning on the bike, and I thought it was very interesting. She did with Sean Ryan. So she's professor of religious studies. It's an interesting kind of angle. Jacques Vallée had hit on it before in ufology, right? Kind of the metaphysical, or, you know, this other bend to UFOs and the history of UFOs and the histories of people having encounters with weird metaphysical beings. So, yeah. Yes, I did. Thank you, man. Yeah. Yeah, I've been enjoying playing it. So, you'll have to check that out. Yeah. Tomorrow, the Monster Hunter beta drops. So, I'm going to be playing that probably on the weekend. And then Monster Hunter drops at the end of the month. So, I'm going to be checking that out too. People want to check that game out. It runs like shit. But hopefully it's going to be fun. So, anyway. Yeah. All the memes. Oh, here we are. Now, you know what's crazy? Sorry. You know what's crazy to me is with all of this shit that's fucking going on right now, right? With Musk and Doge investigating USAID and all of the revelations that have been coming out the last 24 hours. And this is the front page of Drudge Report. We'll go over this in a second, potential media companies that have been implicated in this. But just unfucking believable the psyop they're putting on here. Unbelievable. Yeah, crashes to Earth. Oh my God. You'd think that they'd be covering this. But then, of course, some of them are going to be implicated in this. So, just unreal, man. Unfucking believable. So, I thought I'd just pull this up. I just went to Drudge Report. I was like, I wonder what they're saying. And, of course, same old horse shit. Right, Scale, what's up? Same old horse shit as usual. So yeah. I'll go over some of it here now. This is kind of unrelated to it, but not really. I saw this was interesting. The Epstein client list and documents will be declassified and revealed to the public. Senator Marsha Blackburn has now confirmed that once Kash Patel is confirmed as FBI director, her subpoena for the Epstein flight logs will be approved, as Kash has also stated and agreed to work with Senator Blackburn. She's also pushing to declassify Ghislaine Maxwell's infamous Black Book, which contains names and addresses and other information linked to the Epstein trafficking ring. Democrats and the FBI under Director Wray have been stonewalling her efforts in protecting elite pedophiles from being exposed, indicted, and convicted. Was it only Democratic representatives? I thought it may have been more than that. Kash Patel, remains one of the last pieces put in place. Before we start getting it, so hopefully this is a big deal. I mean, hopefully...
And that a large network of high-profile, high-dollar predators took part in this horrific abuse. That's why on the Senate Judiciary Committee, I've repeatedly requested a subpoena for the complete unredacted Epstein flight logs from the FBI. I've also pushed for the release of Ghislaine Maxwell's unredacted Little Black Book of contacts and addresses. The American people have the right to know who flew on his planes.
And people kind of have a bit of an idea already, right? They kind of have a bit of an idea. Sorry. I've got some Kleenex beside me here too. Just a fucking disaster. We already kind of I have an idea of high profile people that were on the plane. One of whom was Donald Trump, actually. But to know specifically who they were involved with and who was going there, and also how deep this goes, because that's the other thing. Like, no one really knows how deep this really goes. So anyway, it's going to be fun to find out. Yeah. Lesser regulations to enforce competitive pricing in the U.S. by American companies. I don't know how prices will not be gouged by the tariffs. Man, hopefully the tariffs don't go into effect. Hopefully it was like 5D chess by Trump, according to some people. I hope that they don't. I hope it was just a threat that he was using to kind of get what he wanted out of Canada and Mexico, whatever that is, border security. But yeah, it's going to be fucking bad either way. I'll go over that in a second here. So I'll kind of get into some of this in no particular order, because there's a bunch of these tabs. There's so much that people are digging up. So maybe we should go over this first. So here we go. It's important to understand that funding is fungible, meaning USAID dollars do not directly flow into these NGOs in a literal sense. Instead, the money moves through multiple layers with various entities handling and redistributing it. For example, SEPS receives substantial USAID funding for global initiatives, but ultimately channels much of it to partisan NGOs. Rather than focusing solely on individual grants, it's more important to recognize a broader pattern of funding distribution and influence. Donor-advised funds are a bigger part of the equation. Man, this is so fucking complicated, and intentionally so. I update the website and messaging better to reflect this. So they've got this, it's this repository you can go through yourself and look through and see where some of the money has gone to specifically. And this is what people have been using to pull up some of this alarming data. So now I think the whole thing, TLDR, is like, has this been, how much peer review has gone into this? That's what they're doing right now. But the initial take is it's very complicated, right? Which is what is highlighted here. But that likely it's happened from what we're able to observe. So managed reality is getting an audit, yeah. Yeah, so this guy here is one of the guys involved with this. I've been telling you guys forever that you've been living your whole in a carefully constructed whole life, carefully constructed USAID Truman Show, where none of the institutions you meet, from the media to public health, to universities to NGOs to terrorists, are the institutions you think you are. So I don't know who he was specifically targeting with that comment, but what's up, guys? Yeah, what's up, Hendrix Wordringer? But I forget, what's his background in this? Former State Department cyber author, and we'll come back to this in a bit. So I'll go over some of the claims, right? Some of the big. This is one of them. So this is one of the claims here. It's from WikiLeaks. So it's from Julian. USAID was funding over 6,200 journalists across 707 media outlets in 279 media NGOs, including 9 out of 10 media outlets in Ukraine. Man. So, I mean, this is, this is an article here. Yeah. Can't read it, of course. But anyway. That's one of the claims. And again, just to digest that for a fucking minute, Elon's saying, wow. So here's another take on it. The Columbia Journalism Review, USAID supported 6,200 journalists in 30 different countries. No wonder all the news sounds the same. So that's fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah, we need to look into this. And actually, Robert, who I follow here, I wish you would post source links for statements like this. I would like to build off your observation, but need the documentation. Yeah. You need receipts. So this is what's been floating around. I think a lot of this, it's still in the initial stages, but man, some of the fucking shit that has gone to different countries too. Like this one, for instance, right? Like right here, 68 million to the World Economic Forum over the last 2 years. Actually, 10 years, sorry. But $68 million to the World Economic Forum, which is a old guys club of hyper wealthy people. So, man, I mean, just unfucking believable. Like this little clip here.
Actually, young nobles of the World Economic Forum. We penetrate the cabinets.
The change is not just happening. The change can be shaped by us. We have to prepare for a more angry world.
Oh my God. Fuck. Klaus up there looking like a Sith Lord. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't hear that. Hendrix, that's that. Holy fuck. That's an interesting experiment. There was a funny one. Well, it's not, well, it isn't funny. That they spent $20 million, trying to rebuild like television channels in Iraq, and like I think it may have been straight up 20 million to produce an Iraqi Sesame Street, which I mean, now this is this is kind of not funny, but I mean, within the context of this, I don't know who the fuck made this, but holy shit. Edgy as fuck, man. Like, what the fuck? Jesus Christ. So sorry, this isn't the actual Sesame Street episode. This is a meme. Anyway, I don't think they ever made the fucking Iraqi Sesame Street. But like, man, holy fuck. 50 million for condoms. Just in Gaza alone. Internal study by USAID reveals that between 2016 and 2022, American tax dollars purchased $158 million worth of condoms and lubricants. Oh, wow. Wow. Obviously, this is people's hard-earned money. Unfucking believable, man. Truly unbelievable. They spent $10 million last year on creating transgender mice, rats, and monkeys. Oh my God. Yeah, man, fuck me. I just fucking believable. So this is the other thing here. I mean, this is where things get a little bit more fucked, right? Like when you look into the aid that's gone into Ukraine, for instance, is fucking astronomical. Like it's in the tens of billions, right? And it's trying to figure out where did all that fucking money actually go to? And the concern, right, with all of this, it's like you send $100 million over to the Middle East for condoms and lubricant. It's like, no, you didn't. No, it didn't go. No, there's no fucking way that they spent that much. They didn't. No, it's a problem, right? Where was the other one I read? It was, I think it was, where the fuck was it? Oh my God, was it Libya? Where was it? Fuck. There was another third world country where they had sent, I showed my partner this last night, couldn't fucking believe it. But it was something like, I'll throw in a random number, but let's say there was like $1 billion of aid sent there. I think it was like South Africa or somewhere. No, it was Haiti. It was Haiti. There was a ridiculous amount of aid sent there. 4% of the money actually ended up going to Haiti. And it was some ridiculous number, like 58% went to other unknown. Like, he just had no idea. I was like, man, this is going to be really bad. Yeah. As Miley Syria would say, that it's a party in the Middle East. Oh, fuck, brother. God, Jesus. Like, here's Alex. Why did the USAID give 68 plus million to the World Economic Forum? I'll tell you why. USAID is a CIA front group funding the manipulation of governments and populations around the world, including regime change. The WF specializes in recruiting and grooming promising young leaders. They do. Yes. So, yeah, 52 million obligated amount, outlaid amount. So 1 year, 7 months remain. I think it was a 10-year program that they were paying. They were giving the World Economic Forum this. So anyway, yeah, it's a scandal that exposes the deep state's globalist agenda. Well, I mean, it exposes just a massive amount of fucking corruption. I mean, holy fuck, man, just unfucking believable. So obviously people are memeing. The big fucking meme is around the media manipulation, the influence of the media. So Politico, which was a very left-wing liberal media outlet, had taken in, I think in total, tens of millions, but at the very least, I think in the last year, like $8 million. And they were effectively running Politico through this money, through this aid money. And when you look at some of the articles like the Politico was putting out about like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal, like they were just highlighting the fucking headlines, and like it's just all pro whatever the Biden narrative. It's like, holy fuck, like unbelievable. You know, it's not like Trump doesn't have some pull, but like that's straight up fucking manipulation of the narrative. Unbelievable. And that's what I kind of brought up pulling up Drudge Report, like crashes to earth. Like, I mean, do you guys not like but this is like, sadly, there's a large portion of the general public that are only going to pay attention to Drudge in these kinds of headline collection sites. And man, it's not good because, like, holy fuck. Yeah. Wrote a post about why disclosure hasn't happened and may likely never happen on Reddit. Is it okay if I share it with you and get your opinion? Yeah, sure, Calbrian. Yeah, we'll throw it up here. Yeah. I'm going to go over the UFO stuff in just a minute here. Reports emerging that USAID and the CIA have ties to Trump's impeachment. So here is a... here we go. Here's Michael Schellenberger, who again is investigative journalist, professor of journalism.
You have this new piece on Substack that the USAID and the CIA helped orchestrate Trump's impeachment.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, it's a crazy story. I mean, you might forget that, the House of Representatives impeached President Trump in December of 2019. Many people may not remember that it was a CIA analyst who was left over from the Obama White House who wrote the memo that led to the impeachment. It was all based on hearsay. The person had not actually been in the room with Trump. Nonetheless, this memo that he wrote relied heavily on a report done by an organization funded by USAID. In fact, its initial founding funding, I mean, now it's tens of millions of dollars, had gone into this group called the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, a name that's not very memorable, OCCRP, but it was basically created as an extension of the State Department and then of USAID. And as you know, Jesse, this is very serious to be involved in an effort to do regime change at home, as we've been discovering as the files have come out with what Elon Musk has been doing. We know that USAID was really about regime change abroad. It was a kind of public-facing regime change operation like CIA, but not covert, more overt. Well, now you see a similar blowback, just like they did censorship abroad and brought censorship tools back home. They were doing this sort of thing abroad, creating a predicate essentially for Trump's impeachment. So I think it's just one of many revelations that we'll see coming out in the next few weeks.
So USAID was involved in regime change abroad and here at home. Very interesting. If you want to read more about what Mike's talking about, go to his...
Just fucking insanity, man. It's like Politico. I mean, there's obviously a lot of journalists that have been implicated in this, but Politico was a big one that's essentially, I think they may have filed for bankruptcy. And then the New York Times is another that has been implicated in this. I'm assuming there'll be more connections drawn here soon enough. But anyway, thought I'd just bring it up because it's fucked. I'm sure as this all comes apart, someone will get a very nice, neat web, and there'll be some nice kind of smarter people than myself will be able to connect all this together and give us a top-down view of what the fuck's going on. So, I mean, it's one of those things, I think a lot of us have suspected that the world's fucked and it's absolutely corrupted and rotted out beyond imagination. It's just another thing to like have that be confirmed and be like, oh yeah, fuck, right? Like, I mean, it's good as much as Elon, and Trump are not my favorite people per se. I mean, I don't necessarily dislike them, but I thank God they're doing this. I mean, they're airing out all this dirty laundry. Someone's needed to do it for a while, and hopefully it continues. Yeah, there'll probably be some ontological shock involved from the general public here at some point. But the thing is if they keep reading Drudge Report and he's in the New York Times and Politico, they're never going to fucking know. So anyway, we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, man. Oh my God, wow, it's really well written. Let's go through it, man. Let's go through it. If I had a Reddit account, do I have a Reddit account? Oh, I do on here. That's weird. I didn't think that I did. Now I do. Oh man, you get some good traction on it. Well, let's read through it. This is the alien segment, I guess, now that we're going to start here. Before I start it, look at this. I saw this guy make some fucking... These are funny. These fucking Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Kaiba, I've had this card on my deck the whole time. No, really. Psionic Asset. What's the other one he fucking did? The Egg UFO. Oh, that was nice. And Cult of UFO. Activates when self-proclaimed insider posts cryptic tweets, shady live streams, and never-ending big reveals that never come. Your monster gains 500 attack for each gullible follower. This card cannot be destroyed by logic or evidence. Once per turn, you may pay half your life points to summon an anonymous whistleblower. Like fucking, that's Stephen Greer. He's like, how many cards of this can you have in Yu-Gi-Oh? Can you have like fucking multiples? This is just Steven's whole fucking deck. trap after trap. Trap card after trap card. Yeah, I thought this is a fucking meme. I was never a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh! I like Magic the Gathering, but you know, for all the Yu-Gi-Oh! Weebs out there, yeah. Apparently, Valet is going on Rogan at some stage soon. Oh, is he actually? I would love if he went there by himself. Last time Jacques was on with Joe, with James Fox, Jacques is just very. He's very mystical, maybe is the way of putting it. Trying to like pin him down on things, I guess. Like, I don't know. I know Joe got frustrated with him because like he speaks in riddles sometimes too. And it's like, I know he's purposely being obscure because he doesn't really want to reveal like his personal beliefs on the subject so much as just trying to study it scientifically. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, I did. I watched a bit of it, did you? I'm going to pull up some clips of it here later and go over it. But yeah, no, I probably was halfway through it, I think. I enjoyed the conversation. All right, man, well, let's read this post. Serious, are we being slowly guided to avoid a reset? UAP's consciousness and the hidden truth. Excuse my COVID voice. For decades, the discussion around UAPs has been dominated by extraterrestrial visitation and government secrecy. But what if we've been looking at it the wrong way? What if NHIs, not human intelligences, have always been here, coexisting with us, not visitors, but silent observers and enforcers of a hidden system? And what if the real reason disclosure is happening so slowly isn't just that governments are hiding the truth from us, but they are hiding our knowledge from the NHIs? There is a connection between UAPs, consciousness, nuclear monitoring, and the possibility that past civilizations were wiped out when they became too self-aware. NHIs may have always been here, not visitors, but co-occupants of Earth. One of the biggest assumptions about UAPs is that they come from another planet. But what if NHIs have been here for as long or longer than humanity itself? There are multiple reasons this theory makes sense. Ancient myths from nearly every culture describe advanced beings living alongside humans. They do. Some UAPs seem to emerge from deep oceans or underground rather than space. Reports of NHIs interfering with human conflict suggest they have a vested interest in Earth's survival. If this is true, then disclosure isn't just about extraterrestrial life. It's about revealing the presence of an intelligence that has been managing human civilization from behind the scenes. 2, evidence that past civilizations may have been reset. Oh yes, very relevant to my interests. There is mounting evidence that human civilization may have risen and fallen multiple times, possibly due to previous resets. Go back to Lake Tepe, 12,000 years old. A megalithic site built thousands of years before mainstream archaeology says civilization began. Advanced construction techniques suggest lost knowledge. The Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, 12,800 years ago. A theory that a cataclysmic event, possibly a comet impact, caused widespread flooding and wiped out advanced civilizations. Could be connected to the global flood myths found in nearly every major culture. Absolutely, man. Yeah. UPARTS, the Antikythera mechanism, a 2,000-year-old analog computer, suggests knowledge of astronomy mechanics far beyond its time. It does. It's a crazy. That's one of those like legit UPARTS. People talk about UPARTS and are like, oh, there's this like excavator tooth that's like 69 million years old. It's like, I forget what it's called. It's in Romania, but that's a very interesting one. Ancient maps like the Piraeus map depict Antarctica's coastline without ice, something modern science only confirmed in the 20th century. Could these remnants of previous civilizations have reached a technological or consciousness threshold only to be wiped out before they could disrupt the hidden balance? It's a really good question. 3, the government might have an agreement with NHIs, and that's why disclosure is so slow. If NHIs have always been here, then it's possible that at some point governments made contact with them and an agreement was made. This could explain why governments keep strict control over UAP information and have never allowed full public disclosure. NHIs seem to intervene only at key moments, like during nuclear events. The conversation around UAPs has shifted towards consciousness research, as if we're being guided towards a greater understanding rather than just aliens are here. But what if the agreement has a condition that humanity cannot be directly told the truth? And more importantly, what if governments aren't hiding the truth from us, but hiding our knowledge from NHIs? Perhaps NHIs don't realize how much we know, and if they did, they would see it as a violation of the agreement. Governments may be forbidden from revealing the full truth, but allowed to slowly introduce concepts to prepare us without alarming NHIs. This could explain why we're suddenly seeing a massive increase in discussions around consciousness, perception, and reality manipulation instead of just aliens in space. What if this gradual process is the only way to prevent another reset? That's a very interesting and disturbing thought, I guess. Yeah, that maybe they are solely responsible for these resets, and the government is terrified that they're going to cause another one. Yeah. Nuclear monitoring in the civilization reset cycle. One of the biggest mysteries in UAP encounters is why NHI seem obsessed with nuclear weapons. Military whistleblowers have testified that UAPs have repeatedly disabled nuclear warheads at various military sites. The 1967 Maelstrom Air Force Base incident saw multiple nukes shut down after UAPs appeared over the site. Both the US and Soviet Union have documented cases where UAPs interfered with nuclear facilities. But if NHIs share Earth with us, they wouldn't want us destroying it. A nuclear war wouldn't just wipe out humans, it could damage the entire planetary environment, affecting them as well. If past civilizations were reset for becoming too advanced too quickly, then governments may be walking a tightrope, pushing us towards knowledge while keeping it hidden just enough to avoid triggering intervention. 5, consciousness may be the key to breaking the cycle. That's very interesting. If humans collectively awaken to their true consciousness potential, NHI can no longer control or reset us. The CIA's Gateway Process, 1983 declassified, explored how human consciousness can alter reality and access non-physical dimensions. The U.S. military's remote viewing program, investigating ESP and non-local perception, is a real intelligence gathering tool. Modern UAP research is moving towards consciousness. Lou Elizondo, Dr. Gary Nolan, and others have repeatedly suggested that UAPs are linked to human perception. Military pilots have reported mental connections with UAPs as if the crafts were aware of their thoughts. What if disclosure isn't just about revealing NHIs, but revealing human potential? That's a very good point. Yeah. 6, Arrow's motto, thoughts shape reality, a hidden clue. The All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office is the U.S. government's official UAP investigative body. Their motto displayed on their emblem is, and it doesn't load up there, but I've seen it before, but thoughts shape reality. This suggests that reality may not be fixed. It may be shaped by perception and consciousness. If NHI understand this, they might be using it to control human awareness. If humans learn to harness consciousness, we could change the game. So, NHIs have likely always been here and past civilizations may have been reset. These are the TLDRs. Government might not be hiding the truth from us, but hiding our knowledge from NHIs to avoid intervention. Disclosure is happening slowly to allow humanity to elevate without alarming NHIs. Consciousness may be the key to leveling that playing field. Arrow's motto hints that reality itself is shaped by perception. Are we on the verge of a new stage of human evolution where we uncover the truth about another reset is enforced? Very well written, man. Yeah, very interesting ideas. I share some similar sentiments about the phenomena. Yeah. It's a concerning one, really, when you think about it. Whether we're trying to hide it from them or if they're just more developed, their consciousness is more developed than our own. I mean, maybe they can't, but that's the thing. If maybe they can't access everything we think at all times, right? That's the other thing to consider as well, where if their consciousness is more developed, then nothing we think may be safe, and that everything we think at all times, there are no secrets to them. They just know everything all the time. Not to say they couldn't still be responsible for resets periodically. I mean, in a lot of the flood myths, it was the gods that did the resetting, right? It was God, monotheistic, or in some of the older accounts, the gods involved in flooding. In Utapishtim, who was the original Noah. We pissed him off. We were an annoyance. Yeah. It hopefully not, man. It's very interesting, thought-provoking questions, and something I think that a lot of people are starting to know now. That is it more than just aliens? I think it absolutely is, right? And that's the thing about moving forward to this next stage in our own evolution, is maybe we're starting to understand, what's the true nature of reality. You get these metaphysical questions, but even in quantum physics, I mean, is reality's matter information based, right? Can it be manipulated in some way? Can we access information non-locally? Are these things possible? Is this the next step? Is this what's at the cutting edge? I would say that it is personally. But some people disagree on that. But yeah. Brad, what's up, brother? Yeah. It got pretty mystical near the end. Oh, it did. I didn't know that. It connects Fermi paradox and why Jimmy Carter, who was such a vocal person for disclosure, was quiet of becoming president. If he disclosed then, it would trigger a reset. Just your theory, opinion. Yeah, man. We're in agreement on a lot of things. Yeah, I think it's very interesting. Yeah, it's very well written. Hopefully there's some good reception. Seems like some good conversation started on the topic, though, man. I mean, that's the whole reason to, share your opinions, right? Especially in these spaces whether it's in our aliens or our UFOs, and see what people think about it and just throw ideas around. And it's why I'm here too, right? To talk about these different theories and try and wrap our heads around what the fuck's going on here. Yeah. Not that this is necessarily a theory of my own, but it's definitely something you run into in the phenomena, whether it's in abduction accounts or whistleblowers. But there's this idea that we are misunderstanding what advancement truly means, right? It isn't just technological advancement. And that might come part and parcel with this, but it's also understanding like what we are as beings, and maybe understanding the nature of consciousness. And there might be a progression there too with consciousness itself. If it's some non-local phenomena, there may be an evolution of that, whatever it is. We're all players in the game. There may be, the game's important and the avatars are important, but there may be levels to the character as well. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? Skill level, right? Or development, right? Like someone playing World of Warcraft. There's like me playing a rogue, and there was Reckful playing a rogue, right? There's like that skill level involved. So yeah, who knows? And that maybe that's something we're running into as well within the game, that maybe there's levels that are unlocked within the game if it is a simulation that they're aware of. And that's talked about. I didn't just pull that out of my ass. It's talked about in some accounts, some abduction accounts, kind of the woo for some people, but these conversations they had with these aliens. And that was something I always humored these. I thought they were really interesting. But, hypothetically, if these people actually did have conversations with ETs, I was like, well, we should probably fucking read it. Right? I mean, yeah, it was done, the recollection was done under hypnosis. There's always a risk of like suggestibility, but for the most part, just reading through the stories, you never know, right? And they tend to get very spiritual and metaphysical, and they talk about this. They talk about that, there's a plan within the reality, and that it's leveling up the player, and that, the avatar is important, and it's important to kind of level along, but ultimately it's the player leveling up that's important. And that's why that's what they care about ultimately. Right. Which is why, and that kind of segues into anecdotes and people talking about, they were looked to us as containers. It's like, well, because containers of what? Well, soul, whatever you want to refer to, but it gets deeply metaphysical. But who knows? Yeah, who knows? But if you listen, the catastrophe narrative is something I think, as you know, I've fucking memed on here. I find that very, very interesting. And whether the aliens are themselves responsible for it, or if they have a deeper understanding of maybe celestial mechanics than we do, and they understand maybe sun cycles better than we do, and they know when this is going to happen. I mean, there are these anecdotes. There's anecdotes of the gods causing the floods, but there's also other anecdotes from other cultures of actually strange beings helping them survive the cataclysms. I think it's the Hopi, but the Hopi have these cycles that the Earth goes through, and we're entering the end of the last cycle, the fourth cycle, the end of the fourth world. But they had talked about in some of the earlier cycles that the ant people had guided them to safety underground during one of the past cycles that ended in a giant firestorm, which again is really fucking interesting because there's a lot of Native American tribes that talk about this giant firestorm that happened. But anyway, and there is evidence of a giant firestorm happening about 12,000-ish years ago, coinciding with the end of the Younger Dryas. Anyway, and so in that instance, these visitors help them survive. I think the Wangina as well, if I can recall correctly, that's in Australia, Aborigines. They have some kind of connection with them too that isn't negative. So maybe the government knows this and they're aware of this and they don't want to tell people that. Maybe the aliens have already told the government about this. So something like this is going to happen at some point, and they're deathly afraid to tell the general public. Who knows? Yeah, who knows? But very, very interesting, man. Yeah, very well written. Yeah. Hell yeah. 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 Very, very, very intriguing. Yeah. That's all we can do. It's just meme. We can just meme and see what we can kind of pull out of the ether here, right? Just try and think on this. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, Rabbit, what's up, man? It's a fuckload to take in. And who knows? Ultimately, I think we're all after the objective truths here. That's what I'm after. I want to know. I want to know what the fuck's going on. Are there Malibu, what's up? Are there different groups involved? Is there an alien government involved? Is there like a galactic government involved? How complicated is all this? I'm assuming it's extremely complicated. It would be so wonderful if we had someone talk who knows like the top down. But from what we've been able to gather so far from like Grush or recently Jake Barber, it seems like that, I don't know if anybody really has all the answers. It's all this compartmentalized shit, right? Unless you talk to one of these bigwigs, maybe Dick Cheney, maybe Dick will know. This guy doesn't know. This fucking Representative Steve Cohen declares that New Jersey drones were a viral internet hoax at today's House Aviation Subcommittee hearing on counter UAS, which is unfucking believable. It's just 37 second long clip here.
Aviation-related conspiracy theory, the so-called New Jersey drone crisis. Late last year, social media was flooded with claims of mass drone swarms shutting down airports and threatening public safety. I thought Orson Welles had come back. In fact, a full review by the FAA, FBI, and the DHS found no credible security threats. Many of these sightings were misidentified commercial drones, law enforcement operations, and even fixed-wing aircraft mistaken for drones. We must separate fact from fiction so that we focus on real threats, not viral internet hoaxes, and not run to the cameras to make a statement and demand that Washington do something about it when there was nothing to be done about it. I wanted.
Oh, brother. I mean, that's just really unsettling to hear. I mean, for anybody in New Jersey, like, fuck. I mean, there were multiple different mayors that with their own eyes saw these strange drones. There were police departments that had saw these drones. The Coast Guard had fucking saw them. Like, holy fuck. Just scary, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly it, man. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, is he just paid off? Is it some kind of covert operation they were doing? Maybe, right? You tend to think these elected representatives, man, you know, the more you listen to some of them, you're like, I don't agree with the decision to, like, you know, keep all of this stuff secret. But when you listen to some of them talk, you can understand why people within the military-industrial complex looked and they said, we shouldn't tell them. They just shouldn't know anything about this. I'm like, yeah, I do understand that at times where I'm like, but at the end of the day, these are people elected by the general public. It's like democracy in and of itself. Is it a good idea in the end? Right? Is it a good political system? I mean, whether it's the best one objectively for like a civilization, right? In terms of outcomes, I think it's the right one. And that's where I think the difference lies, right? As opposed to like Plato's fucking caste system with philosopher kings. Like, it may not be the best, but it's the right decision to give people that power. Whether they misuse it or fucking, you know, fail to educate themselves properly, which is usually the case. It was, yeah. We have to deal with it, though. We have to deal with the consequences, yeah. Posted a vid after the hearing, but didn't really address that. Oh, is this him here? A second. I've got a video of him up actually next, I think. Lots of frustration, which is expected, and not many answers from, but it's still early.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett is leaving transportation. A closed door meeting, National Traffic Safety Board, which is their job is to basically reconstruct crashes and things. They are.
You read the NTSB?
Yeah, they're bureaucrats. Do what? Yeah, he's in there. He is the chair of NTSB. Oh yeah. So, that's press. They weren't allowing press in, which to me it just creates a bad vibe all the way around. Just open it up, tell everybody what's going on, stop with the conspiracies. But you have bureaucrats that really don't know what they're doing or don't have any information, and then they're trying to make assumptions. So it's just a unfortunate thing. And then they weren't taking the questions in order of the people that asked them. So it's very disorganized. Anyway, we don't have any answers. That's basically the bottom line. There's been reports that the helicopter was flying at the wrong...
Oh, this is the air incident that happened recently. Right.
The wrong height. There was reports that it was some sort of stress test type program with a helicopter. They were trying to put them in situations And so I don't know, I didn't get very many answers. It leaves me more frustrated than anything else.
A stress test? In an area like that? Holy Christ. Do you imagine if that's what it fucking was? Fucking stress test. Well, it worked. They got stressed the fuck out, made a big mistake, and took out what, like 60, 70 people in the fucking process? Man, that's fucking insanity. Like, yeah. Oh, here's a drone one. Yeah, you can't stress test this in real world scenarios. Fucking Christ. Here's the one.
Tim Burch is leaving aviation oversight with NOAA Transportation Committee. Obviously talking about the two horrific crashes that occurred. These people weren't really the ones to answer that. This was set up due to the issue with the drones. And I was verifying that there is laws on the books. You can't knock these things down, even if they're over your property, and gun safety issues and things like that. And they are governed under the FAA, so they are technically aircraft, obviously, but these stupid rules and regulations we got, you know, they got
Jesus
told me that this was a misdemeanor, you know, they think that's going to stop somebody. We're going to have a real problem, though. One of these drones is going to get sucked down a jet aircraft engine, and one of these planes is going to drop, and we're going to lose a lot of lives because of this nonsense. We better get a grip on it. You know me, I'm not for overregulation, but this is ridiculous.
Man.
Question whether one of those things flies over my property, it's taking pictures of my wife and daughter and me, that it might have an accident. So I'm kind of a little leery of these things and their ability to transport biologics from some of our enemies, or nuclear or dirty bombs. Some of those capabilities are just, it's a reality. And we've got to get more aggressive about these things because it's out of control. Anyway.
Very right. I mean, you'd have no idea. They could be dispersing some kind of pathogen over the area. You have no fucking idea till it's too late, right? I mean, it's like time after time, man. These fucking bad decisions. Even what I'm currently suffering from, the fucking Wuhan flu here that we're fucking dealing with. I mean, literal fucking bioweapon out of the Wuhan fucking coronavirus lab. No joke. It's no fucking joke. So, you know, people just weren't taking any of that shit seriously. Or if I want to get more conspiratorial, someone intentionally released it. But, I mean, fuck me, man. It's just incompetence. It's just absolute incompetence. It's what I usually attribute it to. Maybe it's more malevolent than that. Who the fuck knows? But, oh God, look at this. You know what's funny? What fucking platform is that? Oh my God, we get so many fucking stupid subscription services that we have. But one of them, the Greenland movie was on, so we were watching that again. And I saw there's going to be like another version of it with Gerard Butler, the Sparta guy. And in that movie, holy fuck, this comet, yeah, it wasn't an asteroid, but it was a comet, flies, supposedly supposed to fly very close to Earth, but at last minute, the sun changes its trajectory because it heats it up. And then it ends up getting on this trajectory with Earth, which, and there's this like, called ELE, but extinction level event, strike that happens, and the world ends and everyone's panicking to like get to Greenland and some shit where bunkers are built. And kind of funny, I thought recently, I was like, fuck, here's Trump pushing to get Greenland. Watching this movie Greenland, and then we see this, which came out I think a couple days ago. But NASA now says there's a 1.9% chance that a large asteroid will hit Earth in 2032, up from 1.6%. There you go. Yes, within the next decade pose a potential threat. The odds impact in 2032 have increased from 1.6 to 1.9, translating to a 1 in 53 chance of collision. Really? Yeah, it's named 2024 YRV, measures between 130 and 330 feet in diameter. So, you know, it's big. It might take out a city. It's not, I'm meaning there. I shouldn't freak people out and put ELE in there because that's not quite big enough. But how big was dinosaur meteor or something like that? It was like a kilometer. How big was it? Yeah, 10 to 15 kilometers in diameter, which is fucking crazy. Yeah. It had the energy equivalent of 10 billion Hiroshima bombs, crater 180 kilometers, 110 miles wide, and 12 miles deep. Man, holy fuck. Isn't that fucking crazy? Just to be there and see that go off, like, you know, obviously you'd be dead almost instantaneously, but it feels like it's either 0 or 100%. Well, mathematically, you'd think that will be, but there's a lot of factors involved, right? I think that could change its course. So, anyway, there was another one. What was the one everyone freaked out about years ago? I forget. It was like just 10 years ago. People were talking, and they thought that it was Nibiru, and I was like, oh my fuck. And then there was another one in 2027 too. Yeah, new anti-drone tech using microwave-powered ray. Oh, really? Oh, missiles, drones, and microwaves introducing the Army's latest high-tech weapon. If only they had that a couple months ago. So they use microwaves to take them down. In Lakenheath, there was some anti-drone tech deployed. It wasn't this, so they try and like hijack them. How many of these fishermen's friends can you fucking eat in a day? We're gonna find out or do the fucking experiment. Fuck, I've already had like probably 10 of them. Find out, guys. Yeah. We 7 years out at whatever capability we currently have to stop it. You're not too worried. Oh, really? You think we can stop it? Fuck. In all those movies, don't they go and they try and blow it up and it doesn't work? Or what was that fucking movie where they go to the asteroid and they nuke it and then it turns into more pieces? And then the pieces are then flying at the Earth. Like, and it's even worse. It's like a pistol versus buckshot, like a one bullet versus buckshot. It just ends up being way worse for humanity. Yeah. Satch and Fake, everything's 50-50. It'll happen or it won't. Brother, Apophis. Oh, that was it. Yeah, Deep Impact. Also Meteor with Sean Connery from late 70s. Same thing. Oh, was it? Yeah, Deep Impact's what I'm thinking of, yeah. They send the miners to go try and blow it up. There's been a couple. But, man, crazy shit. Crazy shit. You wonder, though, I wonder, if they did the calculations on something, that had a 100% chance of impact, and it was maybe like a year out, which I don't think would be possible, wouldn't be 100%, but a high likelihood. Would they even tell people? If it was going to be like an extinction level event, would they tell the general public? I'd fucking doubt that they would. I think they would probably tell them maybe like a week out or something. But the panic would be worse, just as bad as the explosion. Like if you had panic for a year, there'd be a complete collapse, right? Especially that movie last night did a pretty good job highlighting like, I think this is a little bit naive of them, honestly. I mean, I do have faith in people, but to some degree. But in an event like that, man, because essentially what they did was they did this people haven't seen the movie Greenland. They did like a random selection of accredited people. So they got like structural engineers, doctors, physicists, whatever. There probably no philosophers on that fucking plane. Let me tell you that much. But a lot of the military people that were involved in facilitating this operation were not chosen. And so they have 48 hours until the entire planet gets destroyed. And they're thinking that all of these different military families are just going to show up and still work. And they're going to go and they're going to help facilitate, like, what's for the greater good of humanity. I'm like, man, you see like 95% of those people fuck right off. They'd be like, no, I'm not going to work. Fuck that. Right? A little bit. I think it's a little bit naive. I think if there was that bad, I don't think you see them showing up to fucking work. I think even if they had like, they're patriotic, I think they'd probably be like, nah, fuck that. I think you'd see a breakdown. Yeah. Yeah. It's not an actual extinction level event for Astromare for people coming in, but it's a 1.9% chance that it'll hit. But it's not that big. So here, let's see how big is it? 130 by 330 feet. So, okay. Asteroid, 130 by 330 feet. How big is hold on. Sorry, I'm talking. I gotta remember that I'm overloading the mic when I do that. How big is the boom? There we go. 1% is a big chance. Yeah, I think it is, Astromare, yeah. And that's the thing, we were just wondering, like, is it, or is it more like 98% chance it's going to hit? And they're just trying to slowly acclimate the public to this idea. An asteroid that big would likely create an explosion similar to the Tunguska event. Oh, that's not that bad. Or the Chelyabinsk meteor. Oh, that's not bad. Well, depending on its composition, speed, and angle of entry. Interesting. Using impact energy equations, the estimated yield will be around 20 to 50 megatons of TNT. So the largest hydrogen bomb ever detonated. Oh shit. Well, that's not bad, isn't it? That's actually pretty fucking bad, isn't it? Effect on Earth. If airburst devastates 2,000 plus square kilometers of forest. If surface impact creates a 1 kilometer wide crater sends shockwave capable of leveling a city. If ocean impact generates tsunami waves up to 30 meters high near the impact zone. Shit. So about 100 feet. Non-extinctional event, but definitely enough to erase a city or cause regional devastation. What the fuck was a Chelyabinsk meteor that big? I don't think the energy. I don't think it was that big. I don't think it was a Tsar Bomba level fucking explosion. I mean, it definitely was like definitely like knocked out all the windows in that area, but Jesus Christ, it can affect the atmosphere too. Oh yeah, it could. Well, you're depending upon it could fucking collapse. It could it not? That's what they think killed the mammoths. That theory I always bring up from Velikovsky. All the mammoths that are instantly frozen in the permafrost up in Siberia. They're instantaneously frozen. And the only thing that could have done that would be the coldness of space. And so what they think happened was this giant airburst just took out the fucking atmosphere in the area. And just kind of like, and this actually, I didn't realize this till after the fact, but in the movie The Day After Tomorrow, which is also written by Whitley Strieber, the UFO guy, which I also didn't know, that's where that idea came from. Which I guess I was kind of aware of that, but that in the movie, there's these giant superstorms, these supercells, and they like open up a hole that goes right up to the coldness of space and funnels it down. But unlike that, it was an airburst, a giant meteor that stripped it, and then it just came down and froze everything. So yeah. It's like it's parts water, yeah, that's exactly it, yeah. But I mean, yeah, that's not my area of expertise, but I've heard that as a potential explanation for how they froze, was that there was some giant comet impact that happened that just took out just created a giant hole essentially and froze everything, but which is fucking insane. I mean, some of the shit that's happened here in the past, man, it'll just keep you up all night. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I forget who, there was actually a guy, he was actually a professor of philosophy in Canada. I forget what his name was. He was obsessed with Velikovsky as well. Not that I'm a professor of philosophy. But there was a documentary he was going over this theory too. I thought it was very interesting. But anyway, fun things to think about. Not really, but thought I'd just bring it up. Almost a 2% chance, right? Who was it that said that something's coming? It might happen like in 2030. Was it Lil Elizondo? Lou said he heard something. God, maybe it's not an asteroid. It's a fucking it's a spaceship, right? It'd be like the Comet Hale-Bopp all over again. People that don't remember that incident or know about it. I was actually Courtney fucking Brown, the remote viewer from Farsight, that remote viewed Comet Hale-Bopp and said that there was an alien spaceship on its tail. And this cult like took it literally and said, "Oh my God, that must be the aliens that are going to bring us to the fourth dimension." So then they all drank the Kool-Aid and they thought that as the comet passed, that was their only opportunity to ascend to the fourth dimension. So although they died, their souls would ascend to this higher level of advancement that the aliens are at. And therein lies some of the danger with remote viewing and starting cults. Yeah. A reset in 2030 and the lie is 2027. Yeah, I think Jeremy Corbell, we decided Astromir is completely full of horseshit on that. He just like essentially made that up. But there was a rumor that had floated around anyway on here that the Congress had been briefed from NASA on some object I think he was just memeing. Yeah. But 2027 is what, what's his name? John Ramirez had talked about in the CIA. Someone had asked him about that internally and said there's something that's going to happen. And 2030 is a date that's been out in the woo for a while. That 2030 is some date where they anticipate there's going to be some kind of catastrophe. 2026, 2027, 2029, and 2030 are the dates that I've heard before. And 2012 before then are the dates that have floated around for years. 2026, before Chris Bledsoe and all of that woo started, was actually talked about by this Buddhist monk. I was talking with ChatGPT about this recently. Well, here, say, who is the monk who talked about world ending in 2026? So people had talked about him before. No, that's not it. For fuck's sakes. No, not him. Talked about cosmic cycles, horse, something to do with the sign of the horse or some shit. Oh my fuck. Isn't that annoying? It didn't pull it up again. Anyway, I'll find it later. But he had talked about it was decades ago. I think he talked about this. I'll say Buddhist monk 2026 date. Find him. I think he was Buddhist. Yes, I think that was him. Was it Tibetan Buddhist Master Jeyung Kant's Choki Lodro? Was that him? Yeah, 2026 to 2032, there'd be global challenges, significant challenges, environmental collapse, widespread suffering. Maybe that's him. Fuck, they're so fucking... It's just... If this isn't him, that's another guy. Some interpretations of Guru Rinpoche's prophecy suggest that the period in 2026, particularly the fire horse year, may bring significant challenges. There's so fucking many of them. Oh my fucking God. Yeah, it's too much to count. So I've heard of them. I've heard them over the years from multiple different people, but yeah, that's those are the dates. So regardless, this is like the time frame, I guess, and people think shit's going to go off. I think, was it not Madame Blavatsky, the other blind Russian seer, also foresaw some kind of turmoil, but anyway, fucking whatever. Spooky shit. Bert Chat, we just watched him. It's time for UFO disclosure. There's some things I've seen proof of that I can't discuss. I've urged the White House to disclose these things. Holy shit, what?
Extraterrestrial life.
Oh my God, is he talking to CNN? Holy shit. Wow.
On planet Earth. One of the things you said in an interview, you talked about a conversation you had with a U.S. Admiral. They tell me something's moving at hundreds of miles an hour underwater, as large as a football field underwater. This was a documented case, and I have an admiral telling me this stuff. What do you believe exists on Earth in terms of extraterrestrial life, and what have you seen proof of?
Well, there's some things I've seen proof of that I can't discuss, and I've urged the White House to disclose these things. You know, they spend hundreds of millions of dollars researching something, and then you have one group telling us they don't exist, and I have the best pilots in the world telling me, Tim, this thing was 14 feet from my canopy, and he went and he did this. And I've seen things that I wish the public could see. There's just a lot of unknowns. And again, they tell us they don't exist, but then they issue redacted reports, and they're still studying. Almost every one of our alphabet agencies has that. And we had testimony that said they have a recovery unit. Now, what are they recovering? I'd like to know. It's our tax dollars. We have a right to know. And when government thinks that we can't handle what's going on out there, that's when government's gotten a little too big, and we need to cut their wings off. And right now, they're spending. Our Pentagon has got all this dark money. You have the alphabet agency studying these things. One group will tell us they exist, the other one doesn't. I just think it's time that we have total disclosure. And you all in the press ought to be for transparency and disclosure. I don't see a problem with that.
The guy's eyebrows raised. Fucking. What do you mean? What do you mean, me? Fuck, I hate all these mainstream media outlets. Fox, CNN, I fucking hate them all. They're all fucking dinguses. Yeah, if Trump doesn't disclose, will he make a stink about it? Hopefully, man. Fuck, yeah. Weird thing is that when you listen to him talk about government, he there, the government now, Trump and the Republicans control it all. Yeah. Well, I mean, you just got to push for it, I guess, right? If there's going to be somebody that will release everything, irregardless if it causes a catastrophe, I think that guy is Trump. He's that guy. For the UFO people, he's the guy. Right? It's like, oh, well, sir, this could completely collapse the stock market. I don't care. Just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Fucking needed to reset anyway, Dawn. You know, we needed to reset things, you know. Fuck it. Trump orders General Services Administration to terminate every single media contract. Jesus Christ. Holy fuck, they're just gotten there. I mean, you know, someone needed to do this. Someone's needed to do this for a while. I mean, just keep going, I guess. Fuck. I'm glad that at least this time he and the people he's installed are actually doing something. Fuck. Last time I remember, man, it was like every week I was just a QAnon people showing up in the feeds. Oh my God, 5D chess. Trump's going to change everything. And I'm like, oh yeah. And then he gets in and like nothing happens. He's like, oh, I was under too much stress. I'm attacked constantly. I'm like, I was just like, oh my God, man. Like, just fucking get out of here. But I'm glad this time they're actually doing something. They're actually starting to make moves in the right directions. Yeah. I kept getting stonewalled. Maybe he did. But I mean, yeah. This time he's like, I'm getting stonewalled again, just doing the bull in a china shop thing. And that's what needed to be done the first time, right? But I guess, yeah, maybe now he's just, he's reached for the hammer, not the scalpel. Marco Rubio previously stated that UAP disclosure might be the biggest story in human history, and it has now been made director of the U.S. National Archives, which also the organization responsible for declassifying UAP information under the UAP Disclosure Act. Oh, wow. Well, that's good news, I guess. Holy shit. Well, Fox News. Yeah. Wow. Very interesting. Well, that's good. I mean, you know, I don't know how. I would probably be. You know what? No, it's next. Isn't next week the JFK files? My perception. No, it's tomorrow, isn't it? Although I watched a clip with Kash Patel recently, and we'd seen this before here. I actually played it on stream where Kash has already seen them, and he was telling, fucking maybe the Nelk Boys. I don't know which podcast he was on, which is fucking crazy. Those guys are interviewing these people, and he was saying that there's nothing in there that it's really going to change people's perceptions. Like, it's stuff that people kind of already know. It's nothing like groundbreaking, supposedly. But it'll still be interesting, you know, for people to sift through. But, yeah. That's the slow play. Everything is headed in the right direction. The only concern I have is if they release everything and it's just nothing, no proof or evidence, and since they've released everything and nothing is there, everyone can stop talking about UFOs. That'd be the other concern, right? They don't have it. Well, they act like they don't have anything. Yeah. Let conspiracy theories share the truth, give it years to climatize, then just confirm the conspiracy. Fuck, there you go. Yeah. Has not been done in the last 8 years. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, that is a good point. That's a very good point. What else do I have up here? A bunch of shit. No, we'll get into that in a little bit, I think. Well, that's also kind of here. We'll go over this. Oh, sorry, I forgot to pull that one up. Oh, fuck's sakes. Now that I know how to bring stuff up that I've closed. Oh my fucking God, I just did it again. Steven Spielberg's new UAP documentary for 2026 has been retitled as Disclosure. The film has been retitled as Disclosure. Hopefully, won't be mistaken for the 1994 film with the same name, starring Michael Douglas and Demi Moore. It was an erotic thriller. Fuck. It's set to begin in New Jersey on February 28th shooting. The cast is composed of Emily Blunt, Josh O'Connor, Colin Firth, Eve Hewson. I don't know who really any of these people are. Okay. Interesting. A two-hander with a UFO storyline. Probably won't get any additional details. Well, there you go. Wow. Incredible. What can it all mean? Does he know? Yeah. Frazzle drip? You think that's going to come out of the fucking media, man? God damn. Well, the Clintons are getting their balls drugged through the glass right now as we speak. Because was it Chelsea? One of the whole USAID debacle and disclosure that's going on with that. I think, was it Chelsea Clinton? But there was some payout that they got, $84 million, effectively of taxpayer money. Supposedly. I mean, all this stuff is very like, you know, like, whoa, but yeah, we'll have to wait till it gets a bit more peer review. But initially, it seems pretty fucking crazy. So, no JFK released tomorrow. Only a plan is due to be given to Trump. I highly doubt anything is going to be released tomorrow. Oh, really? Interesting, yeah. I think QAnon was a response to Pizzagate. I'm not sure on face eating, but I do think there's some PDF trade about. Oh, really? Interesting, yeah. The QAnon thing just became like this fucking like meme, like these fucking, I don't know, man. There was like a bunch of stay-at-home moms that kind of got involved with it. I think it was initially interesting. I think initially, like the first month or two were very interesting. I did follow it because I was, as someone who would occasionally go on 4chan, I was aware of what was happening. And there was a potential that it was people that were involved at some point in the intelligence agencies in the U.S. and they shared some original photos, very interesting shit, talking about how iPhones out of China were compromised. They were sent to elected officials. That elected officials have been compromised, and I was like, holy fuck. I mean, it was some really interesting shit. But then it just like went down the fucking shithole, as all these things tend to do over time. So yeah. If it at one point was real, it was potentially very fucking interesting. Yeah. It became a meme to discredit people who are investigating shady shit in the government. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, this is before fake news was common knowledge. People believe the government narrative there. We've been slowly slipping away from the controlled narratives more and more people move away from mainstream news. It's going to be another 20 years yet. You think 20 years? I guess there's a very wealthy guy. I think he's from Saudi Arabia, but he's a media investor. Supposedly he's invested in Twitter. Tucker Carlson just talked to him there. But he was commenting on like how Twitter has just absolutely in the last like couple months started to really kill this guy here. Prince Al Walid bin Talal is one of the biggest media investors in the world. Here's why he thinks X now dominates everything. Here's some of the talking points, and just need to listen to it. Wokeism, Rupert Murdoch, why are Bezos and Zuckerberg suddenly pro-Trump? He's refuses to invest in crypto. Doesn't fucking need to. He's probably sitting on like billions of dollars. Just there's no fucking need. It's more money than you could ever fucking dream of. Fuck. What's his background? I don't think I've ever really heard this guy, but supposedly he has some influence. But he was talking about how he thinks that it's like the way forward. Yeah. He's Saudi Arabian billionaire, businessman, investor in a house of the Saudi royal family. Yeah. What's his net worth? I wonder what his net worth is. See, this is the thing though. We have no fucking idea. We have no fucking clue what their net worth is, really. Yeah, fuck. It's all the whole Saudi royal family, man. It's just fucking they're one of the string pullers of the planet, I would imagine. Yeah. 60s will be watching cable till they die, is your take? Yeah. 20 years or more to go still. until the cleanse of those people, I guess. Yeah. His net worth is around $19 billion is a recent estimates. 95% stake in Kingdom Holding Company, various investments in real estate. He was once one of the richest people in the world, and net worth of $36 billion has since declined. Despite fluctuations, he remains the richest person in Saudi Arabia. Holy fucking Christ. These guys, man. There wasn't Elon talking about this, but I mean, they're possibly trillionaires in that area. Same with Putin. Putin's another guy that has like just an unimaginable wealth, like in the trillions of dollars, and also the power of the entire fucking Russian military at his disposal. Like something else people don't get. That's something Elon doesn't have. Yeah. The only worry is the concern they release all kinds of stuff and there's nothing to prove. Yeah, and they tell everyone to move on. This is promising. Item from Chris. Trump administration officials set for UFO talks. Oh my, well here, we'll read it. Is this it's by Chris Sharp. Okay. His announcement follows the release of his presentation of the Soul Foundation. So this is retired Rear Admiral Tim Gallaudet announced on X today that he is meeting with officials from the Trump administration this week to discuss a comprehensive whole-of-government approach to UAP. His announcement follows this release of his presentation at the Soul Foundation Conference, a research organization dedicated to advancing the study and policy discussions on UAP, where he outlined the key steps U.S. government must take to address the issue of UAP policy. His thoughts on a whole-of-government approach for the U.S. regarding UAP. I am meeting with Trump administration officials this week to work towards that end. That's very interesting. Okay, well, I mean, fuck, this is reassuring to hear, right? I mean, yeah, it was significantly weakened during National Defense Authorization Act negotiations. Yes, we remember that. Failed to make it in the latest NDAA. He emphasized the need for a formal government policy to advance the nation's interest in UAP and outlined how it could be implemented through a White House directed policy issued through an executive order or presidential memorandum. The establishment of an interagency group chaired by a senior White House official or cabinet member to coordinate strategy and lead efforts. Legislation passed in Congress aligned with White House policy, ensuring coordination between the executive branch and interagency efforts. It's announced that Tim has joined the advisory board for the UAP Disclosure Fund, welcoming the news on his LinkedIn page. Interesting. Called on the Trump administration to take action. Amidst all the churn involving the change in direction for the federal government, there is an even greater issue affecting the nation and society writ large. That is a reality. The U.S. government possessing data and evidence proving the existence of UAP, controlling them. We are not alone, and it is time for the Trump administration to acknowledge the decades-long cover-up to hide it. Well, I mean, this is really good fucking news. When did he just posted that? What, today? I didn't know. Yeah. Yes, it's from 2020. That's Grush. We have been assured it's not our systems, and that means it's either our adversaries have things or capabilities that we aren't aware of, or that we can't explain, or it's otherworldly. And I think many people suspect it's nothing to do with foreign adversaries. So, yeah, interesting. It's Tulsi Gabbard shining into it. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, I meant to watch some of these statements from the Soul Foundation. I kind of went over briefly. It's a 30-minute long.
There's some field offices that are doing very
interesting. Yeah, they released all of these talks that came out, last 2 weeks ago, I think they came out, for anyone that's wondering. But, I mean, I kind of went over a TLDR post on Twitter. I kind of like the interesting takes. Definitely the most interesting conversation, which actually I did watch some of, was Eric Davis gave a talk, who Eric was involved with Hell Put Off, and Eric is a physicist who has some knowledge of these reverse engineering programs and has seen documentation of them. So that was probably the most interesting talk that happened, because he typically doesn't give those kinds of talks publicly. But that was very intriguing. Yeah. But anyway, that's a big deal. He's going to go talk with the administration. So wasn't Lou supposed to too? I thought Lou was going to go. Or Lou did an op-ed essentially saying that, outlining what he believes they should have as an office to manage the stuff. And that he would lead it. He would be the one. He'd be the one to lead the charge. But yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Intriguing. What else do I got? Yeah, this is, I was going to talk about this earlier. I forgot to pull it up. But this is one of these weird things that people pulled up. This is more the, what's it called? USAID kind of debacle going on here. But look at this. This is from Thomson Reuters Special Services. So 9 million. The award description to Reuters is active social engineering defense, large E-scale social deception. What is that supposed to mean? Exactly. You know what it's going to do? It's going to feed that into ChatGPT. I was going to say, make sense of this for us, please. I mean, this gets into the obfuscation that's gone on likely with these reverse engineering programs in contracts. Oh, okay. Here, this image appears to show U.S. government contract record with an unusual award description. Listed as a definitive contract awarded the Thompson Reuter Special Services. It has obligations of $9 million. What this could mean: active social engineering defense suggests a program aimed at countering or mitigating social engineering attacks, so cybersecurity threats, and manipulate human psychology. Large-scale social deception is an eyebrow-raising part. This term can imply either offensive disinformation operations or defensive counter-disinformation operations. Given that it is for the Air Force, it might be related to military information warfare, psychological operations, or countering foreign propaganda. It's known for contracts specializing in intelligence, data analysis, and surveillance tools. Sounds like it could involve spreading false information at scale, which could be concerning if it involves domestic audiences, large-scale social deception, which is why it's trending, right? Large-scale social deception is people are thinking, well, is this something that they've deployed in the United States or in other countries? It can be poorly worded description of counter-disinformation efforts rather than an outright deception campaign. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need more details. Yeah. Anyway. I thought that was a fucking meme. Obviously, people like 2.3 million views. Yeah. This guy never heard of social engineering before, brother. Come on now. Fucking Google's been doing this for years. Wake the fuck up. This is, maybe I'll go over this first because this is a little bit more fucking relevant. Where did that post go? Here it is here. So, oh man, I mean, this is like drama. Like, I don't even fucking like doing stuff like this. The drama that goes on fucking like Twitter and whatnot, which is where I get most of my news from now. My news feed consists mostly of X. And then I run into these kinds of posts. So, Jake Barber, who's right here, who's the guy again, people that probably everyone knows, is the guy that was involved with the breaking news from News Nation a couple weeks ago. Has been very active on X in the last couple weeks since he came out. And he's been reaching out to content creators. He's been reaching out to a lot of different people in the space. And this is one of the guys he reached out to, who is a UFO skeptic that kind of debunks UFOs and mainly focuses, I think, on military whistleblowers and finds any inconsistencies in their testimony. I don't think he's well liked. I think he's a pretty audacious character on here. He's kind of like a Mick West, which is like, kind of puts things very bluntly and, kind of shits on the parade a little bit for some people. But this is kind of ridiculous. I'll just read through a bit of the post. But in a shocking and somewhat alarming set of direct messages, Jake Barber reached out to me in an odd invitation to a future Skywatcher event in Palmdale, California, which should be exciting, but the undertones of the message are what threw up immediate red flags. The initial message, sent to me without a request from me to DM or invitation, was sent by Jake to me in an obvious attempt to convince me that I was on the proverbial wrong side of history. Here's what threw flags for me. He never refers to himself as I, me, but we and us. Well, because Skywatchers is his company. So, I mean, that's pretty easy. I would encourage you to leave yourself a path out. I've been told this before, and it's a tactic used to make a person believe that the inevitable is on the horizon, and I'm on the wrong side and will want to be forgiven when I was wrong. He goes to say, well, let's just read over the conversation here, what he told him. Again, for people that don't know, this guy's he critiqued Jake Barber's background quite a bit. He was calling him out for not being a tier 1 operator. He's done this before with Jason Sands. He's gone through and tried to vet these people, and he didn't really have nice things to say about Jake, so then Jake messaged him. So he says, hi, Chris, reaching out to say hello. We have seen a few of your posts. We understand your motivation to be critical and respect your freedom to keep it up. I would just encourage you to leave yourself a path out. There are things happening that you don't understand. There is a complex disclosure plan underway that is 7 years in the making. It is genuinely for the welfare of all humanity, which includes you. We know who you are and your work history. We would like to offer you an opportunity to come see the operation at the range firsthand and meet key people operating behind the scenes in very high places. You were obviously open-minded with some of your fringe interests and are a veteran. What are his fringe interests? Here we are. If you're up for it, we can make arrangements for you to come see the work firsthand. You would love it. It will change your life. But trust has to be earned. It is not granted. You have an opportunity to be an important voice in the movement. This is an invitation to end up on the right side and see what is really going on. Okay. We don't take the X banter personally and forgive you. We would hate to see you end up with eggs on your face at the end of this. Pun intended, by the way. Ooh, a little bit of spice in there at the end. I guess there's more posts. So he responds to him. There's a very small group from X, specifically you, because your background and personal interests are in alignment with ours, and we believe you can still be spared from agency-paid propagandists. The others, not so much. And I fully understand your hesitation if you have any, but we look forward to building trust and rapport. The subject and what is going to happen this year is bigger than all personal biases. For what it is worth, we truly value everyone's support and would like yours and respect that comes with trust and evidence. Okay. So, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, why the hell wouldn't you just go with an open mind? Who cares if they are grooming you? I personally don't even like that term. Yeah, grooming implies like some kind of like usually like sexual intent, you know. I think this guy might just be a dink, you know. And if that's the case, it's like, fuck him. That's, you know, you can't be friends with everybody. That's the thing. Like, not everybody's your friend. Not everybody wants to be your friend. Sorry, I'm fucking eating on one of these goddamn things. I have COVID for people that are watching and wondering, like, Jim, what the fuck's wrong with your voice? The Black Site Deep Throats took it, but they also gave me COVID. So Joe Murgy on X has made a post saying that sounded like grooming. It was weird. He's gone off the rails a bit ever since Trump won. I used to follow him but stopped. Oh, really? I left him my UFO list, but got rid of seeing a snark post on my X timeline. It's like grooming. He just invited him to go to the fucking range and hang out. It's like, listen, like, people, it's hard to always be, sometimes you come off as weird. You don't intentionally mean to. So you try, it's probably awkward to begin with. This guy was like trying to drag Jake's balls through the glass. He's just trying to be like, you know, just trying to be a good guy, I think, and like kind of be like, hey, listen, you don't really know me personally, you don't know anything about me, you don't know anything what we're doing. You just want to come see what we're doing. That's what I took it as. Like, people, you can read into things too much. That's the other thing. You read into stuff too much. Like, oh, is he gonna like touch me when I put the headset on and psionically get into like the rhythm of the alien craft? Is he gonna put his hands down my pants? It's like, brother, come on. Even if he does, like, be open to that experience. You've got to get into a deep meditative state. Relax, let go. Like, you could just say no and not roast him on feed by reaching tremendously. That's exactly it, man. I know. But I think therein lies the intentions, right? Is that he doesn't have and that's the thing about some of these people who are out to debunk the phenomena. And that's where I have a problem with some of the big voices in the debunking community. It's fine to go and it doesn't need to be labeled as debunking. I mean, to label something as debunking, it's like labeling yourself as a skeptic. It's like skepticism is a part of any process of looking at something critically, logically, right? And employing reasoning and critical thinking. Like, you're going to be skeptical, right? If you're thinking critically, right, and properly, you should approach things skeptically, right? That's why I have a hard time with people that label themselves skeptics. Like, what the fuck is that even supposed to mean? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand what it even really is supposed to fucking mean. Because anyone thinking about anything critically should approach things skeptically, right? Like, you know, well, let's say flat Earth, right? Why can't flat Earth people think? I'll tell you why they can't think. I'll tell you why people who believe in flat Earth don't know how to think. So I'll use one example, right? So you can have you can do a conversation, right? You do this like in philosophy, like a dialectic, but this like conversation where you logically go through the issues with the idea, the theory, the pros and cons of it. So there's a kind of reasoning called Hegelian from Hegel, dialectic, right? Which a lot of people employ. Anyone who writes papers uses it or is encouraged to use it. But you have your thesis, right? So you could say, this is my thesis, this is what I'm arguing for. Then what you're supposed to do in your brain, right, is your antithesis, right? Or the argument against your argument. And the reason you do that is because what you're ultimately trying to do is strengthen your argument, right? By doing that. So you know the flaws in it. And then what you do is you do a synthesis. You synthesize those two ideas together. And then what you have is a stronger argument, at least you should. Or what happens if you do something like flat earth is the antithesis for that. It's just so fucking powerful that it just obliterates. There's no, you won't come out of that synthesizing those two things together and still think the earth is flat. So people who are into flat earth aren't thinking properly or critically. It just, they use other examples as well, right? Like Nibiru's out by the sun. It's going to fly by any day now. It's like you can do the same. There's a whole bunch of examples, but anyway, my point of that, not to go fucking ramble on endlessly about shit, but my point was with some of these skeptics and debunkers, I think some of them I think it's in bad faith. I think that they, especially the ones that believe it's like mass hallucination or something. I'm like, what? Like they're trying to win. Like maybe they spent like the last 20 years of their lives telling everyone this is all bullshit, right? When I don't think it objectively is. And they're just trying to beat people down. They're using rhetoric too at times, which is very problematic. I should say Mick West in particular, I don't really see him doing that as much, although he can be manipulative, but there are other actors in these spaces where they're using rhetoric to just try and like beat down their opponent and be like, see, this is all bullshit. See, it's like you're not after what's objectively true. You just want your own truth. And that happens to be that you think this is all bullshit, right? Anyway. Oh, really? He still has a lot more antagonistic lately. Oh, no, yeah. Brainlet. Check out these new AI vids. Oh, fuck. Anyway, yeah, this is essentially fucking it. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Introducing Pika Editions, the easiest way to make your content stand out. Oh, they're inpainting stuff into videos. Yeah. Oh my. Oh yeah. Wow. So much fun. You know what's going to happen? Don't post any pictures of yourself in swim trunks or bikinis. FYI, people out on Facebook. Don't post any videos or photos of yourself in anything mildly revealing, because you're going to end up naked on some website. Man, that's why I don't really post any pictures of myself ever, and I don't really have a social media presence like in my personal life at all. None. For that fucking reason. Everything's private, everything's locked up. This is just gonna be fun. It's gonna be cool, but man, things are just gonna get fucking weird. That's where I see it going. That darker side of humanity. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Nudify yourself so any picture can be turned to smut. I imagine now. Oh my God, man, I can. Oh, that's, oh my fucking God. Oh, that's fucking terrifying. That just, I actually don't have arachnophobia, but it's gonna shiver up the back of my spine seeing that. What the fuck? You imagine all the old fuckers out there, like, you know. I don't have any grandparents, they've all passed away. But you imagine like sending your nanny this, she's like 96 years old in the home, fucking, you know, a video of you like hanging off like a cliff or something, like it looks so real. They'd be completely indiscernible. They'd have no fucking idea. You get attacked by a giant spider like that. Nanny, it's fucking eating me. Imagine, like, good thing I don't have fucking grandparents. Be giving them a heart attack if I fucking did. Fuck me. Oh man, the scams. I know that's what I'm thinking of too. It's like, it's just all the fucking dark shit, man. 4 brand new interviews being recorded and released in the next 2 weeks over on the Disclosure Team YouTube channel. Holy fuck. Whose balls did this guy suck to get all this? My interview with Jason Sands has been postponed until further notice. Don't miss out. Head over there now and hit that subscribe button. It's been postponed. But he's not, he just doesn't care about Jason. Oops, that's not what I want to click on. Holy shit. Got Ross, you got Matthew Pines. Jacques Vallée, goddamn, that's a big, to get Jacques on there, that's a big one. Holy fuck. Technical issues on Jason's end. Yeah. Fuck me. What's this guy's background? 20,000 subscribers. Holy shit, he's killing it, huh? Wow. Is this what's possible if I do? I mean, this, this is a problem though. It's like they'd watch one VOD and be like, "No, fuck that guy." They say, "Nah, fuck that guy. He's too fucking edgy. What going on there? Fucking talking about sucking people's balls and shit." Actually, I saw one of these, didn't I? Benny and Bernie Hill's niece. Is that a thing? Like, can you ride off of that? Is it someone's niece? That's interesting. That's pretty removed from the situation. He interviewed the mayor and the jury. What's his? He must have some other kind of background. He must have some other connection to people. There's no fucking way he'd get all those interviews unless he didn't have a background with people. Yeah. There is a big news a while back. Some guy in Korea or somewhere we're charging money if you sent pics of people you knew to do that. Oh, really? Oh my God, man. Yeah, it's fucked. I get so many spam calls. It's fucking crazy. I just had another one the other day. I was like, holy fuck. Sanctions the International Criminal Court after it ordered an arrest warrant for Netanyahu. Well, I don't even want to get involved with this fucking conversation. Jesus Christ. You mess with Bibi, you mess with the USA. Oh my fuck. Did they not? I mean, listen. There's a terrorist element involved, right? With Palestine, but like, man, they've killed so many innocent civilians in the fucking bombings. Like, I don't know. Yeah, it's fucking Christ. Anyway, this is the spicy meat here. Like, fuck me. It can be compromised clothing. Oh yeah, I know, man. That's the thing. People had warned me. People that I know who were involved in the tech spaces, even before the AI shit went off, were warned me to like take everything down from Facebook and shit. I kind of known that anyway, from just like creeps and shit on like 4chan I'd seen over the years, like collecting like whole like caches of these random girls they find on Facebook. I was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, and now it's even worse than that, I imagine, with the AI art. I've seen it. I've seen it all. I've seen what they're doing with the AI art, the painting. I've seen all that just dark shit that they're involved with. It's like, fuck, man. It's like, go outside, guys. Please go outside. Like, just go outside. Like, please, God. Go outside, find a real person, right? To spend your life with, right? You can find like real boobs or real dick or whatever you're looking for and not just waste your life inside just like undressing all these people digitally. It's like, man, what the fuck? Anyway, there's not a lot of hope yet. You prefer your goon cave and flashlight? I mean, listen, maybe that's the future, Brad. Who the fuck knows, brother? I mean, yeah, just in the fucking cave, right? It's warm inside the cave, though, right? It's nice and warm. Cold outside. And people are complicated. People are stressful. Yeah, is this the future? We're just gonna have robots soon, man. You don't even fucking need people, right? We're gonna have robots. You get them sent from fucking, Beijing, and they'll already look like your favorite celebrity, right? All ready to go. They'll sound like your celebrity, right? Just do whatever you want. Fucking, it's getting there pretty quickly. Yeah. I won't condescend to you about taking showers. Holy fuck. Yeah, you can just go on that. Like, what's Asmongold's schedule? Like once a month or something? You just see this a whole once a month shower routine. Yeah, you can just stink in your filth. Holy fuck, man. That's sentient AI girlfriend, man. It's not far off. It's not fucking far off. I can't go to the fucking websites, but I've seen the fucking websites of the dolls and shit. Like, holy fuck, man. Whatever. Is that the fucking future? Is that the future? I guess maybe. Maybe for some. Maybe it is. They thought by now that would be the future. Well, I can remember we read that article recently in Daily Mail from 2015 where they're like, by 2025, everyone will have a sex bot in their home. I'm like, well, it's not quite how things have panned out, but yeah. This is just an expansion. Yeah, everyone has been lied to and misled on this subject for such a long time. I'm completely sympathetic to the hate and frustration. This is Jake responding to claims of grooming this guy on Twitter. These truths also carry such profound implications for everyone's worldview and spiritual identity. It's heavy, and belief is a very personal thing. Spiritual identity, interesting. Really want to give everyone an opportunity to have a firsthand personal experience with NHI. This is where I pulled this up for a reason. I guess this is where things are getting a bit more, where was I? I should have left that Yu-Gi-Oh! Cult card up there. We are here to forgive everyone for their behavior towards us. They know not what they do. They really haven't gotten to know us. They will see our true colors in time. That's the mission of Skywatcher. This is not a for-profit effort. It is a gift. Small fee of $3,000 USD. Oh man, fucking take a loan out for that. Payment plan, Brad. Fucking $15 a month, right? For what? Oh, I don't know, like fucking what, 20 years or something like that. Yeah. That's what I thought, Larkin. That's what I thought, man. It sounds a little messianic or cult leader-ish. That's what I was thinking. I was like, everyone's spiritual identity. We want to give everyone an opportunity to have a first-hand personal experience with NHI. We are here to forgive everyone for their behavior towards us. Like, what, brother? What the fuck is this? I mean, did he go into the bag of mushrooms and have a couple one too many fucking experiences, and now his whole worldview, like everything, all of the guardrails have been fucking smashed off. Like, it's just one of those incidents, you know. Had this awakening. He's like not that clearly Jake was involved to a degree that like other people were not, but you have the whole David Icke, Terry Wogan incident. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that. Probably most of you here are, but for people that don't know, everyone here probably knows who David Icke is, I'm assuming. But David Icke was originally a professional football player, and then he was a journalist, and he for the BBC, and then he had an awakening. He went and he saw a psychic, and during his session with the psychic, he had some massive download. Like, he had a profound spiritual experience with the psychic, and he communicated with some entity that told him that you're going to reveal great secrets, and you're going on this journey to like reveal all this stuff that's been hidden from the general public, and they're going to change people's spirituality. Anyway, he had a crash course into the woo. And it kind of fucked him up. And he went on this show called Terry Wogan. I could probably just fucking pull it up and he went on saying that he was like the son of God, or he wasn't. Here, I'll just pull it up. Wogan interview. Now this Wogan guy, Terry Wogan, is a fucking dickhead. But where's the Wogan? Here's the complete interview. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, but
mere ecological disaster. According to his book, The Truth Vibrations, the world as we know it is about to end. David Icke.
Another classic. You want to sell a fucking book? The world's going to end. Here's why, right? People will buy that fucking book. Tips and tricks. I've been learning them.
So you're all in the turquoise, which of course is the color.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah, that's a good start. Fill your mouth full of sweets. Yeah.
Yeah, well, see, the world is not necessarily going to end, but the Earth is going to go through a series of geological changes that are necessary to make sure it doesn't end. That's the point.
Yeah. Did I see you say that turquoise is the color? What's turquoise going to do?
Well, there is an energy that comes from a being called the Godhead, which is, I mean, we talk about God. The Godhead is not a guy with a beard sitting on a cloud. It is a massive spirit, the basis of all creation. And coming out from this Godhead, round all creation, through all the stars, through all the planets and everything else, is the life force known as the light. I mean, the Bible refers to the light. And within this light are various other energies which have certain gifts.
So David has comprehended in a very short time that which is God. That which no greater thought can conceive. He's wrapped his head around what's going on here. And now this is always a massive red flag when people talk like this.
And these other energies have a frequency that is the same as all the colors. And turquoise actually is the same frequency as an energy called love and wisdom. Therefore, when you wear that color, you attract it. When you wear black, you attract a color that is the opposite to love and all the things we wish to bring to the earth. And it attracts another kind of energy, which is very...
Brother's sitting there in a grey jacket.
This is very hard on priests and nuns, isn't it?
Oh, never mind.
Well... Maybe that's a sign that maybe all the truth is not in the hands of the traditional church that has been with us over all these thousands of years.
Well, now, let me get the story right. The press claim that you claim to be the Son of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is that true?
Yes, you see, the thing is that, it's quite funny, really. You know, 2,000 years ago, had a guy called Jesus sat here and said these same things, you would still be laughing. It's really, really funny that we've not really moved on that much. There have been many missions, if you like, over the last 12,000 years to try to free the earth from control by a force that is...
So again, David, just all TLDR right here. Yeah, David had a spiritual experience with like a psychic, and they told him he was the chosen one. He was going to reveal all this dark plot and shit. And what happened, I know this whole fucking story because I love these. This is like what I used to do. Like I wasn't reading like fucking fantasy books and shit. I was involved in like real life fantasies. And so David, after he had this great awakening, started traveling around the world and speaking to shamans, local religious leaders, to look for evidence of like, you know, what's happening, right? They connected with this higher power that I experienced. And he met Credo Mutswa. And Credo he was South African spiritual leader and shaman. And he talked about the reptilian, or aliens. And then David did some very poorly researched work in Mesopotamian history. And then said the Anunnaki to Samaria were shapeshifters because there are passages of them not wanting to show their true form to humanity, although they fucking did all the time. Anyway, and then he thought, well, they must be these reptilians that Credo talked about, and that's where you get the whole meme of the lizard, the queen being a lizard. And I thought that was one of the best memes I've ever heard of in these schizo spaces. I was like, fucking, what the fuck, brother? Just late night Irish TV to drop this bomb. They probably had a jogging priest on before him and you two after. Can you imagine though? Wouldn't that be fucking insane to be a part of? Like, turn on the TV and just watch this. Like, not one of those moments in history where just some guy late at night, fucking 4 or 5 pints deep, just sees this guy come on and be like, wasn't that the fucking bloke talking about football? Yeah. Talking about being the son of God. Anyway, I'm not going to subject people to 14 minutes of this, but you can watch the rest of it on your own. But he talks about same narrative back in the 90s. What was this, 91? 91. Back in the 90s was like a time, obviously I was born a year before this in 1990, but the mid 90s was this time of like all of this woo, from what I'm able to discern. A lot of the woo I've read over the years, it all started like the contactees ramped up. You know, I remember this is a time of like the Alex Colliers and the John Lears, and Bob Lazar's story was still being talked at this time. And, you know, there's endless amount of them, but it really kicked into hyperdrive. And David was a part of this movement. But man, there's so many stories, like so many people like David had written books and talked about earth changes that were going to happen during the millennia. Because the millennia was a big deal, right? You're into like the year 2000. It's like last time this happened, we were in the dark ages, you know? So, yeah. But obviously that hasn't happened. Although there have been some natural disasters, but not to the degree that he described. And yeah, it's just like... Man, the pole shifts, man. That's exactly it. Nancy Leader was another person, 1995, talked about Nibiru and Planet X and took Sitchin's ideas and connected them with ufology and the Greys and Zeta Reticulans. And that in 2003 there was going to be a cataclysm, and through the late 1990s into the millennia there's going to be all these earth changes. She's still around telling people that it's going to come. I'm like, they're still milking it. And David recently has gone off the fucking rails. I meant to pull this up actually, but he, where the fuck is he on? He got his Twitter back when Elon bought it. He was banned on Twitter. He was banned on Twitter through COVID, which I'm currently suffering from. Yeah, it's this COVID, Jim. Can't trust you anymore, pending to have the 5G virus. As Trey Beast memeing here, David got kicked off of Twitter because he said COVID, which I'm currently suffering from, is not real. It is a fake virus, and it is actually a consequence of 5G. Although right now, actually, I am connected to the 5G network, but I have been for many months, and I'm currently just suffering from it now, I guess. So I accumulated enough 5G in my system, supposedly, to finally make me sick. But he was calling out, holy fuck, he calls a lot of people out. He was calling out Russell Brand I just saw this last night, actually. He was calling out Russell Brand, and Russell Brand messaged, he's talked with Russell Brand before, I've seen. But Russell Brand said, like, mate, you want to come on my podcast? We can talk. But he's gone off the fucking deep end, which is kind of sad to see, but it was inevitable that this was going to happen. A lot of people saw this coming. It really I think he's starting to suffer from some kind of, psychological illness like Alzheimer's, but because he had always been out there, but, he had this idea of this new world order, and that there's this group of elite that run the West, and that they're involved with like Mesopotamian rituals, and he kind of pulled on like Freemasons, and there could be an element of truth to that. And there was some of his research that he presented before. I saw this on like Alex Jones' show, where he maybe threaded together some interesting bits and pieces about some of these royal families and royal bloodlines and the blue bloods, and they consider themselves behind the scenes to have the blood of the gods, and they have this right to rule still, and they're kind of manipulating these Western democracies in this way because they feel they have the right to rule, they deserve it, and they're entitled in this, and that's all very interesting, and there could be some truth to that. But like the whole overarching theme that like it's the reptilians, and then this whole thing about COVID, that really just kind of put a nail in them. So anyway, why I started talking about him was obviously because of Jake Barber. Where the fuck is Jake Barber at? Because, when I hear talk like this, now, you know what? I mean, we have no idea what's interfacing with us. It could very well be some kind of federation that's interfacing with humanity. There is a very accredited person, and I brought him up here before, but Haim Eshed is one of the most accredited people to ever talk about this subject publicly. He didn't provide any evidence again, right? Kind of like Edgar Mitchell, but they had talked about these. Well, Edgar Mitchell talked about these black programs, these aerospace companies that were given these crash retrievals, were back engineering them back in the 90s, which is extremely interesting. Jake Barber, Haim Eshed had talked about this Galactic Federation that's managing all of these interactions, and it is not just one group. It's actually a federation that is managing the interactions between all these different groups in the Earth. However they're doing that, whoever's in control of it, who the fuck knows, but that's what's reached out to these governments. So it isn't just one random rogue group. It's a government that's moderating the interaction, which is an interesting idea, at least. I've talked about this here before too, but it's the idea that this has all been a slow process that is something that we haven't really had much control over, and they've slowly been acclimatizing the general public to these ideas. And is it benevolent? I mean, who knows? Maybe they're neutral to some degree. But so when Jake talks about or was following the Galactic Federation of Light here on Twitter, he might not be objectively too far off base. I mean, we don't know. That's the only thing. It's when it starts getting a little bit too spiritual. Now, that's easier said than done. I mean, if you start doing this CE5 and you have some profound fucking experience, it might shift your perspective radically. I mean, I have not had this personally. I've had some experiences that have shifted me radically, and I could maybe say spiritually, but not really for the good. That's not completely true, because I did have an experience with a psychic that did kind of change my perspective a little bit. Quite a bit. on phenomena like that. But anyway, it's one of those things. It's like you always just worry about people going off the deep end with it. Who knows? Yeah. Who the fuck knows? Yeah. Stargates, portals, real ancient technology that as soon as it's found, covered up like giant bones, or is it just mythology, make believe? What do you think? Holy fuck, huh? There you go. That is, I believe, what's his name again? That is from Gilgamesh, I believe. What's Gilgamesh's friend found out in the wilds? The Enkidu. I think that might be Gilgamesh and the Enkidu. I don't know. Maybe. Interesting. That looks like one of the gods in there. Stargate portals. Holy shit, huh? Brother. Goddamn. Some of these ancient sites. Oh my god. That looks like it. That looks real there. Yeah, some of those sites down in it's probably in South America. Man, some of those fucking cutouts, like some of the places down there, man, you see like where they took the stone out, like it's just fucking crazy shit. Like the level of precision that's employed. And it's not like it's impossible for us to do that, but ancient Stargate of Nimrod in Iraq. There'd be so much interesting shit through, because I mean, many people may not know this, but Mesopotamia is essentially Iraq, and Iraq is a fucking mess, and a lot of shit's been destroyed, which is interesting. And it's interesting that the museum in Iraq had a lot of the Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian artifacts that talk about these deities, and you know, when people are skeptical of this idea of some lost ancient civilization, chime in and say, well, where's the evidence of them? Where's their stuff? What happened, I think, what was it, like a decade ago, that it wasn't the Taliban, I think it was ISIS, went in and just destroyed the fucking museum. And they were doing it because, you know, these are heresies, these other religions. And so, you know, this isn't aligned with their belief system, so what do? They destroy all evidence of it. And it's fucking insane. And this has happened throughout history, where they go in and they just absolutely obliterate these other cultures and all of their idols, even all the iconography of the gods. They just obliterate them, destroy them, because it isn't aligned with their god. And it's like, man, and people are still that smooth today, which is crazy. That Stargate movie is based on truth. Some say we all know. Some in Hollywood movie directors are possibly based on some past realities. Yeah, who knows, man? I genuinely don't know. Yeah. I know, like in physics, like the wormhole theory is interesting. I mean, we literally have no idea. Literally have no idea if some ancient culture was involved with doing stuff like that. I know the locals think that. I don't think that's the site I'm thinking of, but in Peru, I forget what the name of the place is called again, but the local indigenous people call it a Stargate, and that's where this name has come from too, where they say that this was a portal the gods walked through. That, or it's just some cool shit that they made in the side of a mountain. But whoever made it, it's interesting too in those accounts that some of the indigenous people don't take any credit for these sites. They say literally they were made by the gods in some instances, but then archaeologists usually try and attribute to them some earlier unknown civilization. But they don't get into them being like, you know, giants or anything. But then again, you know, you see this everywhere, all over the fucking planet. I've touched on this meme. I mean, thankfully my channel isn't big enough that I've got fucking anthropologists and archaeologists calling me fucking white supremacist publicly. You know, because that seems to be the meme when you bring this up, I guess, which is just such a dumb argument. But anyway, you know, yeah. In various parts of the world with stark similarities, like there has to be something going on for it. There probably is, man. I mean, that's even, yeah, you look at all throughout South America, there was definitely something that happened there, I think. That's a really good example, too. And, you know, as much as Ancient Aliens is a fucking meme show, they do a good job cataloging a lot of these sites. They go there, they have high-resolution videography of the sites, of the anomalies, which is just really good. So they're actually a pretty good repository. The opinions obviously are sometimes out there, but of like the sites that are anomalous, they're a pretty good resource. But yeah, the creation myths down there, again, not an expert on this, but whether it's Viracocha or I think more to the north, Quetzalcoatl, of this foreigner who showed up and built this shit or showed them this stuff and educated them. And it's one of Graham's memes where it's a theme around the globe where there were these people who came into these ancient cultures, literally flew in some instances, I guess, and educated them like in astronomy, agriculture, an understanding of cosmology. Anyway, it's fucking endless, man. What does it all mean? It's sad. I was thinking about that today with the Diana Pasolka video here, where she kind of touches on some of the stuff a little bit. Where is it here? Where she kind of, it's not necessarily in regards to like ancient aliens or anything, but it's like, how lost is this chapter really? Like, is it just completely lost? I think there's still some threading of the needle that we can do with it, but it's just, there's so much interpretation involved. Like I was talking with ChatGPT about this earlier, which is, I'll just kind of briefly go over this quickly because this isn't really, I actually stuck at the image up here, which isn't super fucking interesting. But, and again, not that I'm a fucking expert in Mesopotamian history or anything either, but I find Zecharia Sitchin's arguments to be kind of fucking interesting. Some of the memes. So here's one of them that I found very interesting in its potential implications. So during his lectures, he used to tell people that what's in that guy's right hand there on the left, the 7 dots, isn't the Pleiades. Now, this was his logic for it. So I'll break down his logic. You can see what you think about this, okay? Now, this spans not just Mesopotamian history, but kind of Mediterranean history as well. Kind of the whole Middle East and into the Mediterranean, some of these theories. But some of the iconography, I should say. But in Mesopotamia, Venus, which was associated with Inanna Ishtar, was usually depicted as an 8-pointed star. So the 8-pointed star almost exclusively was a representation of the planet Venus. Okay, which is whatever, it's got 8 points on it, whatever. But this is where it gets more interesting, right? So if you think about it this way, what also is depicted throughout a lot of these cylinder seals are these 7 dots, and they're usually in concert with these other astronomical scenes, right? So you see, you've got now the mainstream explanation here for this, which is why I'm pulling up this imprint of a cylinder seal Sitchin featured in one of his talks, is because it's usually described as being the Pleiades, the 7 sisters, right? Although that's not how the Pleiades are arranged, but that's the prevailing interpretation. Now, there's other evidence to back this up, right? Where they're farming. It was an important celestial sign to that area of Mesopotamia when it rose, right? The Pleiades in the night sky. So you can see how maybe if this is the case, this theory is correct, they may misinterpret this as the Pleiades. Now, why couldn't it be, or why might it not be the Pleiades? Well, here's why. And this cylinder seal, some of these may unlock some of these ideas, some of these interpretations we may have gotten wrong. So we'll go over this. So Venus, the 8-pointed star, right? 8, right? So we'll go back to there being 9 planets for a minute here, right? Where Pluto's still a part of the fucking pantheon. This guy here on the left has both the crescent moon and the 7 dots in his hands. So now, what is he trying to say here? Now, what Sitchin thought he was trying to say is the 7 dots don't represent the Pleiades. The 7 dots represent the Earth, because the Earth's companion is the moon, right? Represented here as the crescent moon by the Mesopotamians. Now, what's interesting is to his right, in between the wing disc, is another gentleman holding a 6-pointed star, right? Now, what would the 6-pointed star be? If you were counting into the solar system from Pluto, Neptune, Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, you'd be at 6, right? If you went to Earth, you'd be at 7. Now, 7 is a significant number, right? Throughout, oh my God, religious histories throughout the entire area of the Middle East, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean. I mean, 7 is a significant number. It's a holy number, right? And it's interesting that it functions in that way, right? And it's kind of dribbled down and become that. Why is that? Well, maybe that's Earth's number in the pantheon here. And then you go to Venus, you get to 8. If you went to Mercury, you get to 9. And now the interesting correlation too is that Jupiter in some cultures was referred to as like a 5-pointed star. And as we found out, it's a pentagon. Is that what's on the top of it actually? Swirling on the top of it. But it was that would not have been visible back in the day. But in some cultures, I forget where it was specifically. I was just having this conversation. I just realized this today, but that it was described as a 5-pointed star. And so that's extremely interesting. Now, why is this significant? Well, it's significant because if you're a culture that existed 4,500, 6,000 years ago, Neptune and Pluto, and for the most part Uranus, are not visible with the naked eye. So if you've aligned these stars and you're counting into the solar system, you have to know that Neptune and Pluto exist, which is an impossibility for a civilization we discovered Pluto in 1930 to give people an idea. So if they labeled Venus an 8-pointed star, Earth was labeled as 7, Mars was labeled as 6, and then maybe in some other cultures, Jupiter was a 5-pointed star. That's a huge revelation. And that would upset everything we thought we knew about these ancient cultures. And it would probably imply that there may have been some people here that weren't from here originally, or at least was a lost ancient civilization that had a much deeper knowledge of astronomy than we thought that, we didn't even think that they existed. It would essentially imply the existence of an advanced ancient civilization. Because, and what level of advancement? At least our level of advancement in 1930 when we found Pluto. And they were counting inward. That's a weird thing. We're like the third rock from the sun, right? Like that we count from the sun outward. It's one of those eccentric things where it's like, oh, it could be something to it. It could be a giant coincidence, right? Where maybe what this guy's depicting here is the Pleiades and the crescent moon. This 6-pointed star could just be anything, and the correlation with Venus being an 8-pointed star might just be coincidence too. And you could look at it like that. I guess the argument here is that the case? Or is there something to this? Are there other indicators that might indicate that we were dealing with some lost ancient civilization in the past? And what you find is, there's a fuckload. There's a lot of other inconsistencies, like the Dogon tribe, right? Knowing about the Sirius star system, which was also impossible. I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong here, but they knew details about it that even we didn't know back, I think in the early 1900s is when we ran into them. So that's another indication that there was some advanced group of people wandering around in the past that had a very deep knowledge of astronomy. And, if you were the remnants from some lost ancient civilization that had fallen, having knowledge of astronomy would make you a wizard, essentially, right? If you knew about astronomy back in those days with ancient peoples, you would be able to predict things like eclipses, right? There's all kinds of strange things that you could know about and tell the people about that would give you a serious power over them. I mean, they would worship you as a god. If you told them in a week that the moon is going to turn blood red one night, right? I mean, that would scare the fuck out of them. Or you tell them maybe that the sun is going to go dark. I mean, they would be shook at your power. So it would be a hell of a thing to to know. There'd be something to keep in the back of your mind or something to learn if you were one of these remnants. So, and how's the storm about to start here? Oh yeah, I heard one. Yeah, big one coming Sunday. So need to do the dreaded grocery run again. Oh fuck, man. All right. Thanks for coming around, Hendrix. But anyway, yeah, I was thinking about this again. It's one of those things. It's like, there'd be what's the antithesis? Like, what's the counter to that argument if you're going to make it? It's like, well, coincidences happen, right? I mean, and that might be what's going on. There are other indicators that might say there's something to that, but ultimately, that's what I was really getting to. Is these are some interesting coincidences, I guess you could argue. But where are we going to go with this? Are we going to know definitively whether there was one or there wasn't one? And that's the tragedy of this, is I don't know. There's so much interpretation, and I hope one day we dig something up of theirs that's like significant. Maybe we find the Ark of the Covenant and it's some fucking nuclear reactor. But then you would have people saying that was a modern construction. But if we knew definitively it wasn't and it functioned differently, I mean, that would be an example of, this civilization's technology. It's really all we need to find, but maybe we'll never find it. Maybe they hit it. Maybe there weren't enough of them. Maybe it wasn't anything we'd recognize as technology even. Maybe they were so far advanced at that point that they had no need for something that would obviously be form technology. Maybe the energy station was up on the moon somewhere and they just tapped into it, right? With these little handheld things. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? There's so many, or it could just all be horseshit. I don't think it's horseshit though. There's far too many anecdotes to say it's all just horseshit, but whether we actually know with any conviction is the problem, which is kind of sad. It makes me fucking sad thinking about that we'll never really come to know. Same with people who have passed away, people who were studying ufology, like Stanton Friedman. Stanton Friedman, spent his whole life researching UFOs, and he probably never really knew with conviction, right? Unless he talked with people behind the scenes. Maybe he kind of did, but he never saw it become disclosed. Like he died really not ever knowing with conviction, probably, that it was real. And God, I desperately don't want to be in that situation with even this phenomena, the UFO phenomena, or even this lost ancient civilization narrative where, we just love to know, but maybe his passing over to the other side, that's the only other really real place to know for sure about all of it. So he accessed a big computer in the sky, right? When he logged out, he's able to go fucking get all the get the download and all the real shit. But fuck me. Well, I still got some other stuff to go over here actually, but what I was gonna go over a little bit was this Diana Pasulka interview, which is very interesting. Again, I'm going to jump around a little bit because some of the intro, which what I was watching, isn't super interesting. It's just kind of her history and life story, and some of the conjecture, I guess, on and those are really conjecture, but some of the conversation, I guess, around UFOs and their connection with maybe miracles and people's experience with UFOs in ancient times being misinterpreted as these spiritual experiences of God. Her input on that's very interesting. So she's a professor of religious history. So yeah, let me go grab my food. I'm gonna throw in the microwave, guys, and I'll be right back. Yes, sir. Barry, what's up, man? Yes.
I'm doing well.
I'm still sick with COVID, but actually my voice as I've been eating these things has progressively gotten better. So I'm going to eat some spicy beef, mukbang some spicy beef here. That'll probably clear my sinuses out even further. So I was going to go through a little bit of this interview. There were some bits and pieces. I'll go through like the intro here for a little bit, but I want to go over, it's hard to fucking see actually on this thing. Where's the, you put the breakdown on the description? Oh, good lad, he did. Exploring the spiritual material aspects of UFOs. It's kind of interesting, yeah. Yeah, there was also, this is one of the interesting parts too, which I think I probably wanted to highlight and go over because this is what I have pulled up here, which is some claims from her that there was some ritual-like behavior going on. They're performing rituals with people at NASA that she took as being very ritualistic in nature, which is kind of getting into like, you know, cult-like behavior in the government or, you know, whatever the fuck. So I'll go over the intro and then I kind of want to jump around a little bit here, but I'll just let it play and I'll shut up.
Diana Pasulka, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's an honor to have you here. I've been trying to get you here for quite a while now, and I just got I don't even remember the first person that introduced me to kind of what you're doing, but I've been getting hit from all angles.
Wow,
and,
really?
Yeah, definitely. And I've been really looking forward to this interview. You know, I grew up Catholic. Yep. I'm into UFOs. I can't wait to dive in here. So I've been looking forward to this for a long time. So I just want to say thank you for making the time. And
aliens and UFOs,
pleasure.
brother.
Absolutely.
Or UFOs and religions.
But let me give you a quick introduction here.
Okay.
You're a writer, professor of religious studies at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. You have authored a series of books, including American Cosmic UFOs, Religion and Technology, Heaven Can Wait, Purgatory in Catholic Devotional Culture and Encounters, Experiences with Non-Human Intelligences. You've been a guest on several prominent podcasts, such as the Joe Rogan Experience and the Lex Friedman podcast, and you've served as a consulting producer on the Emmy Award-winning Netflix series Encounters. You are also the religion consultant on The Conjuring and was featured in the J.J. Abrams docuseries
The
UFO.
Conjuring, fuck yeah.
You spent your career teaching and writing about American religious history and Catholic history, including studying at the Vatican Archive. Sounds fascinating. Your research connects religion, technology, and now the enigmatic realm of the UFO phenomena. Now you find yourself working with scientists and military personnel on the topic, something you never thought you'd be doing when you began your career. And you're a Christian believer and a mother, probably the most important things, right?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you.
So everybody starts off with a gift.
Oh, right. Wow. Thank you.
A little something for the ride home.
Oh, thank you for giving me two because I have a lot of kids. So
We'll give you some more. We'll give you some.
they'll love this. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think my son wanted me to have a gun, but I don't know about that.
Do you want a gun?
No, I'm just joking.
All right. Well, Diana, we were just having a conversation right before we started recording, and I was going to start this interview in the year of 2012, but it sounds like you had an experience as an 11-year-old girl.
That's right.
So
yes.
Let's start right there.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so it was when I was 11 that I decided to do what I'm doing now, which is looking at religion, but most specifically then, I wanted to read the Bible, which I did. So I had an experience. So in my upbringing, my parents were secular, right, Christian, right? So that means that we didn't have a Bible in the house. We celebrated Christmas, you know, and that type of thing. So I had never read it. I had never read the Bible. And I didn't actually know the story of Jesus. I knew, of course, Jesus Christ, everybody does, but I actually didn't know the story. So it was on an Easter, and I was, doing Easter eggs at the table, and the TV was on, and Franco Zeffirelli's Jesus of Nazareth was on the TV. So I was somewhat watching it, but not really paying attention, and I was, doing the Easter eggs. And at some point, there was the scene where the mob is just about to kill this woman. So there's this mob of men, and it's this woman who's an adulterer, and they're going to stone her to death. And of course, it's super dramatic. And I'm, doing the Easter egg, and I look at that, and Jesus
it's a relevant
is
time, isn't it?
Something in the sand, and I'm like,
what does it all mean, man?
Got to stop this. This is terrible. And so he looks up and he says, "Those among you with sin cast the first stone," and that converted me somehow.
Without sin.
To me,
anyway, slip up.
that was something that reversed
Without
the law,
that.
because
Without
it was
sin.
the law that she be stoned. But he reversed it. And I thought, I was a pretty serious kid, and I knew that, people did bad things, and, there was bad in the world. So to me, this
Did
could
I say
be
email?
something I thought this was hopeful. This was like a person who
What's going on, Bones?
provided some type of hope. So I decided that I'd watch the show, because it started on Friday, and I believe that was probably Friday night, and kept going on Saturday, and then ended on Sunday, Easter Sunday. And so I kept watching, and my parents thought it was strange because I never really cared about that stuff before. But every day I woke up and I was like, I'm going to watch the show tonight. And now this sounds ridiculous, but it's actually true. I didn't know that he was crucified at the very end. So at the very end, he gets crucified. And to me, it was devastating because, I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, he actually, provided some hope to these people, and now he's being crucified. So my mom was observing this and thought it was really strange. I had tears. And so the next day, I made my mother take me to a Bible store to buy the Bible. She didn't know what to get, so we asked the clerk, this is my first Bible. In fact, it's our only Bible. What should we get? So we got this red letter edition of the King James Version of the Bible. And the red letter edition, for people who don't know, it's the edition that has Jesus's words all in red. And to me, that was exactly what I wanted. So we got the red letter edition. I brought it home, started reading it right away from beginning, right? Now, you have to understand that my grandparents were Catholic, right? So they had Bibles, but my parents were just agnostic. They didn't go to church, right? So I started to read the Bible, and immediately I could tell that it wasn't an easy read. Okay, it's not an easy read. For anybody who just cracks it and decides, okay, what does this book really say? It's hard to read. So some parts were easy to read, like the red letters, right? Easy to read. But like the Old Testament, Hebrew Bible, Genesis, that kind of thing.
Christ, yeah.
I could tell that it was an ancient text. And
you'd imagine being 11 years old trying to read through it. I remember I did the same thing, actually. Not that I had like a super high reading comprehension level as a kid. It's probably above average, but I remember like Tolkien's books was one thing when I was younger. I tried to delve into them. They're just as fucking bad, honestly. Like the Lord of the Rings, but holy fuck, yeah, I can imagine. Interesting. So this is how she got acquainted with religion and studying religion, I guess. She was obsessed with the Bible as she was young, and yeah, The Hobbit isn't that bad, yeah. I was just gonna say The Hobbit is actually the book. I never read the Lord of the Rings books. I did read The Hobbit though. It's a bit more tolerable. Yeah, I enjoyed The Hobbit a lot. I enjoyed the movies too. I thought the movies were pretty good. I liked the story of The Hobbit. The story of Lord of the Rings was like very heavy. So yeah. Supposedly there are two Jesuses. One that is a Messiah and the other is some code that represents a type of chemical and metaphysical reaction. Oh my heavens. Really? I mean, she's a scholar of religious history, and she, I think, specializes in Christian history. I don't know. I mean, there are experts out there that claim that he absolutely was a real person, and this Jesus that was crucified on the cross of Nazareth, that this was a real person that existed, right? His mother was Mary. But there are some people that debate it too. There was a lot of people that were crucified back then, like a fuck ton, right? Like Spartacus and his whole crew. A lot of Spartacus did, but a lot of his crew got crucified, and there was a lot of turmoil at that time. And so who knows? There could have been other people named Jeshua that were wandering as prophets, Jewish prophets that ended up getting nailed to a cross. So hard to say, but I think they're fairly convicted there was a person like this that existed. Whether the whole story is accurate and how much of the story, holy fuck, there'd be no way to discern. That's the only fucking problem, really. That'd be the only issue with it all. Essentially, from here, she just kind of details her journey academically. You know, she went to a Catholic school, and then she went and did her PhD afterwards. She worked with priests and nuns, and a lot of her upbringing was around very religious people. And this is kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't want to jump around too fucking much. This is definitely, that's the more interesting part of the end, but probably this is a good intro here. It's a fascinating topic. And Jacques Vallée had touched on this a bit. I know she's gone over other accounts like Francis of Assisi. But that there are accounts throughout history of people having very metaphysical things happening to them. Very profound experiences with weird entities, right? Giving them knowledge, throwing them into these weird realms. So it's something that's been covered and talked about before, but she's kind of put a new spin on it, I guess.
Okay. Well, let's move into how did the interest in the UFO stuff even happen?
Yeah. So, I'm the last person, by the way, who would be talking about UFOs if you talked to me, 14 years ago. Nobody would say that I would be talking about UFOs. Anybody you talk to who knows me Diana's talking about UFOs. So this happened because of the Purgatory book. So I had created that log of aerial phenomena, historical aerial phenomena. And I thought it was weird. And so I showed my friend, and we went to this conference where I met people who had these experiences, and they were telling me things that looked like a pattern match to what I was studying. So I thought, I'll go ahead and look at this a little bit further, but I didn't tell anybody. I was just kind of like doing an analysis. And then I thought, this is interesting. It's basically a modern day ascent narrative, the ascent of the soul, right? So if you see images of like people being abducted or cows being abducted, you'll see the cow rising into, ascending into the spaceships, the people, the farmer being ascended. We see the same thing with images of purgatory. You see maybe not cows, of course, but, European Catholics will be ascending into their souls ascending, but it shows them ascending. So I thought this is like a modern day ascent narrative. I could use my methods for studying this, no problem. It won't discredit me to study this, right? So I started to do this study, and it was really interesting. And then what happened was I started to get emails and phone calls from aerospace engineers, people from known aerospace corporations and institutions. And they wanted to talk to me about my research that I was doing. I was like, what? Wait, I think you got the wrong person. No. So, and this kept happening. And I decided, okay, they wanted to meet with me. A couple of them wanted to meet with me. So I thought, okay, I'll meet with them, because why do they want to know about this angel event that happened in the 1800s?
How did they get wind of you? Were you writing
I started to do conferences with the people that I know who are other professors of religion. And for us, it was like, modern day ascent narrative, easy to understand. But they would then somehow were scouring the internet of any academic who is doing, the word UFO or anything like that. And that's how they found me. And once I was found, a lot of them reached out to me. And at first I was a little bit put off, because I thought, this is kind of odd. It kind of freaked me out, to tell you the truth. But I did start to talk to them. And one of them, I actually put him off for like a year and a half. I know it sounds weird, but I had 5 young kids and I was busy, right? So I was didn't make this connection. I thought it was weird. But when I started to talk to them, I recognized that they weren't looking at it like I was looking at it. They were looking at it like it actually happened. Whereas I was looking at it more like a metaphor. Like, this is their interpretation of something they saw in the sky. They wanted to know what they saw in the sky. They also wanted to know what kinds of things happened to these people. Like, were they injured? And a lot of times they were. And so that started to get me to re-look at what I was doing. And I started to look at it from their perspective. And I was like, oh my gosh, I think that these things are probably real. And that was shocking. So I was shocked for a whole year. What I did was, thankfully I had a friend, Jeff Kripal at Rice University, and I shared all my stuff with him. And he was shocked too, by the way.
What was it? What was the turning point for you?
It's so this gets into Tim Taylor, who, just quickly, because this will tie into the later conversation they have here, and this is what they're talking about. So Tim Taylor is a guy who's been involved with NASA. I think he was a mission controller, but he's also been involved with somebody else, right? So this is a part of the conversation we'll get into here with them in a second, but there was a claim that she made that Barack Obama was positioned strategically in a ritualistic way during one of the launches, I believe, of SpaceX, which Tim Taylor's also a part of. In her book, was it American Cosmic? Is that her first big seminal work? There was a guy named under the alias of Tyler who assisted with these launches, and who was a very well-to-do guy who supposedly had intimate knowledge of the UFO programs and the phenomena. And that is supposedly him pictured at the far right there. So that's Barack Obama, that's Elon Musk, and that's Taylor there to Elon's right. That is this Tyler alias, yeah. So now this isn't the actual positioning. This is just them during the launch day, but... Yes, April 29, 2011 scheduled launch of Endeavour. The launch was scrubbed into mechanical issues. But supposedly, he was positioned in some strange way, Yeah, it's possible that Yeshua went through a spiritual awakening, obtained Christ consciousness, and that's how he became Jesus. Well, I guess his name was Yeshua. That was his actual name, and then the translation that we interpret it now would be Jesus. But, yeah. Who knows, man? I've no. Is it metaphysical accounts? We don't know, right? It's the same thing with the incidents, or not the incident, but the interpretation I brought up earlier of Mesopotamian history, right? Where, it's subject to interpretation. I mean, it could be. What's the objective truth? I mean, it's hard to discern, right? I mean, even the story, right, of Christ's birth, the Star of Bethlehem guiding the wise men to his crib. I mean, it sounds like a modern fucking UFO story, right? Like, light in the sky guiding the wise men. And you got stories from Bob Lazar that supposedly there's government documents. This is what we're threading this all together. That supposedly there's government documents that Bob Lazar was privy to, talking about how they've met with the aliens. The aliens have told them a shitload of disturbing stuff. One of those things is that they worked with this character Jesus in his consciousness, and they worked with him on his mission here on Earth. And they aided him on his mission, right? And it pointed to things like the virgin birth and the Star of Bethlehem. And there were other prophets that they've aided here on their mission to Earth, which is full-blown woo, right? So, if those documents exist, and if they have had real conversations with ETs, and they've given this top-down simulation theory type argument we've talked about here, and they know about this, do people internally within the government, if those documents actually do exist, and it's not just Bob's fantasy, or it was even some kind of a test on Bob, right? And they're real, then would that explain these people's interests within these programs in these religious myths and stories, and they look at them differently now? That in times past, maybe they did have some kind of an influence on these prophets or characters, and it's a little bit more woo than we could have ever imagined. Hard to say exactly. Yeah. What's up with the positioning? Are they trying to make some Obama seem like he's Jesus? No. So we'll watch the clip here in a second. But essentially, they were going to try and position him with the launch. She kind of elaborates on it a little bit, but there's a lot of weird connections to gods and myths and legends, and she talked about the Roman pantheon of gods. right? So instead of Zeus, you have Jupiter, which is how we know in Saturn, right? With how we know of the planets now. Actually, it's the Roman pantheon, not the Greek pantheon. Although Zeus sounds way fucking cooler, right? But in Aries instead of Mars, right? I think that sounds way fucking sicker. Anyway, but that there's some kind of influence. You know, to some degree, I don't know if it necessarily needs to be too ritualistic. I mean, the Romans were like a very prominent, one of the most prominent civilizations ever. And there's a lot of intellectuals from that time. And it might just be a hearkening back kind of a meme, right? But supposedly they are involved in some kind of ritual. Ritual might have been the wrong way of her putting that. Because like we think of like, you know, the Illuminati in cloaks sacrificing a baby and drinking its blood for the reptilians, right? That's what we think about here. That's where my mind goes to when someone says ritual. I'm like, brother, like, you trying to reach out to the fucking A's, like blood magic, you know? Or it's a little bit more like me getting up and grinding my coffee beans for 10 minutes every morning with a hand grinder is a ritual, right? So it's like, you know, it's a little bit different, maybe, yeah. You don't think aliens involve Jesus unless they're extra dimensional? We have no idea, man. That's the thing. I have no fucking clue. You know, were aliens involved with Jesus? I have no idea. How strange do things get here, right? I mean, it's one of those other problems. We just don't have enough to actually back up the story of Jesus already. We barely have enough. And then to take another leap, a cosmic leap, and say that he was implanted in his mother through artificial insemination from aliens is like, we need to confer with the aliens themselves on that one. There's going to be no way we can figure that out on our own. Same with, unfortunately, the Anunnaki narrative we're going over earlier. I don't know if there's ever going to be any way to know that definitively. There's just all of these anecdotes, and it's a subject interpretation. But this is the photo here. Anyway, we already went over this, and I'll go back here. And yeah, does it show Obama, Elon, and Tim Taylor? Yeah, so here it is here. She'll explain this a little bit, and I've got some shit up about Chris Bledsoe, too, actually. This is supposed to be the way around. I thought this was kind of funny, though. Listen to the fucking bag, bro. The bag people from Mesopotamia. Anyway, we have no idea what's in the bag. Some kind of an acorn. We'll go over Chris Bledsoe. So Tim Taylor is also involved with Chris Bledsoe. We watched that a couple days ago here, Sean Ryan's interview with him. Chris Bledsoe is like a modern day prophet. He's brought a man back from the dead. He's healed his dog from death. And he cured a young boy of some autoimmune issue simply for touching him. So, you know, getting into, are the aliens involved with people directly? Is that's what all the healings that were talked about in Jesus' account, that he was essentially the chosen one by the aliens, and they were aiding him in this to make him into some kind of you know, being greater than maybe he was. I have no idea. Yeah. Fuck me. I'll be very surprised if Elon does not try to be the next president. You know, think maybe not. But the Vatican has some shit on Jesus. They may, man. Who knows? I mean, I think the best evidence they have is a shot of Turin, which I think is Thor shit. But yeah. If the angels are extra dimensional, then they are also aliens. Well, may all be one and the same, brother, right? I'll continue on with this little clip it, and then I'll jump over to kind of spicier bit, because that's kind of what I want to watch.
This isn't metaphorical anymore.
Okay, so the turning point was when I met a person who I have to call Tyler, because he's anonymous. One of these people that, when I look back now, I recognize worked for one of these SAPs, most likely. I can't prove it, but it looks like it. So he worked for...
Can you describe SAP for the audience,
So this
please?
It's called a special access program in the military, and he worked for an unacknowledged SAP. And he described his work as a hobby. This was in 2013. He described his work as a hobby. He had lots of clearances from different agencies, Department of Defense and like NASA, like a lot. And he worked as a mission controller, and he also worked as this, he was like a space shuttle. He worked in the space shuttle program for its duration until it ended. He was always at a launch of the space shuttle. He also did scientific stuff. So he was this character that I didn't quite understand when I first met him. And he really wanted to know the data. So he wanted to know, he really was interested in any work that I would do at the Vatican. And he was also interested in any work that I that had to do with consciousness, because he said that in his field, he said, consciousness is the next step. That's where we are studying, and that's why we're interested in your work. And so, again, I was really...
So again, special access program. Supposedly, these are where the reverse engineering programs are, right? The aerospace companies. And that this guy, Tim Taylor, right, who was almost 100% who she was talking to, people threaded that together pretty well, was involved with working with, to some degree, maybe even firsthand witness to this tech and information. And that's the interesting correlation here, is that you have these people who supposedly were involved firsthand with UAPs and the information pertaining to them. And they have some kind of an obsession with consciousness studies and also religious encounters with strange phenomena, right? Like metaphysical experiences and whatnot. Is there some truth to what Bob read? That's what I think of when I heard her talk about this initially years ago with Joe Rogan. I think it's the first time I saw her, where she brought this up. I've not read her book, but it's interesting. I mean, is that where this goes, right? And you see with Jake Barber recently that ultimately it's exploring our consciousness, and that is, non-local consciousness. It's matters of the soul, maybe one way you could put it. But that's what they're concerned about exploring, right? That's what the aliens are all about, maybe, right? Hard to know. You don't think Mary had a virgin birth? I think that she got pregnant in a culture that considered it sin. When they asked her who the father was, she said, he has no father. At a wedlock. Even if Jesus had a father, it doesn't make them less divine. Could be it, man. It's how the fuck do we know with any conviction? We don't. That's the thing. It's like maybe that's the case. Maybe it's not. Maybe it was virgin birth. I don't know. All of it is so murky. I mean, when you get into any of this shit, or you talk to these scholars and you get into the evidence, it's like, oh, there's a passage here. It's like, no. It's like, do we have any piece of? It's like, no. Well, there's records, and there's these records, and they talk about this guy, and it's like, oh, okay. Anyway, who the fuck knows? Yeah. Yeah. But anyway, the Tyler situation is, it's intriguing. It's a connection into the woo, right? Again, which is what you kind of find time and time again, where whether it's with remote viewing or channeling or psychic phenomena, there's a connection there to ufology that's very strong. And again, for people that have been digesting this stuff for a while, it's not really surprising that it's gone there, because when you look into the remote viewing programs and what the guys are getting tasked by people in the CIA, within the military industrial complex, within the Army, I mean, there's clearly been an interest in this topic behind the scenes, and it pertains to, it's always connected, to woo. It's always connected to it, and they're always using that to try and get ahead of it. So it's same with the abduction phenomena, right? It talks about these narratives. It talks about, essentially how reality is a simulation. You could take it that way, that it's just, we're all just souls on a journey here together, and they're only concerned about the other player. They're concerned about talking about the player, not the avatar. And that's essentially what you find in a lot of these encounters, right? It gets very spiritual and wooey, the conversations of the aliens, and people would anticipate they'd be like, oh yes, talk about your mathematics with us. They don't really give a fuck about that. Probably because, we're monkeys in the zoo, essentially. Well, they would understand mathematics far beyond what we would. It's always this spiritual conversation. And it's a point of frustration for people that have studied the abduction phenomenon, read through it like myself, where it's like, why is this all they're fucking talking about? It's like, guys, but they're more into this talk about awakening to this reality. And it'd be a pretty profound thing, right? I mean, right now, when you talk with people in clinical psychology, or especially when you're getting to prescriptions and people are getting prescribed either pharmaceuticals, or they're getting their behavior diagnosed, they're getting psychoanalyzed. There's a presumption, I guess, that consciousness is a local phenomena, right? That these behaviors, it's all genetic, and it would be a revelation if we did find out that we're players piloting an avatar, right? Decision making would be very important. It'd still be complicated because these influences would be in place. So yes, you may be influenced to be a bit of a dick, but you don't necessarily need to be one. Where before it's like, oh, well, you know, you have this trauma and it leads you to act like that. And to some degree, that's still true, but we would look at people very differently, right? It would change your whole perspective on everything. So maybe the aliens are intent on just trying to communicate this to it. The problem is it's like not really applicable because people don't really take that kind of stuff seriously because there's no evidence. There's no trail of evidence for us. And you think the aliens would know enough to be like, yeah, they probably don't really take this seriously. They're evidence-based society now, as they should be, because they were just burning people at the stake a couple hundred years ago. It would be perfect move for a government psyop than to usher in people away from the nuts and bolts and towards the woo religion, which is historically a tool for states to control the masses. It could be, Larkin. I mean, maybe there's something to that. That could maybe be a part of it where they're trying to throw people off the trail. Maybe. I mean, from what I've been able to discern looking into it is that I think it is just a part of it. It's part and parcel to it. There could definitely be elements of psyops here, right? When you look at their association with Chris Bledsoe, it gets very, very murky. But again, if they had some knowledge of shit in the past, it's what's their top down like compared to ours, right? How much more radical is their view of reality than our own? I mean, it's one thing to interpret, you know, people's accounts of being abducted and having conversations with aliens and actually having transcriptions of conversations with aliens that are within the government, right? If they've actually reached out to them. But you'd have to be aware of this, that even if the aliens came down and told them, yeah, we helped Jesus on his mission, and how do you know they're not just lying to you? I mean, they could, that whole thing could still be made up, right? It's, maybe they could take it more seriously though. They just take it at face value. I have no fucking idea, right? So, yeah. Yeah, it's written by councils that were probably redesigned to control the masses. Well, and that's exactly it, man. And there's a lot of authors involved with the New Testament, and even with the Old Testament too. It's a collection of stories, right? So, I mean, that was effectively the intention of the church, right? Back in the day. When was it? It was in 300 and some AD where they turned Jesus into this wizard, right? I know I talked with ChatGPT and they say that's not technically correct, but it kind of is. But they made him this divine being when before he was kind of just like a philosopher, really, that wandered around and was challenging the rule of the Roman Empire and also challenging people ethically. He was like a Socratic character in some ways, right? And Diana had mentioned this, but the early Christians were influenced by, well, some they think they were influenced by Plato. I don't know if there's hard evidence of that. In Plato's Republic, supposedly throughout history, I'm not an expert on the history of Christianity. I thought the Republic was a document that didn't really get into circulation until much later. So I thought it would be later Christians were influenced more by Plato, but undoubtedly in the Mediterranean, he was an influential character for some time. Same as Aristotle, right? I mean, all the Socratic philosophers, although he's kind of in a league of his own, but Socrates was a very similar character to Jesus, and the story of Jesus in some ways is kind of similar to Socrates, where Socrates kind of came up from nowhere and he was essentially just questioning people's logic. He was questioning what people believed. He was thought of as a gadfly in Athens, right? That would wander through the streets of Athens, didn't work, right? Just went around challenging people, pestering people, essentially. But what he's getting people to do is he's kind of trying to get them to critically think, because the government at that time was incredibly corrupt and they didn't trust it. They didn't really trust democracy. Had really kind of things that it became corrupted, similar to our own democracies here now. And he started to accrue this mass of people that would follow him around and listen to his teachings and listen to him arguing with people. And he created this Socratic method, which is essentially just questioning, asking questions, right, to people. It's challenging their logic, but you're asking questions. You're trying to reveal the issues with their logic to them through questioning, right? Through their poor reasoning. And anyway, he got sentenced to death by the elite in Athens because he pissed everybody off. They accused him of corrupting the youth, right? And that's what he was doing to some degree. He was trying to awaken them. And they hated, it had been taken over by these lawmakers and these people, they called them sophists, who were skilled in using rhetoric, right? Which is essentially just, being really good at making arguments, but they weren't after these objective truths. They were just trying to further their own means. It was a self-serving modus operandi, right, behind the rhetoric. And so they hated these people because they thought they just contributed to corruption, right? They weren't they didn't have any virtue. And so they were trying to enlighten the youth in to how bad things had gotten, right? And through conversation, usually, this dialectic, this reasoning, they would try and educate the younger generations of people. Anyway, sentenced him to death. They sentenced him to drink the hemlock potion. And he had an opportunity to leave, but he chose not to. He chose to stay, and he chose to just, die by their judgment. And he was essentially making an example. They thought they were making an example of him, but then in history, he made an example of them, really. And then Plato, who's one of his followers, obviously wrote all this down. Socrates didn't know how to read or write, which is another interesting tidbit. And, yeah, he hated democracies ever since then because they killed his friend and teacher. But anyway, it's similar to Jesus' story in a lot of ways where, he was challenging these people. He's challenging their ethics. And he ultimately ran up against the state, and the state ended up putting him down, right? And he probably would have had an opportunity also to flee, but he kept going. He probably could have shut down operations, but he kept pushing, and he also tried to they thought they were making an example out of him. What ultimately his intention was to make an example out of them. And similar kind of story, right? So, there's a lot of parallels, but is that an accident, or is there a reason for that? I mean, and that's why some people start to question the story of Jesus. But there's other examples of characters like that in history, right? These prophets that were just speaking out against corruption. And is it human nature, right? They deal with this exact same fucking problems today. Exact same fucking problem today with democracy. Now, Jesus' his was a little bit different. Roman Empire was a little bit different, but still, I mean, we're in a very similar situation now, which is very scary when you think about it. But anyway, yeah. Having a good authority that being gay isn't actually a sin, and it was written in the book to make control of royalty into population from population decreases and lines of ascension. Oh my heavens. Jesus, brother. Wow. Anyway, well, I'll continue this for a little bit because I wanted to kind of elaborate a little more on Tim Taylor. And then I want to go to the part that I haven't seen, which is her conversation about the ritualistic nature. I saw a clip of it, but I just want to hear what they have to say on that, of going on at NASA.
Really slow to work with him because I was concerned. I was like concerned about what it would mean for my life. It might change my life, and it did. It did change my life. So that's what changed, is that I started to look at the Catholic tradition again from a new lens. So I had looked at Teresa of Avila, this nun who lived in the 1500s, and she had an experience with one of these seraphs, or an angel, right? But she didn't call it an angel at first. So I went back and I looked at these experiences that these people had that we now, when we look at them, we see the nice prayer cards, and it looks really like a sweet kind of encounter that they had. But really, the encounter, when you read the primary source material that you see in the archives, it looks really different than how it's represented. And that was shocking to me because—
Which archives?
Okay, so there are two main archives that there's lots of different archives, but the ones that hold lots of information about this, first is the Vatican Archive, and the Vatican, it used to be called the Vatican Secret Archive, but it's called the Apostolic Archive, and it's the Pope's archive. And you can't just go to that. You have to actually have certain credentials to get into it. And so I have those credentials. So I was able to go there, and I was able to look at the primary source material for some of the saints in the Catholic and Christian tradition that looked like had angel events or levitated and had anomalous activity. And I was able to look at that and assess the primary source data on my own, which is really fascinating. Yeah. So I did that work, and
can you name one of the saints, or maybe
all of the saints. So once you start to look at the saints, you see that what is said about what was said in there are what are called primary source material. This would be some of the first material that comes out about that experience that saint had, Teresa of Avila wrote her own experience. That's what makes it so important.
This is usually, like the monks, some of the saints, old Christian theology, they would say they would be able to levitate or float around, like fly around the church and whatnot, these monasteries. And it was, they'd said this up until not really that long ago in history as a way to recruit people into the church, which obviously they couldn't. But in some of these specific episodes, what it brought me to what I was thinking about, I don't know why this image came to mind, but in the Ruwe Zimbabwe incident, right, where all the kids saw the UFOs back in the 90s. Well, it wasn't all the UFOs. It was one UFO that they saw land. These beings came out and talked with the kids, right? In James Fox documentary, I forget which documentary James covered this in, but he actually brought all of the kids back together, a lot of them back together, to kind of relive this experience. And the other thing he did too was he talked to the headmaster of the school, and she had never said this publicly before because she didn't want to be considered crazy. But obviously times have changed now, and there's fucking money to be made in this, boys. Let me fucking tell you now. I don't think that's why she said this, but she had talked about how after the kids had this incident, she started having weird dreams. And she said she had one incident that she talked about, which terrified her actually. And she woke up in the middle of the night, and she woke up to herself being floated through the school with these beings on either side of her out the front door. And then that's the last thing she remembered. She blacked out again. And she said she never looked into any of it. She never did hypnosis. She never wanted to look into it, but it terrified her. Right. And you think she got floated, levitated out. And that's what some abductees report, is they kind of get floated out through their window, even they get pulled through walls. So you think about these accounts of these prophets, these priests floating and having these encounters with angels. It's like, what was going on, right?
Is that she wrote about it. It was later what's called redacted. It was changed by the church. She said she saw this angel and it wasn't a vision, it was in reality. And she said that it was short and it was shiny, and she was confused because it didn't look like an angel. And she goes, well, it must be a cherub, right? So she had confusion about it, and it had a dart. And she said this dart it took and it basically put it in me, right?
Fucking dart.
So
Smoking
this looks
darts?
like modern day UFO abduction reports. And so once you start to see those connections, you cannot unsee them. And you're like, okay, got it. This is different than how it's represented in the prayer card, right? Where it's beautiful. And I hope that I'm not offending the Catholics that are looking at this, and because it's their childhood. They were brought up with these images.
How do you know it was redacted?
Oh, because we have the redactions.
So do you have the original transcripts as well?
Yeah, I have those.
Why would they redact it?
It didn't conform to their theology.
So
it happens all the time.
So
it even happens today.
I mean, I know it happens in government all the time.
Oh yeah. It's standard. Yeah.
So are you saying that the Catholic Church just took a first-hand account and said, nope, this doesn't align with what we think, so
Yes.
we're just going to change it?
Yes.
And then left the original transcripts in?
Yeah, well, yes. Because people didn't read as much as they read now. And they weren't betting on us, going back and looking at it. And it doesn't matter to them now. They're okay with it. Literally, they're okay with it. They're like, yeah, we did that.
Okay.
Because that, they didn't do it today.
Uranus
They
is big.
weren't the ones that did it.
Thank you for the follow.
The Catholics, after Teresa had her
Oh my
experience and told
It's actually pretty
the
tight and
priests
small.
that were her quote unquote confessors, those were like kind of like a therapist, they were priests.
I mean, it's just interesting because then it's. I mean, what else did the Catholics just change?
I think it happens in every religion, to tell you the truth.
I'm sure it does.
So, we can get angry at the Catholics, but in every religion, a person has an event that's a legitimate event that is profound for them. And then they tell that event and it changes people's lives. And then that religion is like, that didn't happen, kind of thing. They redact it. It's happening now with the UFO topic.
Yeah, I mean, it happens in all subjects. It's just weird
sad.
that they're okay
it's
with
sad.
it.
Oh, yeah, they're okay with it.
You know? Yeah, we changed. But I'm sorry. Sorry about that little
No, I know. It's
rabbit hole
shocking.
there.
Yes, it's shocking what you like.
Interesting. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting that they didn't redact them, huh? Yeah. Fuck. Even the incognito searches, did you? Fuck. Everybody's gonna get outed for fucking being perverts. Yeah. Very intriguing. I mean, what does it all mean? It's important to bring these stories up. Again, Jacques Vallée touched on this back in fucking 1969, for Christ's sake, which is just unbelievable to think about. That it was that long ago, and he's still around doing fucking interviews, man. It's crazy. In Passport to Magonia, where he brought up, I can't remember in particular if it was any of these accounts of prophets. I feel like there were maybe one or two, but these ancient accounts of people having these strange experiences, and it just makes sense, right? And that's a counterpoint to people who try and debunk the modern abduction phenomena, that it's just this like hysteria that's going on and this mass mental illness. And no, it's not. This has been something that stretches back through history. It's a modern take on it, but people have been having these strange experiences for thousands of years. The question is, what is it, right? Does that hysteria, this mass delusion, go back through history? I mean, are they trying to equate it just with, it's like people seeing elves, they're just new age elves? Like, well, maybe the elves are what people are dealing with now, right? It's one of those things. It's like you could choose to look at it that way if you wanted to, but I mean, you can also choose not to. What way's right? What's the objective truth? I guess. Hard to say. Yeah. You truly believe all of it? Oh, fuck, brother. That's not good, huh? Fuck. Yeah. Churches practice secrecy since the dawn of time. I don't think they would be that careless with any information. They're gnomes. Fuck. Oh, well, they're definitely been careless with information. As she just stated a second ago, they didn't bother to take that redacted information out, so it's still there. But yeah, this is interesting. I mean, no, what I want to really hear about, she goes over some accounts, goes over her trip. This is kind of where it gets more interesting, and where I have not seen yet. So I'm just curious as to like how they get onto this, really.
Type of agenda.
Yeah, so this would be the oligarchy that Alex Huxley is talking about.
Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I know you've worked a lot with NASA.
Oligarchy, what?
Or people inside NASA.
Yeah, I haven't actually worked with NASA, and NASA would be horrified to say that I did.
Yeah,
So
I didn't mean to say you
people
worked for
affiliated
NASA.
with NASA, yes, I have worked.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Thank you for the
Yeah,
correction.
Yeah.
What are some of the? There's a lot of conspiracies around NASA. Is any of that ring true to you? What's your experience been?
Well, when I first started to do the work on, looking at UAP and so forth, in 2012 and 13, I decided to look back to our space program, basically. I thought, surely there's information there. So the Air Force has an archive, and there's a lot of information. And what I found was interesting. So I looked not only at our space program, but the Russian space program, because both of these programs got us off Earth into space.
Mm-hmm.
And the Russian space program did first. So both of them were interesting to me. So, and most likely if people are up in space, maybe they're seeing something up there, maybe stuff has been reported. A couple things happened. First was that I did have friends who were NASA affiliated, and they looked into it for me to see if they could get me into the archive. And at first it was like, no problem, she can come. What is she studying? And then they said, well, she's studying the history of like UFOs. And they were like, absolutely not, so I could not go. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. So that was
Mr. Sergey, thanks for the follow.
But also I learned about the history of our space program. And, one of my colleagues was always going to JPL, right? So, Jet Propulsion Laboratories. And I found out that it had been created by Jack Parsons. So it was Jack Parsons' laboratory. But nobody knew that. So a lot of people I talked to who were NASA employees, they didn't know about Jack Parsons. In fact, the person, Tyler, he did not know either about Jack Parsons. So Jack Parsons was one of the early founders of our rocket technology program.
He's an eccentric guy, yeah.
But he's not talked about. And the reason he's not talked about is, and I understand why, is because he believed he was getting the inspiration for his rocket technologies through doing rituals. And he worked with Aleister Crowley and the guy who found Scientology. Why can't I remember?
L. Ron Hubbard, yeah.
L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard.
L. Ron Hubbard. And
in Scientology is connected with remote viewing as well. Even modern remote viewers have an interest in Scientology, not for the fantasy around L. Ron Hubbard, but like Ingo Swann and Hal Puthoff and that crowd were involved early on with Scientology. It was more about methods to expand people's consciousness and reach out, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, it is like I think it's a fucking cult, but yeah. Snow getting a bit heavy. Oh, really? Is it snowing here now? I have to take a look and see. Yeah. But Jack Parsons, I've gone over him here before. I wasn't super familiar with him, but we kind of familiarized ourselves with him. But again, well, I mean, with that said, I mean, even who set up NASA, which were some Nazi rocket scientists, right? The Nazis may have had some interest in Hitler may have had some interest in the occult, right? And it's a tantalizing idea that you could reach out to these beings and maybe get insights into like, okay, well, especially if you're in a desperate situation, right? Which the Nazis were definitely in at one point. Like any kind of edge that you would get, you'd try and use it, right? It's same thing with the government using remote viewers, CIA. It's like, well, does it actually work? I don't give a fuck. I mean, we'll test it out. If we even get some hits off of this, it'd be worth it, right? So they threw a couple $1 million at them and said, have at it, see what you can do, right? So probably a similar kind of thing happening there where, well, whether Wernher von Braun was involved with that kind of stuff, who knows? Probably not. But they supposedly engaged in these rituals, and, it's one of those things you might as well give it a try. If it gives you an edge, then it gives you an edge. And that might have been the way they looked at it, right? So who the fuck knows? Yeah. Interesting, yeah. There was a time, and it might still be this way, that suggesting ET involvement with the human story led to people saying you're a Scientologist. Is that the case? Well, really, yeah. Interesting, yeah. The Thule Society was, yes, that's one of them, yeah. There was the Vril Society was another supposed one in Nazi Germany. And back in I talked about this a little bit, again, not that I'm an expert on it by any means, but there was a group of people called the Theosophists back in the turn of the 20th century, kind of before then. But they were these, how would they have been put? Free thinkers that brought over some of this kind of Eastern esotericism to the West. And it was led by a woman named Madame Blavatsky initially. But they tied in with like Edgar Cayce, and then you got Aleister Crowley was someone that wasn't necessarily associated with them, but it's just experimenting with consciousness, really, is what they were doing early on. And they were doing things that were very taboo, right? So they'd be doing like sex magic. And I mean, all of this, I think, is rooted in the idea that you're getting yourself into this like hypnotic trance, or you're getting yourself into a meditative place where you can then maybe get visions of, aliens or lost civilization or whatever you're looking for, right? So whether it's through sex magic, you're going to induce that kind of trance, whether it's through fucking drugs, some people say blood magic, like, and this is how people looked at it. And obviously people back in those times were much more like fundamentally Christian as well. And so a lot of them just look at it, they're all Satanists, right? You're talking to the devil, right? There was no such thing as really aliens for a lot of people in the general public. These are just demons, and you're interfacing with demons, and this is forbidden, and this is Satanism, and it was kind of painted with a broad brush. Well, nowadays you look at it very differently what they were doing. So some of these people, got a bad name and got ostracized, and so the Vril Society, that's it, man. Yeah, Friendship 7 flight. Oh, really? John Glenn saw some types of lights, fireflies, said they seemed to be alive. Yeah, they showed it in the Right Stuff movie, which for anyone who has not seen that early 80s movie, but the, what is it? The first American space flight is a must watch. Yes, I think I remember that actually. Saw it in Hendrix, yeah. Yeah, I think Elmer Hubbard was onto some shit, but a lot of it got woo-woo, and this religion probably got hijacked. Yeah, it was, I actually, as someone that came in here, Pixel, who's a friend of mine, he was talking to me about this over Discord, where I had no idea that, actually I shouldn't say that. I did know that Hal Puthoff and some of the early remote viewers were associated with it, but I wasn't really aware that they were into these kinds of consciousness techniques and whatnot, and it's complicated. Yeah, look around, who needs anything? Oh brother, don't fucking tempt me. I would wait till tomorrow. Yeah, I'll continue this is interesting.
So Parsons is believing that he is contacting non-human intelligences that are, for his interpretation of them is that they're like deities, right? They're deities. And he even manifested one, right? And then married her. And but he believed that they were allowing him to create the rocket technology. Now that's what that's his belief. And he was doing rituals to that effect. On the Russian side, you have the Konstantin Tchaikovsky, okay? So earlier than Jack Parsons, but also creating rocket technology, also believed in non-human intelligence, but was Christian. So he believed that these intelligences were angelic and that he was, if you're in contact with that realm, that if you're specifically genius enough, that you'd be able to interpret their information and create what he created, which was, he was like Jack Parsons, but for the Russian side. So each of those kind of what we call them fathers of our space program were involved in something that was pretty similar, but
channeling. That's what they were doing. It's what creative people engage with all the time, whether they realize it or not. But when you're trying to make something or you're trying to pull something from nothing into being, it is this form of channeling that you engage with. Now, people don't like to call it that because it sounds too woo. And now that's a much more directed type as well, where you're like, I've got to solve this problem. Can anybody help me? I'm going to reach out to these intelligences. But when you think about it, it's like, is it so different? Whether it's this Jack Parsons character, I forget the other guy's name is, the Soviet dude too. I've gone over him here before as well. We've gone through an article with him. I didn't know about that. I didn't know they had an equivalent in the Soviet Union. Whether you're trying to reach out to intelligences to like help you with your fucking rocket tech, or you're trying to solve a mathematical problem and you just can't seem to see what's wrong with your equation, and you pray every single night before you go to bed. You say, please God, show me what's wrong with this problem. And one night you have a dream and you see what's wrong with your problem. What's that attributed to? Right? What's that attributed to? It's like, oh, some divine inspiration. There's so many fucking instances of this with people that have moved us forward. It's insane, right? And not just in big steps, but even little steps, even just art in general. Right? Who the fuck knows? And that's the thing about consciousness, and we don't understand the nature of consciousness, and then we don't understand what's happening really when we're interfacing with these unknowns. That's what we had to be cognizant. And it's like temper the hubris. Some people that they don't want to consider these possibilities, but you've got to think. We don't understand the nature of consciousness. We don't understand the nature of consciousness, and we don't really understand what we're doing at times when we're interfacing with whatever, right? You're putting your thoughts out there. You're asking a question, or you're asking for answers. We don't know what or who or how it picks up the line, but something might. Right? And how that's going to be interpreted by us as well. It's, who knows what we may be influenced by. Yeah. I'll pull it up here, John. minus 10 shenanigans inside. It was like minus 16 out here the other day without the wind chill. It was like fucking minus 30. Out walking my dog and that is like, fuck. He loves it. He's St. Bernard Bernese mix. He's just at home. But I was like, fuck. It's like, but dad's balls are about to freeze the fuck off here. Oh, is that what he saw, man? Interesting. These weird, it looks like looks like a loofah in the shower. These space loofahs. Holy fuck, brother. What does it all mean? What does it all mean? Yeah. Irish call it keening when someone passes away. They sing slash whale. That actually thing, Walker, I didn't know that. My heritage is Irish. Fuck, what's the thing you say? It looks like a fart. I think it kind of looks like a loofah. It looks like a loofah. Yeah. Oh, fart from Rick. Oh, yes, from Rick and Morty. Yes. Was you said that earlier? Someone else said that too about fart from Rick and Morty. Yeah. Maybe inspired by something real. Who knows? Yeah.
One thought it was angelic, and the other just thought it was. He's working with Aleister Crowley.
Wow.
So yeah.
Wow. That's interesting.
Yeah, it was really interesting. And what I found was that our space program today even has some really interesting rituals associated with it when it does certain launches at Cape Canaveral. Maybe not all of them, but the one that Tyler was involved with, they had images of Roman gods and goddesses put on the rockets. They would use Latin on their patches, their mission patches. And they would also have specific rituals that they would do, sometimes involving U.S. presidents. They would position the presidents at a certain point where astronomical events, would happen. And Tyler had...
Like the president of the United States?
Yes, the president of the United States. They didn't know what they were doing. They were just being positioned there. So, they're like, stand here, Mr. Obama or President Obama. And he would stand there with his wife and look this direction. It was part of the whole thing. And there were photos. He has photos of all of that.
I mean, can you be a little more specific? Why would they stand him in a
Well,
certain...
okay, so this is obviously some type of ritual. And I don't know why they're doing it. I just know that I'm a scholar of religion. I know a ritual when I see one. He didn't even understand it. So I noticed that they were using Latin, and I noticed it wasn't medieval Latin. I was like, this is a particular form of Latin. It seems like it's Roman theology. So, they're using the images of Roman gods. And I would ask him, I said, why are you using the images of Roman gods? Why are you putting them on your mission patches and also utilizing Latin phrases from that time period? I mean, you're sending it up into space. Who up in space is going to read Latin?
Well, yeah, it isn't for... That's the thing, Diane. It isn't for... It's for them. I have a mission patch, actually, from a SpaceX launch that undoubtedly... Tim Taylor was involved in. Right here. The schizo side of me was interested in it for other reasons, which we're not going to get to. But America is Rome. Well, that's exactly it. So to some degree, yeah, it's paralleled to Rome by a lot of different academics, intellectuals, historians. Yeah, it's exactly it. Yeah. And will fall probably much like Rome. It's in the process of falling right now. But there's one such mission patch which encodes within it some very interesting information. The sword swing that the knight here with the fleur-de-lis on him is swinging at the dragon with, I believe is the orbit, maybe. I think it was, we don't know what, this was a classified launch. So we actually don't know, I think, what this satellite was for. Now you see that there's a dragon here, and that it's a brown dragon. Now the top here is Latin, and it translates to, I believe it's evil shall not prevail. I want to make sure that's correct, because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Mali nunquam prevelabant. Just give me a second here. I'm just going to I'm going to leave it up on the screen so I can transcribe it onto ChatGPT. Let's see, because this is a wonderful thing ChatGPT can do. Mali. Pull it up here again. Oh, nunquam. Fuck's sakes. I can't misspell this now. I have to make sure this is fucking typed right. Pravalabhan. I think it's evil shall not prevail. I think it's pretty sure that's because there's obviously Pravalabhan. Let's see what it says here. Oh, you motherfucker. Translate. The wicked will never prevail. Sorry. That's one. I think there's another interpretation that evil should not prevail. What it's referring to here, I'll show there. There you go. Wicked should not prevail is the dragon in Revelations. This is actually what it's referring to. Now, where was this circulating? And how did I see it? There are some people in some circles, again, and I've brought this up ad nauseum, that think that the iconography of the dragon through different cultures refers to a comet, one large comet in particular that might be associated with cataclysms periodically. Now, this is a bit of a schizo idea, obviously. And in some of these circles, said comet planet might be a brown dwarf star. And so they pointed to this classified satellite being launched from SpaceX and the use of a brown dragon from Revelations. Because in Revelations, obviously, this dragon approaches the Earth. And people are saying, oh, what could this satellite be about, right? Now, I mean, it's a stretch. Like, you're getting into schizo territory here a little bit, right? The dragon is classic. It's a classic motif. It's with astronomical shit, right? Phenomena. Like, a lot of comets, but the ancients thought were like the kind of serpent tie imagery associated with comets and whatnot. So when Jesuits say evil, they're talking about anyone who opposes their God on earth. The Black Pope. Oh, interesting, Wayne. Interesting, yeah. It's a Hydra, and the Hydra is Legion. Yeah, I think this is definitely. I think this is definitely a dragon here, though. It is because it's referencing the story of from Revelations chapter 13, I think, which speaks about that old serpent, right? the Satan. Anyway, yeah. But this is one of these, just to show people, this is one of these mission patches where they use this Latin, and it's very mystical, and who knows what they're implying here with this. People have gone over the mission patches from different branches of the military before. Like, it's very, I'm reaching for the word, but yeah, who knows what it implies? Who knows what it implies? Yeah. DC is somewhat of a mirror of the Vatican City, and if you read the history of it, where it sits between Virginia and Maryland, Virgin Maryland. Oh, that's interesting. You can see that's interesting, Wayne. Yeah. Originally, the area of Washington D.C. was called Rome, Maryland. Was it really? Okay. I mean, I guess it was the intention, right, with the empire. It's what it's become in the New World. It's kind of like another Rome, yeah. Dragon Revelation is actually a Hydra, is the embodiment of Legion who cast into the sea. I guess you could call it a Hydra too, couldn't you, Zos? Yeah, because how many heads? It had multiple heads, didn't it? Yeah, you're right. After Jesus cast him out, the beggar, which then became the swine. Yeah, actually, I've got a visualization of it here. Hydra or dragon, however you want to look at it, but winged serpent. Yeah. Do I have a picture? I think I do have that picture from Revelations here somewhere. Right here. Here it is here, right? With the 7 crowns or whatever on his head. Is that 7? Usually it's 7. Is it 6 heads? It's 6 heads, right? Yeah. It's 5 heads. There's 6 heads here. Yeah. Yeah. Daniel Carroll, one of the closest advisors to George Washington, was a known Jesuit, and this is set in colonies who originally got populated trying to escape Catholic inquisitions in the EU. Oh, really? It's interesting, yeah. I think it's 6, because 6 is the number, right, of Satan, like 666, yeah. But, yeah, that's a visualization of the beast there, right? So, red, almost as always, yeah. There are other, it's effectively... And I brought this correlation up before in the past, which some people might find interesting, or some people are like, Jim, fuck, stop. Which is okay. I'm going to do it anyway, though. So, which is Typhon. Typhon is another being that you could say kind of resembled, they didn't have the multiple heads, but he had snake-like appendages. So he had these great wings, kind of that's not a beast's face here, but he had like a beast's face. And he had these, he had there's another good depiction of him that kind of looks more, but that's him on a jar there. But he was this monstrous creature, which looks very similar to the winged disc used throughout Mesopotamia. Also red, depicted as being red. And supposedly the cross in this disc in Mesopotamia, there are some depictions of it as being red. And you go to the cross was another kind of motif associated with the winged disc. And the red Templar's cross is likely a representation of the winged disc. And you can kind of go through Satan. Typhon was this kind of parallel to the dragon in Revelations, and could be considered like some kind of a Satan, right? This bringer of doom, and is probably some kind of telephone game, right? From history. But anyway, an older idea, potentially as well, because it stretches back to Mesopotamia. But it's hard to fucking say. Again, there's so much interpretation going on here, whatever the fuck all this means. But yeah, anyway, and we're not going down this road again. It's gone down this road one too many fucking times. But yeah, kind of one other will take its place. A couple good posts on X. This one in Body Bodes Wolf Luna is still talking about it, so maybe this press announcement next week will be very good. Oh, interesting. I'll pull it up in a second, man. Interesting. I'll finish this little clip here with her.
And his answer was our sponsors. So, I mean, that's what he said. And so he also had
Which Roman gods, do you know?
Yeah, so there would be obviously Apollo, right? So all the missions, if you think of all the missions, they're all
the planets too, right, bruv? Yeah.
And goddesses.
Tattoos.
Do you have any ideas of where this stemmed from?
It could.
Oh, sorry,
okay, so
bro.
I do.
I thought I minimized that.
It's just a theory,
Oops.
though. So, I could be completely wrong, but it seems to me that there might be an element within our government that maintains this theological tradition, this Roman theology. Could it be a form of Freemasonry? It could be. I don't know, but I just know that that's what it looks like.
Interesting. Why would they carry on these traditions?
I think at some level there's belief in those traditions. I don't think that they would do it just because. Do you?
I don't know. I mean, could have played devil's advocate here a little bit, but I mean, I was a SEAL. I was the agency. We had developed our own traditions. And for example, in one of my platoons, we had a patch and had a Spartan helmet on it. And we underneath the Spartan helmet, we put a saying that the Spartans used to say that said, "Come home with your shield or on it." Put that in Greek underneath. And so, somebody could probably look at that and go, why do these Americans have Greek writing under a Spartan helmet? Because Spartans were all badass warriors that we aspire to be. And so we kind of, adopted some of their traditions, sayings, whatever you want to call it.
It was the root. They were the root of Western civilization too, right? Like they were like the warriors, and we are Western civilization. So I mean, same with the Roman iconography used and references, and I mean, they were like, the Romans are really like, they were the first real civilization, like that spanned, like empire that spanned an unbelievable reach, right? Like no other, right? Maybe Genghis Khan would be bigger, but I mean, advanced too, right? And so that's a good point that he makes, that she's kind of thinking that there must be a reason behind the rituals, but she's looking at it through her own kind of rose-tinted glasses, possibly, where it may not be, right? It may just be a meme to them, right? To do that, who knows? Yeah. Char Dibus in Scylla was depicted as a woman kraken, and it was a representation of whirlpools. That wasn't actually interesting. So yeah. Yeah. Let's look at all the fasces, bundle of rods surrounding an axe on all our official buildings. It's the symbol of fascism. Why is that in the U.S. Capitol building? Well, Wayne, why do you think, brother? Not far off from that, huh? Yeah, fuck. Yeah. What was there was another interesting connection. Well, I mean, if you look at the dollar bill, right? I mean, the use of the pyramid and the all-seeing eye and whatnot, and that's another example of like, you know, what's the purpose of that? What was the point to it? What does it mean? Does it have some deep symbolism to it? Were there Freemasons involved with the making of it? I forget what the guy's name was that was involved with creating it, but some people think it was just like, you know, the pyramids have always been this enigma and it represents power, and there's another meaning to it as well, but it maybe sometimes can look too deeply into these different symbols and icons, and we can kind of try and infer too much of it. So, jumping natto. Have you ever seen the Indian temples carved out from a large boulder? Yes, I have jumping. Yeah. What are they called again? There's a name for them. Yeah, they're beautiful. Yeah. Unbelievably beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. But, sorry, I have COVID for people that don't know. I literally have COVID right now, so... Just fucking, I'm just trying to ignore it. Roman Catholic Church was one who mixed all the pagan stuff into Christianity in the first place. Yeah, they took over what's ever popular by infiltrating it. Absolutely, man. Yeah. And that's why you get so many of these weird overlaps, and the telephone game of history is so fucking real, right? And that's what I was trying to bring up earlier with this, right? And with Typhon, and it's unbelievable. I was actually the Merkabahs and the Seraphim. There's maybe some connection to Merkabahs, to the winged disc in Mesopotamia as well, where it's this kind of a boat and this thing that carries people, beings around in it. And this is kind of how, I say Anu, although technically I forget what the Assyrian equivalent of Anu is, God, but An means sky and sky king. The Sumerian head of the pantheon was Anu, so I fucking can't keep all of the goddamn Mesopotamian history straight. So I try and keep it as straight as I can. I just refer to him as Anu because it's technically fucking probably who this is. So anyway, Anu and his consort here on top of the winged disc, whatever the winged disc really was / is. But yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah. One way or the other. Yeah. Why is that not in the stream title? We've had a bot. We could have a command. I guess. I'm just trying to ignore it so people aren't like, fuck, this guy's suffering. He's on here just grinding like a beast. And maybe meanwhile his voice is just completely gone. He's eaten like 12 of these fucking fisherman's friends and probably shouldn't. How many can you have in a day? I don't think is there a fucking limit? I don't think there's, what's in it anyway? Medical ingredients. It's just menthol, I think, isn't it? So you could probably, 7 days. Yeah, I don't think there is a fucking limit, is there? In case of overdose, call poison control. Is there a fucking limit? No, well, maybe we'll just take a break from them. Fuck it. I'm just trying to get it done here, one way or the other, right? Okay, I'll fucking, it was just a couple more minutes here to finish this up.
It's really more of a morality type, like a morale type thing to keep us going than really anything else.
So that's what I think, because if you asked anybody like Tyler, me asking him those questions, why are you doing this? He did not know. Mm-hmm. So in a sense, and I even wonder about the use, I mean, I understand the Spartans were badass warriors, right? Mm-hmm. So of course. But I mean, the very specific positioning of the presidents and, the attention to detail seemed pretty, I honestly, that's all I have for that. I don't know.
Yeah. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, if he didn't know either, that's interesting. I mean, it's like traditions. Like people who are Catholic go up to communion and they break the body of Christ and they eat it. And then they drink the fucking wine everyone else has set their lips on. They're like, why the fuck are we doing this? Like, how many of those people ask themselves, why are we eating the body and drinking the blood of Christ? Like, that's a cannibalistic ritual. No one has any idea. Like, growing up as a kid, like, my parents would bring me because they had this, like, bout where they thought, like, oh my God, like, we grew up as, like, Catholics and our kids should go back. And I went to catechism and shit. And I remember even as a kid, like 10, 11 years old, I was thinking, like, this is fucked. This is fucking weird. Like, I mean, this is cannibalism. And, like, they just, no fucking clue. Like, they didn't know. I was like, what? Is this not weird to you? Like, we've always done it. I'm like, Like, all right, whatever you fucking say. Anyway, I talked them out of going after a while. I ended those trips to church as a young lad. I asked too many questions. What happened? And then this trip stopped. Reports of 4 UAP drones followed by 10 possible military helicopters in Alabama. Oh fuck, that's not good.
But they're going in the...
You're gonna go right out of the trees. There they go.
Oh.
I got it.
You got fucking... I saw it over the park last night. Yeah, I saw them. They're real. Fucking the military after them UAPs, man. Oh, whatever. Fuck. Nah, I don't want to be a dick. It is what it is. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. For temples carved from boulders, there are these in Saudi Arabia at a site called Hegra. They look freaking laser carved. Oh, really? Yeah. The blood and bread is more spiritual. Well, that's what they say, Sauce, but I mean, it is a cannibalistic ritual, right? Yeah. The photo is better. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It's right here, I think, right? Or is this Luna one? Yeah, just a second. This is the capture of it. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's intriguing. That's interesting. Yeah. Goddamn. They're all over Georgia, too. Obviously, swamp gas. Thank you for chiming in and saying that, Roger. Fuck. Interesting. Some shit going down today? That'd be sick if it was. Spice up the evening a little bit, you know? You will want to watch. Oh, yes, the truth is coming. Watch the explosive trailer for the Age of Disclosure. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah, we already watched through this before. Jay Stratton says, I've seen pictures of UFOs and aliens. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. I've seen Skinny Bob's fucking penis. He showed me last night, right? Walked in my room completely fucking naked, stood right by the side of my bed, flashed me. Fucking, I woke up, said, what the fuck? Then he walked into the room. Says, trust me, bro. Trust me that I'm not lying to you. Yeah. Yeah, it's Hell Put Off. Yeah, I saw him there. Yeah. Yeah, there's Eric Davis as well. Yeah. Yeah, we've watched the trailer. It's I don't know, man. Yeah. You promoting this is wild. It's rife with literal government disinfo agents and liars. Oh, shut the fuck up. If all these people are disinfo agents, who's fucking telling the truth out there? Be pretty bleak. Although some of them might be involved with some disinfo, but who knows? Yeah. The wine and bread are basically the idea and contents, or the matter and spirit. Is that how it is? Yeah. The body and the blood and the body. The soul. Interesting. So you're saying they're not cannibalizing Christ. Interesting. That's what it seems like, though, right? My God. They used to have those little, like, wafers that they give you. They're these little fucking, like, styrofoam wafers. I was like, this isn't even fucking bread. I was like, what is this supposed to fucking represent? Like, his dried fucking foreskin, Father? Like, you don't even have, like, some quality sourdough here? Right? Lightly toasted, right? And what is the piss that they would offer for wine? I'm like, what is this, like fucking $7 fucking Spanish fucking garbage wine you got a hold of? I'm like, where's the Cabernet Sauvignon, the Cab Savs, you know? Nice California Cab Sav. God, it's like, what's this supposed to be? All the money the church has, and they serve people styrofoam discs and fucking literal piss. God, Jesus, the foreskin and the piss of Christ. That's they give you fucking, you go to the Catholic Church. That's all you get. That's all you're allowed to get, and that's all you're allowed to eat. Because you're peasants, remember that, right? Yeah, Anna posted that. Yes, yeah, maybe it's the thing next week. Yes, Will, yeah. Nobody's telling the truth, it's just unreal. Most people can't even recognize plain mundane truths, brother. Yeah. The Eucharist, yeah. Lightly toasted, Jesus, man, yeah, fuck. Like my Jesus resemble a hearty Merlot. That could be nice as well. Yeah. How do you take him? That's what you got to ask Father. How do you take him? It's like, well, yeah, probably medium well. Medium well. Yeah, I prefer a nice California Cab Sav myself, right? So yeah, the not bread cracker was called the Eucharist, wasn't it? Yes, I think so. Yeah. I think that's it. It was supposed to represent what, before they could leaven bread or some shit? Is that what it was about? Or is that's the story of the Jewish peoples and what the fuck was it called? Yeah. Yeah. I also think some of these 3-letter agencies you may use being psychic remote viewer info agents as cover identity. Maybe, man. Yeah. It's hard to say. It's hard to fucking say. Yeah. Sponsored when they were starving and Jesus, made bread or some shit. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah. That's a quote by Hannibal Lecter. That's a good answer for how do you take him? I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah. How do you take him? Yeah. Medium well. Take a medium well. They should hand out steak. Why would they hand out a nice piece of fucking steak? See, this is the body of Christ right here. Wagyu beef. A5 Wagyu. See, if I ran a fucking church, we'd be the finest shit. We'd have body of Christ be nice A5 Wagyu, however you want it, right? Blue, fucking rare, medium well, medium rare. And we'd have your wine and blood of choice, right? Fucking rituals be lit, right? Fuck. All these poor ass, welfare ass fucking churches and man, think of all the money that the Vatican has and they cheap out on that stuff. It's unbelievable. Anyway, I remember at my church I used to go to when I was a kid, they would still pour it all. Now, post-COVID, they probably don't play that game. But there used to just be one fucking cup and people would just get up and... It's incredible how many people, though, go and participate in those rituals without questioning them or asking or even knowing what they mean, honestly. Right? They have no idea what they mean. They just go and participate without thinking about them. It's extremely concerning. It's concern. That's all I could think about when I was younger, going there. I was like, fucking, what the fuck is going on? Like, oh, God, yeah. The man in the desert, which is probably magic mushroom. That's Moses. Yes, the man in the desert. Velikovsky had an interesting interpretation of manna in the desert, is he thought the manna in the desert may have been petroleum products, a byproduct of petrochemicals that, the burning up in the atmosphere, once the firestorms ended, the petroleum products turned into this jelly. And supposedly there is some kind of edible petroleum product. It was there's another one of his theories that people got behind back in the 70s, 60s and the 70s. It's like, fucking Jesus. I think he may have been onto something, which is incredibly disturbing. Because he talked about a giant cataclysm by a giant comet that swung by the earth and almost killed everybody. So anyway, that's for another time again. One of those rabbit holes you just might not want to go down. Yeah. The DEA and FBI will use parallel construction. They'll get info illegally and then figure out how they can say they got it legally. Oh, interesting. The word is she will be the head of declassification department that will include UFOs along with all the other stuff that is classified. I'm going to go get my buddy to make a request if this happens to get the Hendricks unredacted FBI and CIA files in. We have the FBI files, but some redactions and probably isn't full detail. Is that actually people are saying? That would be fucking unbelievable. I mean, listen, Trump seems to be on, for better or for worse, seems to be on a rampage. Like, he's just stirring the fucking pot. And I have been loving it. Not that, like, I necessarily love him, but this has been a meme to watch, that's for sure, from a distance. So, yeah. Some fava beans, a nice Chianti. Holy fuck. There's some great, there's nice health food product at my local health food store I go to, and they have these little, I think they're fava beans. They roast them, they put like chip seasonings on them, they're healthy, like low cal, fucking incredible, man. I think they're fava beans. I'm trying to fucking think I think that's what it is, yeah. Yeah. Chromatic Boogaloo, yeah. God damn it, yeah. The truth is coming. The truth is coming. Anyway, what else do I have up here? I get some other shit related. So I pulled this up. This is why we were watching that, because I thought this was very interesting. I don't think these are the same people. You might be right. Might be right. Hard to say. Different angles. There's Diana Pasulka. So, I mean, it didn't take very long for people to figure out who this Tyler guy was. And supposedly, she mentioned in that documentary that this was not something they wanted to have happen, and they're no longer in communication. So there may have been a falling out, because she speaks quite liberally here. But there's Diana Pasulka there. with this other guy, physicist, director of the Vatican Observatory, and Tim Taylor, NASA researching at the Vatican. I don't know what does Tim Taylor do his PhD in, actually. Interesting. All very accredited people, all experts, philosophers. Yeah. She did something like she was thankful for being entrusted with whatever it is, so it sounds like she will be leading it, and people are surmising its full declassification unit. Oh man, wouldn't that be a fucking meme? The only thing I would say is she better watch her step. Because that will definitely, hopefully she's careful, because man, there'd be some people that would probably try and take her out. Maybe at this point, no, they don't give a fuck, but yeah, Boeing, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. I mean, people have been killed for far less. Exactly. The perfect example. Yeah. 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 There he is again. So this is the other part that I was going to fucking bring up here, which, Jesus fucking Christ, this Chris Bledsoe guy, man, I don't know. This is Chris himself in NASA Studios, 2014. We were all much younger there. So this is with Tim Taylor. So now again, we watched the Chris Bledsoe thing, man. I get bullshit off of him, but I don't know. Ultimately, now this is some of the shit that he posts. Like this is one of his recent videos of an orb. He says, being comes out of orb.
Oh, I got one. Fine. Oh, I got one. Fine. Oh,
what I really want to know is what the fuck's going on in the background. Is this some Native American ritual? Listen.
Oh, I got one. Oh, I got one.
Some chanting going on there. I mean, it sounds like a fucking good time. I mean, get the peace pipe out and fucking, I'd be down, but yeah, that's just fucking horse shit there. Like, brother, what the fuck? Yeah, it's true. Okay, that's literally the description there. That's the definition of it. Yeah, being comes out of a light. It's like, man, this is like some Elihu 777 shit on fucking YouTube, like circa 2009. Like, it's just so bad. Show the whole unedited video. This is a whole unedited video here. Yo, it's a full-blown ritual. I mean, I don't know what's going on at Chris's house, but I'd like to go fucking hang out there. That's for goddamn sure. Brother.
Oh, I got one finally.
Man, they gotta try harder if that's how they're. You gotta tell them, Chris. You guys, they gotta try a lot harder than that. Like, fucking Christ, yeah. The Hale-Bot pass. That's exactly what I was thinking. Listening to them, they're on the next flight. They're on the next fucking flight. Yeah, they're waiting for them there in 5D. Man, it's literal Kool-Aid drinking, I know. Where the fuck, there was a post I actually responded to with Kool-Aid drinking. I forget what the fuck it was about. Anyway, this doesn't intrigue me as much as this intrigues me. This is a fucking meme. Here is a guy who speaks to God and has the power to heal cancer hanging out in his garage packed with RC planes. I pointed this out so many times, but everyone seems to ignore this fact.
Do you feel like things are changing or shifting these days?
I think it's hard to say. With all the things going on in the world.
I see one plane there, yeah.
All that's going to go away and peace will come. It's just my belief. That's what I was told, but it isn't going to be right away. It's a slow motion thing that we have to go through some troubles first. But in the end, we win.
Do you feel like lately specifically there's been a shift?
Actually, no, I do see another plane in there too. Yeah, so the guy who can supposedly summon lights in the skies at night just so happens to also have an assortment of radio-controlled planes hanging around in his workshop. Mother of God. He says that's a stretch. Yeah, that's a possible correlation. We have to consider that. Yeah. Fuck. Here, check the ridicule gang. Fuck me. Can you go here and click join to bring the bot in? Yes, I can. Let me do it. I'll do it off on the other screen. I click import? Is that what I click? Import? Or I click on mute part. I can't see. It says yeah, import. Import using SE Live. I might have to do it after. Did you? I don't know. Settings under chatbot. Control your stream live. Mute. Oh, Stream Elements bot is currently active in your channel. The bot is up and running. It's working right now. It's in the channel. Yeah. It's there. I have it in already. Okay. Okay. Cool. Let's do it. Add new bot user. Billy Bob. Who the fuck's that? What the fuck? Choose level. Super moderator. I think that's your handle. There you go. Oh, okay. Super moderator is different. There, you've got it. You've got it. You've got it under control now. God bless. Why? What's going on? Oh, nice. Fuck me. I thought I'd bring this up. Yeah. Oh, thank you, sir. Fuck yeah. Yeah. 1 year and 6 months. Holy shit, huh? Wow. That's crazy. That's when all this started, I think, during Grush, wasn't it? Yeah. God damn. Oh, you have the power now. Oh man. Yeah, I thought I'd bring this up. I don't know. I got kind of bad voodoo off of Ryan. Oh, this is Ryan, sorry. Ryan's his son. Okay, Chris is the dad, right. This is the orb so this is this is an example of the orbs they're seeing. Now, recently, this is the one I think that people had correlated to the ISS. If this starts to glare, that's the one. Yes. And then it starts to, as it kind of goes along the horizon, it starts to disappear.
Today's the 31st of January. Come on, stay with it. Where'd it go?
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Gotta get my camera stabilized.
Yeah. Anyway, I think they're fairly certain that was the International Space Station. But they gave the time, the date, everything to people, and they were able to correlate that it's probably the ISS. It makes that, it looks like that. Supposedly when it comes over, depending on what time of the evening it is, it's kind of coming over, and as it starts to approach the horizon, it starts to catch the sun, and that's why it starts to make that glare effect. So, yeah. Yeah. Is Bloodstone the real deal? Well, that's the thing, is who knows? It's these people who may have had a legitimate experience at one point, and then now they're into thinking everything they capture is like the Holy Spirit showing themselves to them, and it's like, oh man, yeah. Who knows? Yeah. Fuck me. I just don't know. Now this one's a little bit more strange. Beautiful dad, keep posting the truth. This weird father-son interaction on here too. It's the whole fam damnly involved with it. Keep posting the truth, dad. Dad, you keep telling them they real. You can see at least 4 in the video. One responded to prayer by flashing. This is a typical response. Now, I mean, that's no fucking satellite. Fuck, there's no context. I don't know what the fuck we're looking at, though. Chris, come outside again. Chris, we're doing the show for your dad again, Ryan. Come on outside. We're showing him again ourselves at a distance. Just far enough away, he's barely able to discern what we're looking at. It's how we remain anonymous. We maintain the element of doubt in this way. Yeah. We proved first time in history with scientists and witness with brain scans that communication. Brother, what? We proved first time in history with scientists and witness with brain scans that communication. History Channel Beyond Skinwalker series. Have they ever sent you messages like a telepathic communication? Do they have names? What the fuck? Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Finn sent his bow. Okay. Command Finn. Oh, it's just nice. Interesting. Yeah. 1 year and 9 months, Hendrix. Oh my God. That's probably, I think that's shortly after I started streaming, actually. I remember that. Yeah. It's hard to believe I've been doing this for fucking on this channel for almost 2 years now. I've been doing streaming for 5, actually. Almost 5 years this summer, I think is when, this fall. No, spring, sorry. We started streaming on Twitch, me and Leaky, during COVID. Yeah, this post is muted. Oh. When Chris Bledsoe made an orb appear for the Beyond Skinwalker Ranch crew, did he?
He's searching. Okay, just as you said it. Got all that effort.
Really intense effort there right now. He's pointing now. So maybe he's focusing on one. That would make sense.
He has one. He's got one in the tree line. When we started seeing that intense effort, he spotted an orb in the tree line.
Well, that certainly matches up because everything spiked.
Brother.
He's searching.
God damn it. What the fuck? For a little closer orb. Interaction with this one appears stationary 40 feet away. I'll hit the record button. Okay, anyway,
that was incredible. See, that was an orb. Wow.
Man, I mean, this could be fucking aliens, and this is why I don't give a fuck. You know, I go out in the front lawn, we'll do 1,000 follower special CE5 edition. Jim tries to summon UFOs. Orb on the front lawn like that, I'd be like, fuck. I'd be like, yeah, whatever. Like, I don't give a fuck. This doesn't interest me. I want Skinny Bob. I want Skinny Bob to appear in front of me. It's almost like I've seen this shit, man. Like, yeah. Man, yeah. Dispensing of psychotic meds. Holy fuck. How many followers off? Well, we're at 524 right now. Does it show down there? It might. So 476 followers needed before we did a live special. I do have it set up on my phone to stream from my phone. It's actually not bad, the quality. I need to get a mic. I can buy a little shirt mic and I'll probably do that. But yeah, well, I actually do something like that. I'll start doing IRL stuff once I get more following. Instead of me just sitting here slouched in front of the fucking camera looking like an NPC. Actually go out, see my figure, show my figure off. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, what's this now? This is nice. Yeah. What happens to 1,000? I'm going to do an IRL stream. I'm going to go do CE5 in the front lawn. That's the meme. Yeah. Add Discord, join, keep follow Forbidden Knowledge when Jim's offline. Fuck. Hell yeah. Oh, nice. Thanks, man. Yeah, join the Discord and keep up with all the forbidden knowledge and Jim's on offline. Hell yeah. Thank you, man. Nice. Yeah. Should set up a stream goal overlay. Yeah, I should actually. That's a good point. I had one actually for a while with followers, but I just forgot about it. Actually, one of them was to get to 500, but there was no special. So yeah. What type of IRL? Yeah, I swear to God, we will go to CE5 outside. I will do a stream. I will get Galen TV. I'll be cameraman, and I'll have to get a stick for my phone or something, and I'll actually do a CE5 outside. We'll do an IRL stream. Hopefully that 1,000 followers hits in the spring, because right now it's like minus 20 out with the wind chill. But yeah, I'll do it 100% if we hit it. Like after the 1,000 followers is reached, next stream will be an IRL stream. It'd be kind of interesting. I don't know. I thought it'd be. I've never really properly done it, so maybe we'll use some substances to aid us along that journey to mellow the mind out. But it's legal in Canada now. And see if we can actually, it'd be a fucking meme. Like, you know, it's one of those things. It's like, until you're involved with that kind of shit, right? It's just bullshit and woo and nonsense until you actually do it. And you're like, oh. But again, for me, if these are the kinds of fucking orbs that we're fucking summoning, right? Like, this just isn't going to cut it. Like, this isn't going to cut it for me. We're going to have something far more dramatic than that to be like, oh my God, it works, right? Like, you'd have to have something better. So, yeah. 1,000 before Shag Harbor and do IRL there. That could be a good idea too. Yeah, that'd be fun. We could do both. Yeah, attach a piece of string on an egg and hang it from a tree limb. Take blurry video profit. Wouldn't that would probably get a big fuck? We get a stream clip. Is that how this blows up, guys? Is that how we get the stream? Just fucking debate everybody. Oh my God, Twitch streamer fucking has encounter with alien spaceship. You know, be a really head trip. Like we just go, the stream just cuts off, goes dead. Me and Galen TV, 5-6 hours of missing time. Wind up like in the woods, fucking naked, face down. Don't know what happened. You know, that's a dark side of CE5 supposedly. I just watched an interview actually today, speaking of this, with, it's probably in my history. I'll just look up Daz Smith. So Daz Smith, that's not how you spell his name. Daz Smith, remote viewer. This here. I was listening through this. I followed Daz for years. Daz is one of the remote viewers out in like the public sector. He's been involved in a bunch of very interesting taskings over the years. Trained by the Stargate guys when it became declassified back in the mid-90s. And he did this interview with Watch Mojo. And he was talking about the psionics and the risks involved with remote viewing, and that he's heard of experiences people have had where they start fucking around with CE5 and bad shit happens to them. He has views on engaging with psionics is so prude. Seems so prude. Oh, you think? Well, yeah. I think I told this story. I mean, I'm not going to mention who said it, but I was talking to some remote viewers, and they were talking about, I was just listening to this conversation, but they knew somebody who was started getting involved with doing this CE5 shit. And supposedly the last conversation that they had with him, he had saw some orbs fly into his house. He was out for a walk. And shortly after that, he died. I don't know if he had a heart attack, but he died very abruptly. And it freaked him out. And I was listening to this. I was talking with him for other reasons. But I was like, I mean, it wasn't funny. It was like, this is one of their friends. And I was like, fuck me. Like they were drawing a correlation between what he was into and what had happened possibly. And who knows, right? I mean, you try and summon Skinny Bob into your fucking bedroom. Maybe you're a little bit older, your heart's not in the best condition, and one day you wake up in the middle of the night and Skinny Bob's just beside the bed being like, hi, and then heart attack, you die. Because, you know, that would probably be the reaction if you saw that. Maybe unintentional, maybe it's intentional. They were implying there was something malevolent involved with it. I have to, and I don't think it's something they would probably even want to publicly talk about. But yeah, that's some of the shit. I know that's some of the shit that they hear. You hear, and I've heard that before through the grapevine, but not from people directly. So who knows? Who knows? But anyway, this was a pretty good talk. He was just kind of going over the history of, there's 110,000 documents declassified by the Stargate program. I didn't think there were that many, but he has all of them on a hard drive. We've gone over some of them. They're on the CIA's website. We've gone over some of the more popular viewings, right? That like Joe McMoneagle did with Bob Monroe. But there's other interesting targets they've done too. So, yeah. How do we run gamble? Interesting. Yeah. Death by Skinny Bob, brother. I mean, you never know, right? You ask for it, you get it. Can you take it? Can you handle it? That's the question, right? Can you handle it when they give it to you? Who the fuck knows? Yeah. The moment JFK died, remote viewing the afterlife. Holy shit. God damn. Interesting. Yeah. He's done some pretty woo targets, but I find this stuff to be intriguing. They're very transparent too as to like the nature of it, and when they're doing very woo things, they're very honest about that, and I appreciate their transparency and honesty, and that's why I've followed these guys, because especially Daz, I've just always enjoyed Daz. I've listened to him in conversation before. He's just very interesting. That's they're viewing the Farsight project there, but that's Cydonia. Who the fuck knows? Who knows? It's intriguing stuff. It's, it is what it is. So yeah. He does say basically to engage, but be careful. I guess that's fine. Yeah, he has kind of a. That's true though. Well, sorry, I'm just trying to wipe my nose here. I'm for people that don't know, I have COVID. I have not been diagnosed, but my partner took a test and she's positive, and so I'm assuming that I also have COVID. And periodically, I've been eating these fisherman friends. I probably shouldn't take any more. Oh my god, I've taken a lot of them. I'm trying to see what the fuck is in them. I think it's just menthol. Is that all that's fucking in them? I'm gonna ask you this right now. How many fisherman's friends can you have a day safely? They don't have a strict safety limit. Too much menthol can cause nausea, dizziness, and irritation. 10 to 15 lodges a day might start pushing it. They act as a laxative in high amounts. 5 to 10 lozenges could cause digestive issues. Well, we're over 10. We might be approaching 15. All right, fuck. All right, maybe we'll just call it. It'll kill that there quickly. I can tip to Jim Russell using this link. There you go. Send me a fat tip. Yeah. Give me your tip. You can give me your tip. Yeah. Eat some bananas. Yeah, a cleanse might be good for me. Jim, diaper stream soon. Holy fuck, yeah. I'll fucking fire ants in the diaper, huh? We'll go summon the CE5. We'll make it as hard as we can for ourselves. Broken glass, chewing the broken glass, fire ants in the diaper. Fucking sit out there and see if I can maintain my calm while talking to Skinny Bob. But like, this guy's not fucking around. He's serious, right? He's going to put himself through a trial to get to us, right? It's like the trials that the Greek fucking mythological heroes went through. This is what we'll do, right? What a fucking meme that'll be. Yeah. Yeah, cleanse will. Yeah, I don't know. I have cleansed. What did I have earlier? I had a fucking coconut water, sparkling coconut water. I had a kombucha yesterday. I've been cleansing myself with water. I could use a tea actually. Just a second. Let me. Oh my god, my eyes are starting to water now. Fucking Christ. Holy fuck. I'll put an order in for a tea and see if it arrives. Holy fuck. Oh Jesus, man. Let me tell you though, like, I mean, I've never said the virus isn't real. The virus is really real. It's a fucking bioweapon, for Christ's sake. Man, it was rough. Last night, man, I got up to take a piss and like, I was shaking like a fucking leaf. It was bad. The chills, like, it's fucking, I never get sick either. Like, I would never get sick. And man, it fucking takes me out every time I get it. Yeah. Yeah. You down cough drops like candy when you had COVID a few months ago. Oh, did you really, man? Yeah, I honestly, we're just going to have to take the fucking risk here. I'm going to have to take another one because it lasts for about like an hour. It'll clear me out, but yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. That's a protection from probing. You don't want to go up there right now. The fire ants, yeah. That's a good. That's a good one. Yeah. That's a fucking the Jocko Willenick meme. I saw that again on Instagram. It's like, what was it? Sorry, I'm stuttering like a motherfucker. My brain. COVID's hitting my fucking. It's hitting my neural center. It was wake up in the freezer, gargle piss, fire ants in the diaper. I love that fucking thing. Where is it? I don't think I heard it. It's so fucking good, man. Like, where is it? Fucking. Jocko Willenick meme. Piss. I don't even come up on YouTube. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wake up at 1 a.m. in the freezer. Gargle piss. Comfortable? Good.
Good. Holy
Listen to
fuck.
5 self-improvement podcasts at once as you drag a tire to work.
Ew.
Fire ants in a diaper to keep you going. Ex-wife calls. Says you can't visit the kids this weekend.
Oh, this is like,
Good.
this is peak,
They
man.
only slow you down.
Fuck.
Get to work. Gargle more pee.
Gargle more pee.
Do work on Chinese keyboard. Don't know Chinese.
Holy fuck.
You will.
You will.
Broken glass for lunch. Boss comes in, says you're falling behind. He doesn't understand. He can't.
He can't.
He's a
Holy
wolf
fuck.
in this world of sheep.
It's like those fucking, it's like the self-improvement people, right? Like wake up at like 4 a.m. in the morning or 3 a.m., get a fucking cold shower.
Just the tip.
Uh-oh. How did you prompt that now? I just heard that go off. How did you prompt that now? Interesting. I just heard that come through, yeah. No, the video overlay didn't play. The video that just cost you $3. Oh my fuck, yeah. We need to let it play videos though. There's a YouTube link with that. Oh my god. Stone balls of the gods. Oh my god, yeah. Well, listen, man, fuck it. Let's fucking do it. God damn. There's supposed to be a video that plays when you do that. Did I set that up? The stone balls of the gods? It's this thing here. Or hold on. Oh, that's one I don't have on the thing anymore. That's that's David Childers, by the way. People wondering. That's the other thing. It's not. There's this one.
Literally wash these balls.
That's from that same documentary. Stone balls of the gods. Literally wash these balls. And that's a follow
Pretty
one.
interesting theory.
That's the follow
However,
one. He's gonna fucking sue me at some point, but I'm all right with that. I'll get into a legal battle with David, and then I'll buy him a pinball machine, and he'll smooth it all out. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Fuck me. Yeah. Incentivize and build some interaction. Yeah, that's a great idea, man. Yeah. Review your stream elements web overlays. Yeah, we should. Yeah. We have a web layer in OBS that played that noise. Yes, I do. A stream elements one, but you don't have a video box in it. Oh, this was the video. According to my yoga teacher, the veil, the false world is thinnest from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. I've heard that before, man.
Do not come.
Oh, fuck yeah. It's a classic.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
That's a classic. Yeah. Holy fuck, yeah. 1 year and 6 months, too, Bear. Holy shit, wow. I've been here for a while, huh? Yeah. Goddamn. Yeah, man. I've only ever had one weird experience at night. Fuck, it would have been, when was this? A long time ago. But I remember I was coming, my parents' place. We're here right now, but I was coming upstairs because I used to live right here where I'm sitting, where all my shit is. And I was coming up the stairs at it was probably 3:30 in the morning. And I remember, and this would have been in the winter, and it felt like I walked through like a giant spider web. And I'll never forget that. And I thought, like, which didn't make any fucking sense. But I checked myself. I had no spider web on me. But it felt like my whole body walked through a giant spider web. And it wasn't until like a year later I was talking with somebody. And they were talking about that. If you like walk through a spirit or something, and it's in your house or you're in an area and you walk, it feels like you're walking through a spider web. And I was like, oh my fucking God. I was like, is that actually a fucking thing? because that happened to me one night when I was walking up the stairs. That's exactly what it felt like. I don't know, and it's never happened again, but yeah. He's coming right now over everybody else's face. Yeah, he's fucking having a coom fest for goddamn sure, yeah. Yeah. 13 years ago you were created. Oh my God, yeah. Your pre 9/11 dream about 9/11 came at around about 3:30 a.m. Holy shit, man. God, Jesus, yeah. Man. What was it about again, Wayne? I think you mentioned that before, haven't you? Or no, have you not? You just saw the attack? Isn't that funny? There's so many people that fucking have mentioned that they had a vision of that happening. Or some kind of an attack hitting the US, some kind of terrorist attack. This was just a quote I pull up, which isn't really relevant to what we were just talking about, but I love Young, and this was kind of relevant to, maybe trying to make a better world. But if people can be educated to see the lowly side of their own natures, it may be hoped that they will also learn to understand and to love their fellow man better. A little less hypocrisy and a little more tolerance towards oneself can only have good results and respect for our neighbor, for we are all too prone to transfer to our fellows the injustice and violence we inflict upon our own natures. He's so fucking deep. He cut deep. He just dug in deep. I love Young. Very audacious character still, but I don't really understand why. But anyway. This was actually Joe Murgia here, Hendricks, but he was talking about, this is what we just talked about. I meant to pull this up during the viewing of it, but this is about the rituals involved with the space program, and that Richard Hoagland talked about this. Said he attended a lecture on this exact thing by Hoagland about half an hour from Cape Canaveral. 5-hour lecture, and it was free. Richard Hoagland, for people who don't know, was the guy who talked about the face on Mars and was convinced that there were moon structures as well. So, yeah. Yeah, I just dreamt about the aftermath of a bombing in New York. I was in a subway, saw panicking people and dead bodies in the stairway. Then I went up and saw SWAT teams doing stuff in dusty streets. With a strong feeling of a bomb having gone off, looking down, I saw a dead mother and a baby, and I woke up and called my girlfriend crying my ass off. Holy fuck, man. Were you there? Were you in New York when it happened? Or no? You just had a vision of it. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a scary time, man. Yeah. Thankfully, we haven't had another incident like that. But fuck, I mean, who knows, right? It's surprising and maybe reassuring that we haven't had more incidents like that. When you think about it, when you think about the potential for that kind of stuff and how easily it is for people to maybe cause chaos, this is some other stuff that I don't know if we want to get into right this fucking second or not, but yeah. Oh, you live in New Jersey? Okay, yeah. Yeah, Hendricks spent 0 seconds watching Jim Russell. That's weird, yeah. But a scene on the news 9/11 reminded me of that dream very strongly. Interesting, yeah. Huh. Waiting for that missing Iranian missile to get found. Yeah, I know. Who was it that said that? It was someone on Sean Ryan's show, wasn't it, that talked about that? Who the fuck was that? Oh, it was Buddy who talked about the Tesla bomber. Right, yeah. Yeah. Well, I was going to watch something else, which is this. So
Freddie arrived in Suffolk, possibly.
I was listening to this as well. Hendricks, I saw you also posted this. That's a funny grab of him there. This madman. News hard to share, Professor Simon. I mean, this guy's starting to clickbait shit. He's getting a little bit naughty. I mean, sometimes I'll clickbait the fucking titles a bit, but like, I thought he was going to say he's been diagnosed with fucking like stage 4 or some shit, but it was nothing related to that. But this is what I'm here for. Meth busters. Holy fuck. Poor Simon just gets fucking... I've never seen a man get more cooked than him. He gets absolutely fucking cooked by people. It's unbelievable. Poor guy. All right. Yeah, here. It's only 20 minutes long, so I'll see what the fuck it's going to say. Yeah. Are you going to call Adam Savage? Oh, God. He does look like a mathed out Adam Savage. He's also an older Adam Savage, too, though.
How do I begin? All right. For the first time since running this humble YouTube channel, I'm genuinely scared. Some information was shared with me that has actually shaken me to the core.
Brother.
It's deeply serious. It's deeply dark. It's very, very, very worrying. And I actually need to talk to you about it. I actually need your help. I actually need to discuss with you whether you think it's true, whether it's like, what's going on. So you remember recently we had Jake Barber talking about how psionics are involved in contacting UAP, and that there was also that amazing case where somebody found a number of Asian people in Indonesia being bundled into a strange craft, and they were supposedly people with extremely good psionic powers who were being transported back to the US to be able to
live on Tatooine.
Control things.
It looks like
or
it
work
though.
For some project that needed that type of input by humans. And, sure, I mean, remote viewing's possible, lots of things have gone on. But what I was told last night, I'm actually quite disturbed by. It's connected to Rendlesham Forest, and it's very much connected to how the experiencers were treated after they had their experience, how they were reprogrammed to believe something that isn't true, and how they were just messed around and injured by an expert team who had already been flown into the twin bases of Bentwaters and Woodbridge. I've got lots and lots of detail. I could easily make a 1-hour documentary, and I think it does need to be made. But today I'm just going to go over some of the big takeaways and to connect some dots that I never thought were connected.
Let's start by hearing from Charles Holt, Deputy Base Commander at Woodbridge and Bentwaters at the time. What he has to say in this interview is truly disturbing and fascinating.
There is a very large group of people that are very skillful in what I call deception. And what better way to discredit a story than to make it so ridiculous or so entertaining that people laugh? I can tell you there's an agency that's beyond the government that is in the background that they're pulling the strings. All of our 3-digit and your M whatever agencies are only tools. They only report. They don't have the full story, and it's unfortunate. I'll tell you what I do believe. I do believe there's some type of attractant in that area, and has not entirely due to the base. And it's either a portal or some type of attraction or some type of magnetic field. There's something to deal with that area. There's something funny about that area. All I know is there's some other, how you want to call it, force, being, entity, or something that we share the universe with. And they have a great deal of interest in us. Now, are they being beneficial? Perhaps. Are they being detrimental? Maybe there's more than one agency, maybe more than one group. I don't know. I just have an opinion, but there's definitely something there.
It's a bit of a tricky story to tell.
Cheating.
I could tell you from the history to the current day, but I'm going to try and anchor it because this story is very connected from the past to the current day with Jake Barber, with Rendlesham Forest, because I think what actually happened there could be very scary and very dark and very connected to a psionics program which has gone on for many years and is currently going on. So what am I talking about? Well, the big clue to what might have really happened in Suffolk, and I'm not saying Rendlesham Forest, I'm talking about Suffolk, and you'll understand why in a minute, comes from, sadly, what is a rather aged, very respected Charles Holt. Charles, in a yet-to-be-released interview, has said if he ever gets run over by a bus, he's coming to the end of his life. He actually does know a lot more about what happened in Rendlesham Forest than he's ever said. And there's one aspect which he's not talked about. And in this release that I have, he hasn't spilt the beans, but he's pointed researchers in a very dark and interesting direction. he mentions 3 key names, and I'm not even going to say their names to you today because I'm yet to do the full research, but one of them opens a door into a very, very dark place of American history. So now...
Has anyone watched the whole thing? Like, is he just debating people again? Like, I thought he actually got news. Like, this is something he's researched. I mean... Alright, man. Oh, you got it? Okay, man. Yeah. News hard to share, Professor Simon. Yeah.
Let's
just seems
back
like...
and see where it all starts. So back in the 1960s, during the Cold War, or the Iron Curtain versus the United States, Khrushchev made a staggeringly interesting statement, which changed the world. Khrushchev said that the USSR have a weapon that could destroy everything on Earth. A doomsday weapon. And that statement by Khrushchev became the basis of Dr. Strangelove, where Stanley Kubrick assumed that the doomsday weapon was an auto-triggered nuclear bomb. If you launch weapons,
Tsar
we can't
Bomba,
stop it,
like something
and the
like that,
world is
probably.
destroyed, which would be a doomsday weapon. But it wasn't a nuclear bomb. I'm finding this a bit hard. Because I just didn't know this. Because of the Khrushchev statement, the CIA and everybody wanted to know what the weapon was. Of course, what was it that he was talking about? What did the Soviet Union have that could destroy the world back in 1960? So a lot of espionage went on. A lot of people in the Soviet Union spilt the beans, and it was very strange. And what they discovered that Khrushchev was actually talking about was psionics. They were talking about a Soviet program that had people who could alter other people at a remote distance. I mean, they could kill them, they could alter their perception, and they could actually alter materials.
Oh, brother. I bet what he was talking about was the Tsar Bomba. Some giant, massive, megaton fucking nuclear weapon. Like that, launch a couple of those off, that could potentially destroy the world.
But that's really weird. And is it true? Well, the US set up a program with this named person that Commander Charles Holt now mentions as a key player in Rendlesham, to front a US version of the USSR Doomsday Project. And the very secret code name for the US project was Project Excalibur. Drag me to prison. I'm happy to tell you it's back in the 60s. It doesn't exist under that code name anymore, but I don't think many people know about Excalibur. And now I do. What did the Americans discover? It was real, it was true, it worked, and there was now a weapon gap between the USSR's ability to do psionic warfare and America. So America really geared up, and they went around the world hiring the best people who could do telekinesis, children, all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's very Stranger Things. And that project continued. But the USA had a big problem with it. A bit like the remote viewing project from SRI that was paid for by the CIA, Project Stargate, and other drug-related projects that CIA were doing in the United States had to move offshore. And they moved them to Canada, but they very, very, very much moved them to Britain. The United Kingdom had no problem whatsoever in doing drug testing at Porton Down and psionics testing somewhere, I'd like to know where, certainly associated with possibly Birkbeck College and a London teaching hospital. That's all I know. Now, the new information I've learned about Rendlesham, the incident that took place in December 1980, very much changes my perception of what happened. So, let's look at some of the evidence. We have Sizewell, we have AWRE doing high-energy physics on Orford Ness. We have Cobra Mist Advanced Physics Laboratory that was obviously involved with ionospheric, over-the-horizon, and directed energy weapon research that was suddenly shut down. by SRI on their advice. We have Bawdsey, who was using German radar to produce plasma effects, a directed energy weapon. Maybe just a coincidence. We have British Telecom with their lab at Martlesham, which is also in Suffolk, forming this kind of triangle, that were doing high energy microwave tests, for sending phone calls around Britain. But they're all dealing with energy. They're all dealing with things that kind of mess with our reality. All those labs and the nuclear power station were dealing with something which is high energy.
You just ramble on a bit. It's like, news is hard to share. What's been hard to share so far, I guess? Are we getting to this?
In one way or another. And Suffolk has always had the reputation and history for having a weak reality. Charles Holt correctly points out that the head of British witchcraft lives right next to Woodbridge. I mean, I think that could be irrelevant, but not according to Charles Holt.
Brother.
He thinks...
We're gooning for it.
This is hard to say.
This is it here. This is it. So... Now, he has not had personal contact with this person, though.
That something was evoked using the particular weakness of the Suffolk area on British soil in Rendlesham Forest, which is part of the UK, not part of the US Air Force, to try an experiment, to break through the bounds of reality, to manifest something, to unleash an unknown force. And this was pre-planned.
I think the OSI at this particular case at RF Bentwaters was used to facilitate an investigation. I don't think the OSI commander and his staff were directly involved. What they did is they facilitated the, how shall I say, debriefing, if you will. That's an interesting term, of the individuals, most of them involved. But they were not from RAF Bentwaters. They were from somewhere else. I can only speculate. I have a pretty good idea. They were beyond the OSI, believe me. I would say a three-lettered agency. One of them starts with a C. I've been told, and I don't know this for a fact, 3 different sources have told me that were involved, that the CIA cleanup doctor, who was actually the CIA liaison on UFOs to the White House, was present very soon after the event. RAF Bawdsey to the south is where we had the big experimental radar sites during the Second World War, huge towers. Orford Ness, where the lighthouse is where the British worked on all kinds of nuclear stuff, including their nuclear triggers, and did all sorts of very exotic, highly classified stuff. Just to the north of the base is a small village. Butley Village is the home of British witchcraft. Now, does any of this all fit together? Who knows? There's 3 different radar systems there. There's on the base the air traffic control tower, which has the radar system, obviously, but it's primarily air traffic control. They actually picked up the object on a scope twice going across the scope. If you've read the book, you'll know that. And they physically saw the object, glowing orange, reddish object, that went into the forest. RAF Wadisham, which is just, 20 miles, 25 miles away, actually picked up a blip and saw it drop off the scope somewhere near where we were. Now, then the British have their own air defense sector, which is Needham.
So for people that don't know, again, just to clarify, Sniffle has some area. This is the Rendlesham Forest incident, right? Where this weird, was it a triangular, pyramidal type craft appeared in the woods. And this gentleman, as well as another gentleman, engaged it. Yeah. Is my internet shit or is it Jim's? Mine looks like it's okay right now, the bit rate, but it's hard to say. Yeah. You never know. Just so people know what we're talking about here specifically, and how what he's trying to imply that there was maybe some psionic assets involved with summoning this thing? Is that what we're getting to?
I don't know what they picked up, but I do know I talked to one of the controllers, Gary Baker, who said immediately after the incident, a day or two later, highly ranking Air Force people came, and people in civilian clothes, and they got all the controllers together and said, if you saw anything, you're not to talk about it. Nothing happened. They confiscated all the tapes, and they said the radars weren't up. They confiscated the logs. If the radars weren't working, guess what?
Unbelievable.
Something's wrong, because they had two different systems, and they never took them both down. But the radar tapes and the logs were confiscated from Neatished. I suspect I know what happened, and I suspect I know what happened to a lot of the players. Because I didn't discover until 4 or 5 years after the incident that 4 or 5 of the young enlisted people had been brought in and, let's say, debriefed with drugs and hypnosis. The drug was probably either sodium pentothal or sodium amyral. Are you aware that the OSI and the CIA are authorized to use almost 500 different drugs on people, all the way up to including LSD? It's actually in a published document.
Jesus Christ.
Basically, what happened at Bentwaters was, well, something I didn't believe, something I had trouble with, something I wish I hadn't gotten involved in, I guess is the best way to put it. And/or maybe some more sophisticated stuff with high frequency. There's some stuff out there that you and I don't want to talk about. They were worked on, let's put it that way. Guess what? The guys were all debriefed in his office now. He didn't do it. His staff didn't do it. And I know who did it now. The cleanup guy for the CIA. I have the name, and it's going to appear publicly, of the CIA officer, and it was involved. The doctor, so to speak.
The other piece of amazing information that I've got that I've never heard before is from an airplane mechanic who is fixing an airframe that needed to go out back onto service at Woodbridge, and right next to his hangar, he noticed that a Galaxy C5 had arrived 3 or 4 days before the Rendlesham Forest incident, and they'd built a pad at a secure end of the facility to house this massive transport plane that supposedly was transporting a whole team of unknown people and equipment to Suffolk in December before the incident, and he saw it happen. He knows that is true. And on the night of the incident, this same mechanic, who didn't see anything strange, but due to something really irrelevant, his car was short of petrol, he was allowed to drive through Rendlesham Forest back to Bentwaters. He was at Woodbridge. And he drove past a team of people in the forest. Men, lights, equipment, helicopters, staff cars, doing something with a large piece of equipment in Rendlesham Forest. He didn't see a flying saucer, he didn't see lights in the sky, but he absolutely swears the forest was teeming with people that he didn't know, doing something, setting something up with lights, with equipment, with trucks. What were they doing? And this was just before the classic sighting. He was told never to mention it, not to look back, and keep driving. And that's his report. He then didn't see anything, but he certainly knows that that happened.
So this is a letter from Rick Sommerfeld, Master Sergeant, US Air Force, retired. There was some construction activity on the active taxiway that terminated on the very east end of the active runway near the bomb dump end. I was told it was a C5 airlifter pad. This is so C5s can stay overnight without causing damage to the parking spot concrete. I remember seeing a C5 sitting on the C5 pad about this time, and he's talking about December 1980. The particular night in question, we had to get this aircraft up and running by daybreak. Our orders was to get the aircraft code 1 as soon as possible. Now at about 2400 or 100, our lights in our TAD V and what I could see out of the TAD V went in blackout. We stepped out to see what was up, but our one TAD V door that was open blocked our view to the east. A security police SP captain came over to our hangar stating we had to shut it down and form up at the entry point or the EP. I explained to the captain, with all due respect, we just can't stop work and walk away from the aircraft with all the tools and equipment spread out in and around the aircraft. About 10 minutes later, my flight chief and captain returned and started to bark orders to shut it down. At this time, we were instructed to grab our stuff and form up at the secure entry point for a roll call. We formed up, a roll call was initiated with a serious concern for accuracy. He made preparations for me to go out the east gate.
Jesus Christ,
He called the gate guard and
Professor
notified
Simon.
him of the deviation to the plan, that I would be cleared to the east gate to pass through and to travel left out of the east gate to Butley and then on to Leiston. Once I got to the east gate guard shack, I was stopped. My ID and line badge were requested and verified, as was the registration of the car. I was told to drive out to the end of the road, turn left, and do not stop for any reason. Just drive cautiously past the people on the right and keep going if you know what's good for you. All I could see was military vehicles, SP trucks, and the Cadillac Gauge armoured vehicle. One blue staff car, I think had a white roof, and lots of light oils facing the road, blinding anyone trying to see into the forest. There was technology in the 80s, such as target range finding.
Okay, so this is the account of some. He's not very clear with what the fuck's going on here. So this is someone that he's personally talked to, telling him a story behind the scenes about the Rendlesham Forest incident. Okay, it's a hard time like laying this down. Like, okay, so this is an engineer or someone working on the craft, the plane. Okay, and anyway, man, like, holy fuck, like.
Lasers, laser beam sighting for precise weapon targeting, and night vision equipment. The 67th may have been in the skies that night. Why? I don't know. Possibly to execute the mission to track, retrieve, or capture some hardware? There could have been some early unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, of the hand launch variety or the portable type the size of Footlocker to assist with the bird's eye view. No one heard any propulsion sounds that I have ascertained. The British are very advanced beyond belief on electronic countermeasures and UAVs. To put a reason for or to place a weapon system crashed or not in this area of the country during this time of year is mind-boggling. I'm at a loss for words, and I'm still today perplexed with the incident and the stated facts. The only theories I can come up with, we might have had something at Woody in those guarded bunkers, and no one's telling. That would explain the C5 parked there for an unspecified amount of time. But I don't know. But what a diversion to get something out or into the area somewhere over there. What was going on mission-wise at RAF Molesworth during the time? I'm thinking it could also be a wag the dog scenario for something not even in the area. I know it would be arrogant.
Oh yeah,
we
gotta get through this here.
Were interrogated, and I think he's deeply upset by what happened to them.
Yes,
They
those
were
are the two
taken
guys
to
there. So these are the two first-hand witnesses to the craft here on the right. The guy on the left ended up having this like set of dreams, I think a couple years after the incident, if I can recall correctly. He had touched the craft. When he touched the craft, you get some kind of a download. You get some binary, wall of binary, and the binary translated into like that this craft was from like the year 8000 or something. So, anyway.
Part of Bentwater's part of the photographic lab to an underground room where they were threatened. Some of them might have been drugged, and he's deeply upset about what happened. It seems they were scared. They were certainly threatened. One US Air Force woman had a mental breakdown and was retired and now is living in Italy and won't talk about it. Certainly John Burroughs and Jim Penistone hint at an interrogation that went on. There are certainly hints that drugs were administered to some of the people who actually saw things. But Charles Holt swears that the team that was doing the interrogations weren't the OSI, the Office of Special Investigators, that were based at Bentwaters. They were an outside team who had just arrived. Why were they there? Why did they know that something was going to happen? And why did they want to mess around with these people's memories? And there's a continuing rumor, They don't tell me that Dr. Kit Green from the CIA, the chief medical officer, arrived before, during, or after the incident because he was interested in what actually happened, putting it mildly. So how does this all relate to psionics, Jake Barber, and eggs in a test range? Well,
okay, holy fuck, brother. What are we, 23 minutes in now? We're getting the fucking point now, right? Like, it's a rambling. Yeah, how did he remember the binary string? That's a good question. He wrote a book too, right? He's starting to understand. It's like, how does daddy milk this, right? That was going through his fucking mind. That's my opinion. It sounds like a milk situation where it was milked, but it happens a lot.
The Deputy Base Commander, Charles Holt, now wants to admit that he knows about the project. He was briefed. He knew that a team from the Air Force, from the CIA, from another agency had already arrived in Suffolk, possibly on board the C-5 transport plane that landed at a secure area at Woodbridge. And whatever happened in late December 1980 was a planned project. And the planned project was to mess with people, to mess with perceptions, to evoke the highly strange. Maybe because Suffolk was an ideal place, a weak place of reality, using what they'd learned from USSR, what they had experimented with by Project Excalibur,
and
what was ready to be deployed and used off the USA in the UK in a strange place called Rendlesham Forest. And people suffered. People were injured, both by their encounter with the highly strange and...
Buddy wrote a book and made fucking probably $1 million off it. Look. Yeah, his hair fell out. Would you trade that for $1 million? I don't know.
By their interrogation by some kind of crack team who wanted to change their perceptions of what they actually saw. One of the things that I have discovered, if you look at Holt and Burroughs and Penistone and others, everybody slightly describes something differently.
Well, that's true, though.
That always,
How
to me,
dare they?
appeared as if what they saw was individual perceptions of reality, that there wasn't one fixed fact, but in fact their perceptions were slightly different. And that would point to some kind of psionics project.
Right.
So people, help me here. I find it deeply disturbing. Have I just spilt the beans? Is what Jake Barber is talking about psionics an application of this same technology? Have we, as humans, the Russians, and now the Americans, with the help of the Brits, weaponized reality? I hope the truth is going to be out there one day, because I'm finding this seriously weird.
Galen Tex, welcome. Are you a variation of Galen TV? Are you an AI of Galen TV? Folks, so let me just summarize this, because holy fuck, this is disjointed. The commander of the base at Bentwaters, what was the fuck? I forget their fucking names, for Christ's sake. This gentleman here implied in an interview that there may have been some kind of remote viewing psionic program run that had something to do with the craft. Okay, but like when you think a title like News Hard to Share, Simon, did you hear firsthand from this gentleman, or is this something you're reading between the lines on? Because it's very different if you're reading between the lines. That they summoned a craft, which then fucked up a couple people. I'll pull up the, let's do this, just so people understand the incident a little more. Rendlesham, I'm spelling it wrong, I know. incident. What was the binary since the witness got? I forget. I always forget their fucking names. In my mind, I remember a couple incidents, but okay. Yeah. Years later, so this is here, yeah, Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston. Let's see here. The Rendlesham Forest incident in 1980 involved multiple U.S. Air Force personnel stationed at RAF Woodbridge, UK, who reported seeing strange lights and unidentified craft in the woods. One of the key witnesses, Staff Sergeant Jim Peniston, claimed that after touching the craft, he received a telepathic binary message. I think 8 years ago when the video started, he was told this. Okay. Years later in 2010, Peniston revealed that he had written down the binary sequence in a notebook immediately after the encounter. A team later decoded the binary data, which allegedly translated to Exploration of Humanity 8100 for Planetary Advance, Continuous, Believe, Eyes of Your Eyes, Origin Year 8100. Additionally, a set of coordinates was found in the message pointing to locations including High Brazil, a mythical sunken island west of Ireland, Sedona, Arizona, associated with supposed energy vortexes, crystal people, lots of woo, Giza Pyramids, Egypt, Naxos, Greece, and Caracol, Belize, a Mayan city. The 8100-year origin year suggests time travel or future intelligence. It aligns with ancient mysterious sites. Right. Revealed the binary decades later, raising doubts about this authenticity. They argue it could be self-generated suggestion giving his belief in extraterrestrial contact. No independent verification of the download binary code exists from other witnesses. A subconscious creation. Well, subconscious creation is a bit of a stretch. I think Jim going on the internet and using a binary like code generator to create a more fantastical story. Let's ask this. He did make a book, I think. Did Jim write a book about this? I'm almost positive that he did. I'm pretty positive that he did. Yeah. Yes, he co-authored a book about the Rendlesham Forest incident. Yeah. Book one. Yeah. High Brazil is crazy. Oh, it was HY Brazil. Is that how it's spelled, Will? Interesting. Okay. HY. Yeah. 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 But if you're looking for hard evidence, let's just say skeptics have a field day with it. Well, but that's whatever. Yeah. Claims of craft is from Earth's distant future. U.S. cover-ups, psychological and physical effects he suffered afterwards. Blah blah blah. Yeah. We get the gist of it, I guess, right? Yeah. Anyway, Simon. Once again, you have debated. Listen, it's an interesting idea. I just don't know. Like, I mean, that's well beyond what Jake Barber's crew was doing. They supposedly tried to summon an egg, and it went by so fast they couldn't even capture it in camera. If the government successfully in a town known for witchcraft was able to actually bring a fucking craft down to the ground, that's some crazy ass shit, right? If there's psychics who are involved with doing that, but it's at a time that was peak Stargate, right? And I think Bob Monroe was up and running around that time. It was about to be up and running, so who the fuck knows? There's lots of classified shit that never came out of that, so maybe they were involved in doing it. Maybe they summoned it. Who the fuck literally knows? But I don't know, man. His fucking videos sometimes. Like, what are people saying about this? Yeah. There's a lot of words were spoken on this podcast, but very little was actually said. You weren't listening then. That's exactly it. Fill in the gaps. He still hasn't told us a hard to share bit. Oh, fuck. He's literally killing me. That's exactly what I was thinking, where it was just I don't know what he just saw the interview and then tried to play it off like he heard something or figured something out. Like, oh my fuck, man. Anyway. Speaking of, this is another thing. I don't want to go on about this, but anyway. I see this guy's posts. Hey, how many big following does he have now anyway? Oh man, he's blowing up still, huh? Oh, he makes a lot of content. I mean, although a lot of the content I think is completely fucking like legit woo, but how on earth did Seneca know about the pole shift? So he's one of the people here in this X community who is convinced there's going to be some magnetic pole shift that happens on Earth, which, I mean, who the fuck knows how we know that? I don't know. Our glorious modern science only learned that the poles are shifting in the 20th century, so Seneca must have been schizo-posting in the 1st century. Did his writing go through rigorous scientific peer review to be accepted? No. So the fact that he says massive destruction events will occur during these geomagnetic excursions is not supported by our scientific consensus, which is funded by billionaires who are building doomsday bunkers. Nothing to worry about. So people don't know who Seneca was. Here we are. Oh my fuck. Come on now. There we are. Yes. I believe this is the Seneca he's referring to. He was a Roman Stoic philosopher, statesman, drama. He was a Roman philosopher. Where the fuck did the post go now? So nothing to worry about. Here's the little clip it here, I guess. Then again, when speaking of paradoxical, mundane dissolution involving universal death, Seneca says that when the laws of nature shall be buried in ruin, and the last day of the world shall come, the southern pole shall crush as it falls. All the regions of Africa and the North Pole shall overwhelm all the countries beneath its axis. The affrighted sun shall be deprived of its light. The palace of heaven, falling to decay, shall produce at once both life and death, and some kind of dissolution shall equally seize upon all deities, who thus shall return into their original chaos. Now, does that explicitly talk about a pole shift? Well, it gives the southern pole being crushed, and then it gives the North Pole overwhelming the countries beneath it. So he is implying, I suppose, that the poles are shifting places. Now, the question here, open-minded approach, is, are they talking about a magnetic pole shift? Because I don't think they knew about that pole. They'd be talking about a physical pole shift. And again, like context, where is this from? Paganism and Christianity agree. I mean, who the fuck knows? I don't fucking know. Anyway, I mean, there aren't a lot of references through history of pole shifts happening. I mean, I didn't know this, actually. I didn't know that there was even a line from Seneca referencing this. So, yeah, that wasn't all that Seneca wrote on this topic. His descriptions are second to none. Is that actually true? I'm not familiar with this, to be honest. What is this? I've brought up before Pliny the Elder. I've referenced some of his quotations in regards to Typhon. Typhon, the giant comet we were talking about before, is mentioned by Pliny the Elder. He's the one that gave it the name Typhon. And the story goes that it was seen in times past, and it was observed by the Egyptians and the Ethiopians in the sky, and it wreathed like a serpent or a coil. What the fuck is this? The Catastrophist oh, not this fucking guy again. Cataclysmos, excerpt from Naturalis Questions 3 by Seneca. When the fated day of deluge comes, after what fashion will the earth for the most part be overwhelmed by the waves? Okay, so this is the flood. I'm funny, I don't know. I'm not familiar with this. Should I be? Oh God. It's one of these works. Cataclysmos. I'm curious. This is new to me right now. I know who Seneca is. Oh my fucking God, are you kidding me? Well, you know what we can do then, you fucking stupid thing, is just copy the whole fucking thing. Because we don't have time to read all this right this second. So give us the TLDR what he's talking about here. All the specifics. Okay. Is this another flood myth meme where, I mean, the flood myths were fairly well known even back in Greek, Roman times. Let's see what it says. Interesting. Oh, the grand apocalyptic musings of Stoic philosopher, undoubtedly Seneca. It's called it out. His description of the deluge is as poetic as it is catastrophic, a mix of natural philosophy, myth, and grim fatalism. He's essentially arguing that nature and its infinite wisdom, or perhaps indifference, will one day wipe the slate clean, whether through water or fire, only to start again with a fresh batch of naive, innocent humans who will inevitably screw it all up once more. So, again, I do know this, in that at least the Greeks, which undoubtedly was probably transferred along to the Romans, spoke about, Plato even speaks about himself in the Timaeus, about these repeated catastrophes that happened to the planet. And this was his conversation. It was Timaeus recounting the story of Solon's ancestor, or Plato's ancestor Solon. And it was Solon talking with one of the Egyptian priests at the temple he was visiting. And the priest was telling him about this, that the earth is periodically subjected to destructions by fire and or water. And those are the cycles. It's either by fire or it's by water, right? It's one or the other. So those were two popular memes. When you think about it, floods, right? Earthquakes, even sinking into the ground, right? Floods. Or the fire is a little bit more weird, but fire would be a pretty big, even a forest fire back in the day, like it would look like hell on earth, like very destructive. Although they say it was fire from the sky, which is the interesting part, which, we haven't quite encountered in modern times. So it's an interesting thought experiment mixing astronomy, geology, meteorology, unending rains, and sheer existential dread in one big doomsday soup. He even critiques Ovid for his poetic frivolities, because clearly if you're writing about the end of the world, you can't be making quips about swimming wolves. The end of the world will be a multifaceted event with all elements, earth, water, fire, collaborating in one grand act of destruction. Whether the cause is planetary cycles, Borussia theory, natural inevitability, Stoic fate, or divine will, humanity is ultimately at the mercy of forces beyond its control. Once the old world is wiped away, a new one will emerge with a new sinless humanity until inevitably they degenerate again. What's my take? Yeah, are we just here for the cosmic doom? Or are we getting philosophical about cycles of destruction and renewal? Well, that's what we're always about here, is fucking cycles of catastrophe, right? I wonder, it probably wouldn't be able to dig into the Timaeus. It would just be obnoxious and say, I don't know what you're talking about. Not familiar with his cataclysmos. I should be, as someone who has an interest in catastrophism. I was honestly not aware of it. There's so much to know. Oh my God, the literature is just unending. But I mean, this seems again more like philosophical musings than it does recounting actual knowledge of cycles of destruction, right? The account in the Timaeus is interesting because although it's far removed, many times removed, maybe from the actual story, it does talk about cycles of catastrophe being related to a celestial event, even a particular celestial object, because it recounts Phaeton, the story of Phaeton, the Greek story of Phaeton, which is a sign of Helios, and he takes his father's chariot and then runs it across the earth, and he runs it across the earth and lashes it with its tail or whatever, and it causes a terrible destruction, a firestorm, and Zeus has to take Phaeton out with a thunderbolt, so he has to kill him, Helios' son, to prevent ending the world entirely. And it's interesting because there's some correlations there too, among other Greek stories of Typhon. Typhon was that great winged serpent on the jar I just showed an hour or two ago. And the same thing there, Typhon was fought by Zeus, and it was this great battle in the sky they had with thunderbolts fighting him. And I think did he go to Tartarus? I forget where he went. But anyway, he ended up blocking him away after he defeated him. But it's an interesting correlation with, maybe Robert Schoch's theories. They talk about this this giant lightning storm that may have happened at the end of the last ice age that everyone on Earth would have been privy to due to some solar flare. Now, there's a more schizo interpretation out there, which ties in with, I saw Digi posted a video with the Electric Universe, some gentleman, I forget what his name was, but Velikovsky had thought this, that there might be something to this electric universe theory in that if large bodies come close to one another, so we're not talking like comets, we're talking if two planets were to come by one another close enough, there might be some kind of discharge that happens statically between them. And that could account for like literal cosmic lightning storms occurring, which would have an effect on one of the lesser bodies. It might be recounted by ancient peoples as this lightning battle between Typhon, this great winged beast, and the planet Earth. That's what we were beaming about a while ago with, on the surface of Mars, there's a giant scar. And some people have pointed to it saying it looks almost like a burn mark, that like someone hit it with a lightning bolt and like it shocked it with electricity. And who knows? It's an out there theory, and it's not really supported by mainstream physics, I don't think, the whole electric universe meme. There's bits and pieces of it that kind of make sense or might fit, but that the idea too that a large planet would ever even pass that close enough to Earth and not completely devastate the inner solar system is pretty crazy, unless there's some misunderstanding there with gravity, in that there's a repulsion force that they wouldn't just slam into one another. But it's so crazy. It's one of those things, it's like you really don't want to get into that. You'd be better off just thinking, if it happens, it happens. I'm not really going to get into contending with that kind of shit. But anyway, there are a lot of stories about it. There are a lot of stories of some giant object going by the planet, and they're fucking endless. So, but I mean, people's fantasies too. You just never know for sure. I thought this was kind of cool, buddy. What's his name here? Jay Anderson. Fuck, he's been going on a big trip, I guess. He's filmed so much already. We have been to so many incredible ancient and advanced sites that predate known history. Tomorrow I'll be filming at Manjara Temples, Hagar Quim, and the Clapham Junction, cart ruts in St. Paul's Catacombs. This is in Malta. Malta is that little island in the Mediterranean, which I think is a history with giants. A lot of the megalithic sites and stories go back to and speak about giants building them. And that site in particular, I believe, is the site that was supposedly built by giants. I don't know which one that is. It was featured in Graham Hancock's recent documentary. I thought was very interesting. But there's tons of megalithic sites all over Malta. There's a cart ruts there. Those are extremely interesting too. That's not the only place they're found either. They're found in a couple other areas across the globe, I believe. I think there's a couple other areas that have them. But people don't really understand how or who or what caused them. But it's almost like something was originally kind of guided through here, like some kind of rails. So yeah, they're cart ruts in Malta. Yeah, we don't know. Yeah, it's unknown. Where the fuck was here? Let's ask ChatGPT. This is not the most exciting thing. Talk to us about the cart ruts in Malta. The idea is it's cart ruts. One of archaeology's most baffling little mysteries. The parallel grooves deeply etched into the island's limestone bedrock crisscross the landscape like some kind of ancient unsolved puzzle. Some tracks run in a straight line while others curve, converge, even vanish off cliffs like some prehistoric version of Mario Kart gone wrong. What the fuck? The cart ruts are a network of paired grooves, usually around 1.4 meters apart. They're found all over Malta and Gozo. The most famous are the Mishragar Il Kibar, dramatically renamed the Clapham Junction. When were they made? Possibly 4000 BC or older. What were they used for? Cart tracks. Ancient carts. How would that make any sense? Yeah, they're too deep for wooden wheels. If you're going back to 4000 BC, we're getting into like wheel territory. They had wheels back then. Sleds, not wheels. Irrigation channels, prehistoric railway, alien runways. Why are they so strange? They're weird. No one knows what the fuck they are. So yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, I don't know what I did to it, or it just says weird fucking things. Yeah. Anyway, intriguing shit. One way or the other. Very intriguing. Yeah. I thought this was interesting too, actually. To bring it up. This ancient statue is currently housed in the Pergamon Museum in Berlin, Germany. It was unearthed by German archaeologists during excavations in the legendary city of Uruk, located in present-day Iraq. Uruk is one of the oldest Sumerian city-states, thrived in the 3rd millennium BC, yielding countless mystifying artifacts, many of which remain little known. Among them is the enigmatic sculpture, a piece that has left historians puzzled. Why is the statue enclosed with a perfect sphere? No definitive explanation exists. Some believe it holds a hidden meaning, while others suggest it might represent something beyond our current understanding. Its true purpose remains a mystery. Now, what does this look like when you take a look at it, honestly? What could it be? The gods. Was the gods traveled in? Kind of looks like an egg, you know, sitting within the egg. You have these other, I think those are biblical depictions here of these like weird craft, but it does look like an egg, doesn't it? It looks maybe within an egg. What was the name of it again, sir? Did you not mention the name of it? Oh, my fucking God. Yeah. Magnificent. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Love this. Yes. Well, maybe. Is this how the gods gone around? They traveled around in an egg. Is that how it went down? Fuck me. Christ only knows. I thought I'd just pull that up. I thought that was kind of fucking funny. Relevant to discussion. Even this famous painting here. I mean, I think it's just representing like some kind of a comet, but there's other depictions of this. I forget who told me that. But that it's not necessarily unique. Same with the UFOs in the paintings. They aren't probably related to actual UFOs. There's a reasoning behind it, some kind of holy thing. It is more than likely completely unrelated to UFOs. But anyway, speaking of that, I meant to pull up our UFOs here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Finn said it was the sun. That's who said it was. Yes, Hendricks. That's exactly it. Yeah, and he's 100% correct in that. Yeah, that's very true. I think I'd heard that before, but I remember he did say that, and it turned out to be very true. Yeah, Finn told me it's bokeh. Holy fuck. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegsworth calls for a complete audit of the Pentagon. The Pentagon has failed 7 consecutive audits. Oh my fucking God. Well, I mean, it's everybody. It's the Democrats. I mean, and it happens to be this time around, but I mean, Jesus Christ. Yeah. That is, that'll be a fucking meme if they do that, huh? That'll be an absolute fucking meme. Gee, I don't think anybody'd be prepared for that. That'll be fucking, oof. Man. Isn't that unbelievable that they have failed their audit 7 consecutive times? But if you fuck up your taxes, the IRS will literally drag your balls through the fucking glass. Even here in Canada, the CRA. I mean, that shit just drives me fucking absolutely insane. Yeah, absolutely fucking insane. Yeah. Oh yeah, it finally shed light on where the money's going, and it will probably scare the fuck out of people again, man. I mean, even what's been going on recently there, it's just, I still can't believe it. We just touched on it recently. Yeah, man, fuck the Fed. Yeah, listen, man. I mean, it's absolutely corrupted all to fucking hell. Yeah. Imagine you have a job where you get to throw people in jail who don't pay you, and that's how you pay yourself. Man, it's fucking scary. I was going to pull this up again, look at Elon's thing too. I got a couple things I meant to pull up here. Yeah. No, that's not what we're talking about. Here, let me go look at Elon's, because they've been digging all this shit up. God, Jesus. Treasury official allowed fraudulent payments worth billions to continue. Trump administration removes him. David Liebrick, a career Treasury Department official who was pushed out by the Trump administration, oversaw over $1 billion in federal payments, but allowed fraudulent transactions to proceed hundreds, if not thousands of times, a blatant violation of law. Exactly the problem with the federal government, unelected bureaucrats making policy decisions against the will of the elected president. He didn't just obstruct Trump's executive orders, he actively enabled financial misconduct. Oh my fucking God. He broke the law by allowing known fraudulent transactions to proceed hundreds, if not thousands of times. Why did he do that? Oh my fucking God. Oh my God, man. I just like... who's this? Joe talking about this?
He's going to come back on here and kind of explain everything. But this USAID thing that's going on, Mike Benz has been on that like a pit bull. And I've been following him on X, and he's going to come back on here and kind of explain everything. But he explained it the last time he was here, and I don't think I really grasped it until Elon's 6 wizards. He brought in some young wizards to go in there and go over the books, and they are just finding crazy shit. It's great. And it's so interesting. I was listening to a left-wing podcast today. I like to mix it up. I listen to all kinds of different stuff. And it was like I was listening to a different world. Like, they weren't even talking about all of this corruption and all this obvious buying of influence. Instead, they were talking about aid overseas and how people are going to starve. And I'm like,
it's mind-boggling. And there's also...
He's got bread on.
I have to say, I'm upset at the general pattern of a failure to recognize how right those of us who hypothesized that there was a racket that had overtaken our entire governance structure, we turn out to be absolutely right about this, and no one's going to mention it. That's mind-blowing.
It's very strange that the media is ignoring it, especially the left-wing media. It's just too big of a win for the right, and so they're just ignoring it.
Well,
and then they're just highlighting...
The Fox is covering it, but I think it had to do with just the administration that was just in there, how fucking corrupted they were. I mean, it's absolutely mind-blowing that Drudge Report has still not even covered it whatsoever. It's unfucking believable.
Did, which I'm sure it probably did. Probably had to do some good things to like at least justify its existence.
As a cover story, I'm not even sure. Maybe it doesn't change anything. Obviously, this was a mechanism used to funnel money to all sorts of things that we didn't vote on, that don't make sense in light of our constitutional structure. And I obviously have concerns like everybody else about where this train takes us, but seeing that structure broken up it's a huge relief.
They gave $27 million to the George Soros Prosecutor Fund. So our own government is funding this left-wing lunatic who is hiring the most insane prosecutors who are letting people out of jail who commit violent crimes.
And that's exactly how this racket worked, is that the ability to tax the American public
I didn't hear that one.
Effectively get us to pay for being propagandized, for being surveilled.
Boys, like the craziest one so far is the finding of some of these media organizations, the journalists. Like, what was it, 600 or something, or 6,000 were technically on the payroll. Like, that is unfucking believable. I mean, there should be a long list of people going to jail over this, but like, I didn't realize how long I didn't realize Eric and Brett were different Weinsteins, and it was giving me Mandela effect. No, they're brothers. They're brothers. Yeah, they're brothers.
It's the game, and I don't know what era we currently live in. Obviously, there's a lot that's confusing about what the Trump administration is up to, but I don't think any reasonable person could be unhappy that we are exiting that era.
I'm going to read off some of the things that this guy Kanakota the Great on Twitter listed, and this is off the Jesse Waters show. USAID, $20 million for Iraqi Sesame Street, $2 million for Moroccan pottery classes, $11 million to tell Vietnam to stop burning trash, $27 million to give gift bags to illegals. $27 million. $330 million to help Afghanis grow crops. Like crops. I wonder what those crops are.
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. Yeah, that's exact. Holy fuck, man. That'll open up another dark fucking chapter. Oh, the drug trade. Who was moving the fucking opium around? Man, holy.
What's their biggest crop, Brett?
It's gonna be the poppy seeds for bagels.
I'm thinking. For bagels, bro. There you go.
$200 million on an unused Afghani dam. $250 million on an unused Afghani road. This is wild. I mean,
oh man, they absolutely owed them more than that. That's the thing. That's exactly right. They owed them more than even 300 million for crops. They fucking, the area is still fucked. There's no amount of money they could give them. But you know the real question, Larkin, it was like the Haiti statistic. That was the other thing that I wonder. I wish I could find that. I could probably just type it in on Twitter. But it was like some breakdown of where the money actually got allocated to. So it was like $1 billion to Haiti, and it goes like in this pie chart, and there's a pie chart, and it was like whatever the fuck, like 30-some% went to, I think, people running the program, and then it had 4% went to Haiti, and then it had like fucking 40 or 50% to other. And like, so Haiti got like 4% of the fucking funding, and like 96% of the funding that was supposed to be allocated went to essentially other people. And so they're like, oh yeah, we're going to help them out. It's like, meanwhile, they're just washing the fucking money there, and then someone else is pocketing it, man. It's the laundering is unfucking believable. And this is the thing. This is supposed to be the USA. This is supposed to be the United States helping these other countries. But man, like of that 300 million, how much of that do you think actually went to growing fucking crops? No joke, it literally probably went to fucking the drug trade.
Some of this stuff is really, really crazy.
Well, yes, and, you know, USAID is, of course, riddled through whatever international madness it is that caused us to open our southern border and facilitate an invasion through the Darien Gap. So, you know, seeing...
Jesus. Well, yeah, that's exactly... Man, that's what we just pulled up here a second ago. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth calls for a complete audit of the Pentagon. That's the next one on the list. And that's where things are going to get real dirty and probably really fucking dangerous for people. Because once you start pulling that one apart, man, that's when motherfuckers start disappearing in the middle of the night. Like, you got a lot of money there. Like, yeah. Supply kits of the Clinton lizard people. Man, that wouldn't even fucking surprise me. Just unfucking believable. I wonder if I could find the Haiti statistic. It was unfucking believable. Yeah. This is actually on TV. Wired. Doge teen known online as Big Balls, now a government expert. This is one of the guys that Elon hired to audit them. So the teen working for Doge, his online name was Big Balls. You can't fucking make this shit up. Oh, this is a quality. As much as Elon's probably a fucking psychopath, for Christ's sake, you can't make, these memes are just gold. Like, you can't make this fucking shit up. So Big Balls and Co. are gonna now fucking probably go audit the Pentagon. Wouldn't that be funny in the history books? They say, who outed all the government black programs? Who's chased the deep throats out of their fucking black sites? You say Big Balls did. Big Balls did. Big Balls and the boys. Yeah. You're an expert historian. You follow just supporting Twitch stream Jim Russell. What the fuck is this? Is this an AI? You just got in the chat? Oh, fuck, yeah. Will Elon help successfully chase the deep throats out of their black sites? Oh, fuck. There goes my Kleenex. Let's dive into the history of UFOs. Did you know the modern UFO phenomena kicked off with Kenneth Arnold's sighting in 1947? It did. It just preceded Roswell. The original hold my beer moment in history. And Jim Russell, that guy's got the vibes of real life Mulder. Totally sussy. What the fuck? Sussy? What the fuck? What's sussy about me? Sussy? Oh my god. Interesting, yeah. Oh man, they can't disappear everybody. That's true though, man. Yeah. Oh, it's just using emotes. Oh, I'd have to pull up the actual chat. Interesting. Oh my god, man, you can't even. This is fucking unbelievable. Like, man, oh man. Anyway, I want to find this. He's been posting a lot. Holy shit. Oh my God. Some insane stuff to be found on Data Republican site. The National Democratic Institute with Tom Daschle received $887K from fundraisers in 2022 to 2023 and received $167 million in government grants. $81 million of that went to employee compensation. 15 officers received compensation between $178K and $344K. 4.1 million on office expenses, 13.7 million on travel. 13 million on travel? 4.2 million on conferences and conventions. To work in partnership across the world to strengthen and safeguard democratic institutions, processes, norms, and values to secure a better quality of life for all. $167 million fucking dollars. Holy shit, man. Yeah. Is it too much? I don't know. That seems like a lot, does it not? For travel? Like, how many people are involved? Oh, man. Holy fucking Christ, yeah. Payment errors. Oh, my. From the article about what on 186 billion of such errors were concentrated in 5 program errors. Medicare, Medicaid, Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, the Earned Income Tax Credit, Paycheck Protection Program loan forgiveness. The amount of errors and waste is truly sickening. How much before taxpayer money is literally just being wasted? So hold on. These... Let me just understand what we're looking at here. Hold on. That was from last year. The federal government made $236 billion improper payments last fiscal year. Holy fuck. I am seeing it, yeah. Yeah, I am seeing it. I'm seeing what you've been posting in there, yeah. Yeah. As an expert historian ufologist, I say if you're chasing aliens, 13 million might be a solid investment. Just imagine the cosmic connections you could make. Plus, what will the skeptics say when you unveil ET on stream? Just don't forget your camera. How did you incorporate the AI within the fucking chatbot? That's very interesting. Oh my God, man. I just can't even. That's unbelievable. I mean, that was already known, but now I guess there's a breakdown of some of this shit. Holy fuck, man. That doesn't even make any fucking sense. I wonder if I can find this. Haiti. It might come right up. Yes. Oh, that was one of the things there. Oh, this is it here. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Over $4 billion to Haiti, but Haiti only got 2% of it. The rest went to firms in DC and other. We have to read this. This is just unfucking believable, man. Like, it's scary. Since the 2010 earthquake, in Haiti, the U.S. government has dispersed some $4.4 billion in foreign assistance to the tiny Caribbean nation. At least $1.5 billion was dispersed for immediate humanitarian assistance, while just under $3 billion has gone towards recovery. So here, we'll go forward. This is the next post here. Where is the money gone? Echoes throughout the country. It remains unclear how exactly the billions of dollars that the U.S. has spent on assistance to Haiti have been used, and whether this funding has had a substantial impact. Since 2010, USAID has dispersed at least $2.3 billion in contracts and grants for Haiti-related work. Overall, just $48.6 million has gone directly to Haitian organizations or firms, just over 2%. Comparatively, more than $1.2 billion has gone to firms located in DC, Maryland, and Virginia. Here's the chart. So they allocated $4 fucking billion to go to Haiti. 2.2% went to Haiti. So 56.5%, went to these US-based firms in DC. 41% went to other. They have no idea where it went. Now, who should be held accountable for losing that much fucking money, man? That is unfucking... I saw that last night and almost fucking puked. I said, I cannot even imagine. Like, the Clintons were getting kids from there, and through their wait and see, hopefully it'll get exposed. As Longwood said, that is why they were so involved in Haiti charity work. That's a dark thing. I know, man. I actually have heard of that. This is a dark thing probably they don't want talked about on Twitch, but in the early days of the whole QAnon thing, whoever was involved with that, what they were posting were weird tweets that celebrities are making. And a couple of the weird tweets that they posted were from the guy from The Office, Rainn Wilson, who supposedly had been back and forth from there quite a bit. And there was a couple weird tweets that Hillary Clinton had made about him in regards to these trips. And I didn't honestly have the stomach to go further looking into it from there. Yeah. Oh man, that's exactly, it's human trafficking. It's a dark fucking thing. Yeah, it's a very, very dark thing. And it's what, what's his name again? Buddy, the virus software guy, was starting to dig into in Central America, but also in the United States, where he had sent laptops that were infected to the Clinton staff and got himself into some hot fucking water. John McAfee, yeah. John McAfee had sent laptops infected to the Clintons, the Clinton and her staff, and he came upon some shit, supposedly, right? And I don't know if he didn't really speak specifically as to what, but at the very least in Central America, that there was some human and drug trafficking going on there. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those things they better just open that up, because if that's fucking true, man, you can put them on TV just hanging there. I think that's a level of evil that you can't even begin to wrap your fucking head around. Yeah. Oh, I can't even read it. The facts on the Clinton Foundation's work in Haiti. Oh, I still can read it. Many years dating back before 2010, President Clinton and the Clinton Foundation have worked to help the people of Haiti. They helped to mobilize emergency relief after several hurricanes and earthquakes struck Haiti. All just to find out that this is all the helping that they've been doing. Who they've been helping are their buddies and themselves. Yeah. Same dude who who liked to sit in a hammock and poop in chicken's mouths. Yeah, John was a little bit crazy, Larkin. He also shot his neighbor and killed him. Which is why he was on the run to begin with. Yeah. Yeah. He's definitely, not saying he wasn't fucked. Yeah. USAID gave Chelsea Clinton tens of millions of dollars and partnered with their sex trafficking organization, the Clinton Foundation. Now, we don't know that definitively, I guess, but this is like going into this year. They helped oversee $4.4 billion that Congress had earmarked for recovery efforts. And then obviously we saw what just happened with that, where they only got like literally a pinch of the pennies. But this is the other thing too that they had dug into, which pissed people off. That there was, I don't know how they fucking got this figured out, but there was another receipt that they took in $83 million from the taxpayers for something. So again, trying to connect like, well, where did that? Well, 4.4 billion. So 56% of the 4.4 billion ended up in the pockets of people? I mean, it went to these firms in DC and Virginia and who to go to specifically. I don't know if they're implying it went directly to the Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Foundation. But I think what 48 million went to Haiti. Can you imagine if this is an actual correlation they can find here, where they had 4.4 billion supposedly going to Haiti. They split it up, gave Haiti 48 million, and then pocketed 83 million themselves. Oh man, these people need to fucking just go to jail. They need to go to jail. There you go. That's the friendly way of putting it. Yeah. Money to go to Haiti. What I thought you said, black projects. Man, unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, right. Man, fucking crazy. Yeah. Costs a lot to pay someone to abduct children to be eaten and more money to ensure you shut up or eliminated after they go do the deed. Yeah. Yeah, man. Well, you know, I mean, how they would ever uncover that, there'd have to be another criminal investigation. But if they could at least prove that this level of corruption, I mean, this would, they should all be running scared right now. I imagine they are. I mean, fuck. They must all be terrified. Hence why, you know, you're seeing this. Oh, look, another headline. Musk wants social security numbers, bank accounts. Judge bars from treasury payments. What does he want? Worried about Elon Musk and Doge getting your social security number? Here's how to protect yourself. The wrong person gained access to personal financial information held by the U.S. Treasury. It could cost you the biggest data breach in history. I mean, again, there's no fucking mention anywhere of this. They're all just focusing on the negativity. Yeah. Holy fuck, man. Like, just digest this, please, for a minute, everyone. It's just to let, like, what's happening with this? Like, the Haiti thing is like one drop in the bucket. It's only $4 billion. There's hundreds of billions of dollars involved here. But just the fact that they wouldn't even correlate this is just, it just shows you how absolutely corrupted and fucked the Western media is. It's completely co-opted. It's completely fucking co-opted. Yeah. Interesting, ChatGPT also verifies it appears this USAID $4 billion did not get to Haiti. It confirms a pie chart after a search. Good. And yes, the fact that they are not talking about the actual money at all they're doing is making noise about Doge. And listen, you know, Elon, especially after the whole video game cheating thing, man, like, I'm concerned about his character, but at the end of the day, whatever the fuck kind of crusade he's on right now, I mean, just keep it going for the time being, because it's exposing all the corruption, man. Like, no one's exposed to corruption like this. Especially, man, once they go through the Pentagon too, that's when we'll probably start getting some of the spicier stuff. But holy fucking Christ, man. It's just unbelievable. And this is, I encourage everybody to go look through, because, and you'd use ChatGPT too. Also, well, it's a good idea to interpret some of this data. That's what I was doing as well. There's so much more than this. This is like just one little snippet. Like, there's a compilation of it. I can probably find it, but it's fucking mind-boggling where some of the money has gone to. I wonder if I can find that compilation. 6,000 journalists received USAID money. This is a wonderful compilation. I shared this around, man, when this came out. I had to double check to make sure it was real. I showed this to people and they couldn't fucking believe it. Yeah, so 6,000 journalists and 700 newsrooms received USAID money. I don't know if anyone remembers this.
Hi, I'm Fox San Antonio's Jessica Headley.
And I'm Ryan Wolf.
Our greatest responsibility
is to serve our
Treasure Valley communities, the El Paso, Las Cruces communities, Eastern Iowa communities,
Mid-Michigan communities.
We are extremely proud of the quality, balanced journalism that CBS 4 News produces.
Man.
But we are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news
has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first. Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
PSYOP in real time. PSYOP in the 21st century. Right? This narrative was quite clearly, to many people, a PSYOP, but you see all the NPCs on the screen here had no fucking idea otherwise how to see through that, right? Just do what they're told, read the script, shut the fuck up, right? Oh, man. Holy fuck. Anyway, I love this one. This is from like 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, maybe. Yeah. It was an episode of House of Cards, was it actually? Oh, fuck. Yeah. Well, I mean, this wasn't even the left. This is the right and the left, man. This is the whole spectrum when this narrative started. They had everybody. Fox News, like, it's fucking crazy. Yeah. Yeah, man. Say it enough and people will believe it. Oh, it's PSYOP. Yeah. That video is extremely dangerous to our democracy, man. There is no democracy. That's a cold hard truth, right? It's a corporate plutocracy that we're living in. That's the cold hard truth. The rich rule, and they've been ruling for some time, right? And everybody else has got their hand in the cookie jar after them, and that's what's happening. Oh man. Oh my fucking god. 2.7 trillion. What? Delivering on government efficiency. House Subcommittee, the War on Waste, February 12th. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. Is that an actual number yet? 2.7 trillion. Like that is, where's the fucking debt clock? It's almost up to 37, I think, right now. Man, that's unfucking believable. What's it at? I check it periodically. I'm just curious. Almost there. I mean, just imagine how much of this has been racked up from that irresponsible spending and money laundering. They've sucked it dry. They've literally come in and they've sucked it, they've milked it fucking dry and fucked everybody in the process, man. It's terrible. It's unbelievable. You know, we've got what, 8 billion people on the planet now. And, you know, I think for the most part, most people are still good, man, but it's those fucking parasites that are, and there's a lot of them proportionally. And man, the ones in the United States and the West took their cut. They fucked off into the sunset. Unbelievable, man. And the problem is, like, you know, so many of them and all these look at the Clintons. Old fuckers now. They've lived their whole life in luxury. I mean, even if we were to drag their balls through the glass, I mean, you know, Bill's had his fun. You know, like, it's like Jimmy Savile. Fuck, that motherfucker never held accountable because no one had the courage to hold him accountable. So this evil motherfucker lived his whole life, right? What's that thing? I saw a clip of Jordan Peterson saying that he's never seen anyone actually get away with anything. And I was like, Jordan, brother, there are some people that have gotten away with some fucking terrible shit. Jimmy's always an example I like to bring up where he got away with like the worst shit fucking you could possibly imagine. Yeah. Man, it's too bad Trump did the bad shit with women and his other faux pas. Yeah, otherwise, he would have been viewed as possibly the greatest president in a long time for exposing his corruption. It really does seem like many mainstream media and other places are paid off for various reasons. Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, for all his faults, at least, you know, at least he's green lighted this operation that Elon's heading, and I mean, it's one of those things. It's like just nobody wanted to come in and just gut it. Because that's what the same thing he did with Twitter too, right? It had to be gutted. It became disease infested with just fucking stupidity. And the government's the same. Government's astronomically worse. Clearly, everyone fucking the Doge. They've added the Doge clock. I just see that here. Interesting. So the Doge clock is what? Counting up how much money they're saving. Holy fuck, they got a long goddamn way to go. This is a harsh reality from my perspective. Not that I'm an expert on these conversations, but I mean, for me, I'm much more pessimistic. I don't think we're ever going to get out of this. I think we're headed for an inevitable fucking collapse, which is why I'm obsessed with the UFO conversation. We might all be doing CE5 on our lawns here in a couple years. get picked up by the aliens. We'll be living in communes by then. But I don't have a lot of faith that we're going to get out of this. I think it's going to spiral into a fucking disaster. Yeah. Years. 1K. Oh, yeah, no, for me. Oh, yeah, I'll do the test run, all right? 1 year. Oh, fuck. I hope I can get to 1,000 here soon. I'd like to, I don't know how I'm going to do that, though. But, yeah, listen, sooner the better. Tell your friends. Tell your mom, your dad, your grandma to fucking follow, yeah. Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck me. Oh man, yeah. Trump's history was flawless, and they might have actually JFK'd him. Yeah, that's another truth, isn't it, man? Yeah, yeah. He probably wouldn't even be here. Well, fuck, they've tried to already. Someone's tried to already fucking blow his brains out. That kid, if you believe he was acting alone, even if he wasn't acting, man, it was funny. I mean, listen, I'm not a fan of the guy's character. I think he comes across as a dink usually, but at the end of the day, it's like, man, it's one thing to be a dink. It's another thing to be evil, right? And I think there are people involved here that are genuinely fucking evil. And I don't think any of us really understand, even critics of his, that are way down, in these low information zones like most of us are stuck in, that understand how bad things probably really are. I mean, he's president now, but he was also a billionaire before. I mean, money buys secrets. He would have known some shit, probably about human trafficking and whatnot in the States and drug trafficking, and he would have dirt on people. He probably has a pretty good top-down view, and did before he ran, on how bad things were. And I mean, as we're seeing, as many people thought and had intuitions on, it's way worse, right, than we could have ever fucking imagined. And this is just the beginning. So, man, it's disturbing. It's very fucking disturbing. Yeah. And it's still, we see this shit, man. Yeah. That's so hard to fathom. That's unbelievable. And what the crazy thing is, again, you've got people struggling so hard now, and like that level of waste. It's just, I mean, imagine, let's just ask ChatGPT a hypothetical question here. Let's see. For every adult American, how much could you divide 2.7 in trillion into for each person? If this ends up being pure waste. 10 grand in the pocket of every adult American. 2.7 trillion. If it's pure waste, misallocation, money laundering, that's 10 grand in the pocket of every adult. Oh my fucking God, man. I mean, it's complicated where like a lot of it was misallocated and whatnot, but like that's the amount of money you're dealing with, man. I mean, it's just unfucking believable. Like, well, that's 258, Will. So that's every adult. What is it? 3 something? So that's it. For kids and stuff, I think it's over 300 million. But that's every adult. So that'd be every person over 18 to get fucking $10,000 in their pocket. Yeah. I mean, that would pull a lot of people out of a bad situation. I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense because obviously it was just misallocated. The money was laundered, but it's a wealth extraction though, right? That's the scary part, is that it's a wealth extraction really out of people's pockets, out of their communities, where, in the foreign aid things, people, that's another conversation, right? Where it's like, if you're $37 trillion in debt, can you be engaging in foreign aid situations? I mean, why are you propping up all these other places around the globe, right? I mean, to the degree that they were. And it's a good question, honestly. I mean, you've got to look after people. Canada's the same thing here, right? Where we were sending bucket loads of money over to Ukraine. And like, we know full well that money's getting washed, right? Ukraine was corrupt as fuck before the invasion, right? Like, and the purchases they found supposedly of Zelensky's wife of the brand new Bugatti that's $5 million. Man, you see people on the street, and there's people on the street who don't have drug problems that may have some mental health issues, or you see the level of just In Canada, it's really bad in Canada, in all the major cities of each province. And in the major city of our province here, it's apocalyptically bad right now. And like that money went somewhere and didn't probably a lot of it even end up going to funding fuck all. It got washed and ended up back in the pockets of people out here in the West. Right? It's just unbelievable. It's just evil. Yeah. Yeah. Where's all the work gone, man? Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just fucking crazy. Well, it get very pessimistic. I get nihilistic around this kind of stuff too, where I'm just like, fuck. It's just, and that's the thing. Most people are good. I definitely believe that, but man, there's a class of people that are just, there's no other word to describe them but fucking scum. Like they're literal scum. And fuck, how do you deal with that? How do you contend with those kinds of people? I don't know. I mean, really, is it, do you educate the population better to see this kind of behavior and act more appropriately? Or is it just a matter of is it human nature? Are people just corruptible? When they achieve certain levels of power, like they can't contain themselves, like they just get addicted to power and wealth. And how do you deal with this going forward? It's a conundrum. It's a fucking conundrum. But fuck, man. Yeah, I don't fucking know. But anyway, my voice is going again. So I think I'm probably gonna end it there, guys, before I fucking have a brain aneurysm at this nonsense. And listen, I'm in Canada, but I mean, obviously, this is a trickle-down effect to us. So, like, fucking... Anyway, we'll just have to buckle up, see where this ride leads us. Listen, it's a meme. It's a meme. That's for fucking sure. Yeah. Yeah, love your enemies. We're all going to pass on at some point anyway. Just give love to them, Wayne, probably. Maybe they don't actually have any, right? That's why they're such a piece of shit. Yeah. Karma's really going to suffer. Yeah, they'll end up in some kind of hell. Yeah, we can only hope. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. Until next time, guys. Take care. See you then.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49. The guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields. Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell. It's Jim Russell, Union leader of Sorceric Knights. And he parts in the breaking dawn.